I just made a Pinterest account for this for Silo. It says I could post my YouTube videos there. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, so the next thing we should get linked up here. Let's go ahead and grab this. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and then reshare it, just in case if it doesn't work for everybody. So Meech, I also need to create the server for you as well. So we need to create a server for everybody so that we can track just everybody's own information. Yeah, Prime, if you want, I don't know if you would want me, if you would want to, what's it called, invite me to your own server. I'll add some, just some parts, if you would like. Let's do it, Prime. Okay, so in terms of the trades from yesterday, we had a bunch of leaps. I'm going to be posting those in the leap section real quick before I actually explain it all. Let's post this as well. We can't really count that as a leap, so let me just delete that one right there. I'm fixing up the Moo trade right now for everybody. Okay, so we finished about half of it. Let's look at the weekly charts here. We created a little mess yesterday when we were fixing up some of these 1/8 points. So let me just go ahead and actually fix this up again. So again, this was yesterday's idea. The idea to the downside, and then we had an idea to the upside. You've just done micro variations of it. So you completed whatever turn you had to do down here. The simple fact that you're above 641.89, of course, opens up the door for some weekly upside, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's the thing. If the market, for whatever reason, gets below this 1/16th point right here, I'm going to keep this one specifically on the price action here. You may be able to run up to this point, if not the potential 1/16th point beneath you. So let me go ahead and organize this real quick. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So again, if you hold above 641, you're simply playing calls for you to run up to 645 and 643. If you get above 643, you're just going to run up to 647, 648. So remember, in this case and in this scenario, the yellow zones are the most important thing here. Just pay attention to these levels here. Alrighty. Let's see what we can get our hands on. Okay, so I'm looking at SPY calls right now. 7 days out. Let's look at the 3-day out ones as well. Okay, so we're going to get an 8-day call. I'm posting it into the Discord here. It's an 8-day call for September 3rd. It's a 648 call. Playing right back up to the top. So again, we locked it in. We posted it to the Discord. Just check the silo trades category, right? Now let me go ahead and edit this message. Again, the reason why we started to buy into this leap here is because yesterday we told you one thing and one thing only. That one thing was if you can hold that 641.46 or 641.86, you're going to see this market continue to run right back up to the peak. In fact, as long as we can get below this, we could just play some 0-day puts now. Because again, we got an 8-day call. Now we're just going to mess with 0-day puts. Towards 11 o'clock, we'll see if we need to average down. But since we have 8 days at this point, we're just going to take it nice and slow, everybody. Nice and slow. Okay, so this is what we're going to post. Our goal to sell this contract is going to be, by the way, on Mumu, we're up 50% on the Mumu puts. So let's take a nice little picture of that. So again, if you would like to sell the Mumu puts, you're already up 50%. What we're going to do for these is we're going to potentially sell them for... I'm looking for 1,000% on these minimum. So I want to see if we could fall down to 170, because I'll be able to sell it for another $400 or $500 on Mumu. Let me actually show you the Mumu puts real quick. Let's go here, ladies and gentlemen. The next thing we got to look at is Intel. So we're going to have to take our time with that one. Okay, so basically, you gap down. You fell down to 190 from 197. What we're looking for is this to fall right back down, consolidate over a day or two. And I want to see it right at 182 to potentially 172. Anywhere below this, we're going to be in the money. So all we need is honestly just a little drop to like right here. Because if you look at the weekly boxes in the background, your quarter point is going to be right here at 183. So what I'm thinking is, since you already hit the 1/8 point, right? So like let's just say you chop up this box one more time. As you can all tell, you hit that point yesterday pre-market. So now I kind of want to see if this is going to break through it. Since I saw you hit it yesterday, in terms of a staircase downwards, the next area this is probably going to hit is maybe somewhere like right here. Like right into here. And then might bounce again, hit the middle of that 1/8 point. And then fall right back down to the 1/4. And then the major 1/2 point, which is my goal, right down here. 169. Let's do it. And then for the bigger picture, because you already know we have that as well. I actually need to chop it up more. A little bit more at least. That's the bigger 1/2 point. That's the quarter point. So that means this right here would be the 1/8 point, right? This one right here would be the 1/16 point. And currently that's where you're stuck at. Just like SPY. SPY is also stuck on a monthly 1/16 point. Alrighty, so let's see what's going on. We looked at the 5-minute. We looked at the 15-minute, I believe. Let me check. For some reason, the indicator, like the one I gave you guys, that person who created it, they just keep making it like go offline or something. I don't know. It just stops working. So it's like you got to turn it back on because it'll just delete itself. Make sure you don't forget that, because sometimes that happens to me all the time. Not even just sometimes. At least like once a week, twice a week. Let's turn this to purple. Make that the color brighter. Same thing with the red one. Alright, we're good with that. So in terms of the 15-minute, you're just slightly dancing above it. In terms of the 5-minute, pretty much just holding on that first candle. We're going to make the CS zones here in a second. I just want to update one more thing. So we already have our uptrend and how we're going to play it. In terms of our downtrend, let's see. For that same SPY option, we'll average down like around 136. That's going to be the best point to average down, just like last time. So again, we bought the call a little bit higher than last time. Last time we bought the call right around here, 638. And we were looking for this to run up into the highs. But again, you just fell out the sky. So when you fell out the sky here, we averaged down right down there at the halfway point. We averaged down over here as well, because it was stuck at the 1/8 point. Now you're stuck at the 1/8 point over here. Potentially, we could see this drop right back down to the 640 point. So in terms of upside and downside, right, everybody? The one thing we got to pay attention to here is the second you get beneath 641.86, we're just going to continue to play cheaper puts to the downside, everybody. Again, just remember that. The second you get below 641.86, we're looking for cheap puts to the downside. I'm also waiting for this next candle to finish here. And we're going to create a nice little box around it. These points as well, we can also have. These are your 132 points. The one you were listening to yesterday during the consolidation mostly. Not really during, you know, when the market's becoming a little bit quicker, of course. It just tends to be during that one given point of consolidation where everything just slows down across the board. Let's put this here. Just extend this a little bit. Okay, so Unity. That's set in stone as well. All right, let me start posting these links real quick for everybody. Let's get everybody prepared. It looks like today's going to be a really explosive day here. DJT we're now up on again. Again, we're not going to sell the DJT for at least another 2 weeks, I would say. We have all the way until September 26th. So we got plenty of time for that one. For Mumu, our puts, they're only going to last for like another couple days here. So we're just going to have to give that a moment. All right, so anything else we had to do here? SPY. These options would be up 100, 260, 300. So remember, our goal for this option is not just to make 100, 200. not just to make $50. Our goal for this option is we paid around I think 179, 176, somewhere around there. And we want to sell this for $560 to $700. So again, we paid around 180, 170. We want to sell this for around $500 to $700. Just like last week with the last 5-day play that we got into. Those went from 100 straight to 500 in one day. I believe we could do it again. After all, we're using a nice little formula, which is the weekly trends. If you don't have weekly trends on your chart, make sure you just let me know so we can start creating a little system for everybody to start following, right? Again, you're not randomly picking a direction, ladies and gentlemen. This is not random. This is all meticulously made for a reason. Such as when we looked at the class a couple days ago and we created this here. This is some of the stuff I want people to pay attention to because stuff we say days ahead of time. For instance, these boxes were made on the 15th. So all the data that I'm using right now is last week's data. So that's why we know where it's, where the market could go, where it could fall to. We know how we should start playing puts. We also know that this is a clear call level. In fact, we know that yesterday was also a clear call level. The gap was one of the reasons why I kind of added on top. Just like today as well, you had a gap. If you look at Webull, and you actually look at where that gap is, let's go ahead and open up SPY. As you can see, it's a very similar trend to yesterday so far. You filled most of the gap, and now you're already falling, right? So in terms of downside, all we got to do is wait for it, and we're going to continue to play downside. That's going to be the confirmation. In terms of upside, the second you fill this gap, you are now positioned to fill this gap. That's going to be a $3 run-up. A $3 run-up on these options right here is going to yield around $200 to $300. And that additional last little run-up to $647 is what's going to basically allow us to sell it for around $500. Just this last run-up here, as long as you can complete that. So again, the first goal is to complete this gap fill. Once you complete that gap fill, I want to see you slingshot right back up to the midpoint of yesterday's price action. So right around 644. And once we get above that level, we'll see if it's just going to fall down to the 200 where we can play puts. If you just fall here, we're just going to play the puts now. And then we'll average down on the calls at 636. So all the way down here. Because if you fall beneath this level again, the market's basically crashing. So if it wants to crash out the sky, that's no problem at all. Until it shows us it wants to start crashing, we're going to continue to play this upside. That's the game plan so far. So until the market shows us it's changing directions, we're going to continue to play this upside. This is a very expensive contract, of course, so in terms of another contract that one would be able to buy, I could direct you for that, or to that, for that. You can get a 3-day option, and you can get something for potentially $649. It's just even the 3 days are really expensive, Yes, a couple minutes ago it was at like $80, but I mean it's only at $90. It only went up $10 right there, so nothing too big. Even for the 7-day contracts, it's still obviously pretty expensive. That's why I feel like this contract that we just bought into right now, in terms of its IV, which is only at 9%, it's actually beneath your normal standard, IV rate. What I want to see next is people just flood into this contract here. I think it's going to happen. The main reason why I think it's going to happen is just due to the fact that, again, the SPY, ladies and gentlemen, has been making highs since April. And at this point, since you're about $30 above the previous, high of 613, when you fell down, you ended up hitting 619. So in terms of just your weekly and monthly ideas, since you already hit 619, you didn't hit 613. So that's always going to be an idea to the downside in terms of why the market would want to go down on the monthly. It might just want to complete that 613 drop However, in terms of the upside, you have 651, 656, 660, and then the midpoint at 670. Meaning you're just at a quarter point right now. Think about it. You're $30 above the previous high and you're at a quarter point. Meaning these quarter points equate to about $30 each. So in terms of a bigger picture point of view, if I show you this chart here, everybody should understand that we're completely still stuck inside bullish territory here. That's why the market is yielding some good puts. It usually does this all the time whenever the market's in a similar situation, right? Where you're breaking out into new highs, just like how you were doing the same thing after COVID, right? When you broke out into these highs, when you fell down, did you fall down and hit the line to hold? You did not. In fact, you had to fall down months after because of Trump, and then you actually held at that same point. So in terms of you holding at 613, it's not really necessary. And this is, proof in the pudding. At least you should see it that way, right? So in terms of where we're at right now, I think it's in our best interest to continue to play with the highs and shoot for new highs until you hit structure points. 640 is a structure point. Like I said, it is a quarter point. You fell already beneath it, and that's what took you to 619, which was obviously your buying point. So if I zoom out to the right, if everybody wants to take a picture of all these levels here, these are all the levels the SPY needs to hit. And it was kind of funny, but we actually predicted you falling a bunch of times around 630 and 640. So since you fell here, can you fall here? And the answer is completely yes, 100%. You could definitely fall on the weekly. However, what I want to see is if you're just going to continuously fall from this range and you're tightening up in terms of the downside, for instance, like this right here, if we just fall right back down to 636, which is the point I want everybody to average down on for the calls, you're just going to start curling right back up and head straight to 653. So the reason why I called, why I wanted to get a 8-day contract for this call was just simply due to the fact that in terms of greater ranges, you could still fall down to 636, hit this line, hold, where we can average down once or twice. We'll probably buy like 2 or 3 contracts, 4 contracts. And then at that point, we just need to play the bounce going right back up into the new highs. Now, if it gets below 636, again, it makes the situation even easier for us, because now we know that it's most likely going to fall to 620s again. So again, if you get below this point here, most likely you're going to fall straight down to here. Let's go ahead and color this red. And then you're going to fall straight down to here, where you could potentially hold again. And if you don't hold here, which, by the way, if we get a contract, your strike price is going to be 627. So below 636, we're playing for a drop to 627. Below 627, you would sell out that put, wait a few minutes, allow it to consolidate around that area, and then you would continue to play puts below 626, going into 621. So again, everybody, I'm preparing you for the downside just in case. This is the best way to always go about your trades, honestly, so that you're unbiased. And that's pretty much all. Now let's go into the 0 days here. You're below 641.86. We're looking at 0-day puts, remember. We have an 8-day call, so now we're looking at 0-day puts again. 636s are $11. So again, we're gonna go with a 636. The low was how much dollars a couple seconds ago? $6 a couple seconds ago. Now you're at 11 and 12. And in terms of the reversal points and supply and demand zones, actually, this was your golden one here, and you're right beneath it. Contract prices are changing too quickly for these. 645s, where's 645 at? 645 is up here at the top. Since you hit the bottom, fell down to the midpoint, hit the purple again, fell down to the complete bottom. Yeah, I'm thinking we get into a 645 call here. So again, I got a 645 call here. I have an odd suspicion this could potentially run right back into 645, no problem. So again, we got a 645 0-day call on top of the 8-day call. The 8-day call, when we bought it, it was right around here. Let me go ahead and put that on the chart for you. Let me show you the exact time. So for the 8-day call, we bought it right around here. Right around this area right there. And then you have this one here. So we could do... So again, we bought a call at the bottom of the CS zone. That's why I just quickly switched up right there. Just because it was a CS zone. Alrighty. 645. Because now that's within the range here. So if we blast above this high today, logically speaking, you would hit 647. 647 would turn this contract into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, potentially we could sell these $10 contracts for 270 here. If you hit the extreme top. If you just hit 645 again, these contracts are only going to be worth... So if you hit our target, they're going to be up 1,000%. If you hit the extreme target, these contracts are going to be up around 2,000%. If you just hit the smaller target, which is 643, 644, contracts are only going to be up 100 to 200% in terms of the calls. Now, again, the reason why we're looking at calls is just due to the fact that you're at about 1.5, if not 1.0. You're probably in between them. So let's go ahead and go to this screen. Can you guys hear the music, by the way? Or no? I want to make sure you're not hearing the same song, because it's pretty much the same thing going on over and over again. You know what's crazy? My YouTube chat is not updating. I just realized that. Give me 1 second. Let me try to see if I could fix this up here. Again, everybody, in terms of 0 days... We have a 0-day call. We bought it right at where this says to get an entry number 1 for a 1-month put. We already played those a couple days ago. When you first ran up to 641, way over here, we played those monthly puts. So since you're now holding on top of the monthly put area, this could turn into an extreme call area. So again, we bought it right at the arrow. And what we're waiting for is a run up to the middle of the purple and the yellow. And then after you run up to the purple, we're going to sell out right here. And then potentially get another cheap put for you to fall right back down. Just simply using the supply and demand zones, everybody. That's all we're doing right now. Contracts are only up around $1 or $2 here. Alright. I'm liking what's going on here. I'm happy about it. For the calls, we're up 50% already, everybody. Let's see if we could time this perfect retracement. Okay, now the YouTube's updating. Okay, now I can see everybody. Oh my God, there's so much comments. So, how do you join the community on Discord? So for Discord, like I told everybody yesterday, I'm only comfortable with people joining the Discord as long as they made around $600 to $1,000, as that's what I'm noticing most people have made when they join, is around $600 to $1,000. So in terms of you being able to join, just make sure you have a good amount of capital, a good safety net. If not, just don't think about joining right now, honestly. Just wait a couple days, make some good money, make it pay for itself, and that's all. That's all I ask of you guys. Because I know it's going to be pretty easy to make some good money here. All we got to do is just collectively get into the same trades. Simple ideas, nothing too crazy and wonky and all over the place. I think they're easy to understand. And if they're not, remember, you could always ask me. I have no problem explaining nothing. Or anything. Would you say anything or nothing? I guess I have no problem explaining. Yeah, I guess I would say it doesn't matter. All right. So let's see what's going on here. You sold the Futu puts, the Mumu puts, and then you bought a call. I expect it to run up. There we go. That's an excellent idea. Yeah, for Mumu, we're just going to keep holding it. It's not even close to the profit target. So we're just looking for one go, and that's for this to hit 170, 180. So yeah, we're still going to hold it for now. And then if things don't work out, we're just going to look for another one. For like maybe a month out, 2 months out. We'll just give it like a week or a couple days, you know. Let's give it a few days. There it is. Okay, so let's go here. Let's update this. Just make sure we don't get stuck here. Intel is at 2440. So yeah, Intel's not at the right place yet. I'm trying to do this as quickly as possible. Alright, there we go. Alright, so like we said, everybody, you fell down to number 1. That's where we bought the 0-day call. The next time we would average down into a set of calls is going to be right down here at number 3 and 4. In terms of downside. By the way, for the 0 days, not for the 8 days. The 8 days, we need a much greater drop out the sky here. In order for us to average down on those. So let me make sure this is all perfect. It's pretty perfect. Pretty good. So you might hit the 1.5, which is matching up perfectly with the 200-day moving average. If you continue to hold at the opening price here. So just like yesterday, the main idea was for us to run up at the open. Today's pretty much a similar idea. If not the exact same. But today should have more momentum. If you end up having less momentum than yesterday, which is basically you consolidate for $1.80, $2 for over an hour, I would say that yeah, we might have a problem here. But in terms of the current price action, you basically already did $1.30. Now, the one thing I want you guys to pay attention to is on the left side of my screen, what does it say right there? When I bring this right here, actually wait, I locked it. Wait, there you go. So if I make this a little bit bigger for you to read. The first $1.30 move could result in a staircase in the opposite direction for the whole entire day. So it's one of the psychological ways that we've learned how to trade the market in the morning. Throughout the last 3 to 4 years, I've noticed that for some reason the SPY would do like a $1 move, $1.30, and then all of a sudden, I check my trade 4 hours later, and we're $3 basically beneath that level, pretty much falling out the sky. And I wasn't able to really understand why that would happen. I would always buy at the worst time, but because I would average down, the trade would just continuously go my way. So it's paying attention to these patterns that could generally help you. One of the most important things here, honestly. And then all these other text boxes to the side are all psychological patterns that one would notice. Alright, let's go back to the price action. What's going on here? Fell down, ran up $1.30. Is maintaining support still. You're not just flash crashing out the sky. Let's go back to these charts. What are these charts? These charts are... What low is this and what high is this? This is from... This is the ultimate high. So this is the ultimate high, and then this is August's 1st. So this is the 1st of August with the 15th of August. And then these are all your points here. So you're beneath the 1/8 point. We want to see a flip above the 1/8 point. That's where we're going to sell our 0 days. If you continue to drop below this on... Let me see, this is the 1/16 point. That's 1/4, 1/8. 1/16 will be right around here, which is that 641.80 point. Yeah, so it's still around the same point. That's perfect. So again, we're just going to use 641.86 as a means of getting into more puts. You bounce on it now, so if you touch it or go right next to it again, there's a very good chance that you're just going to go right through it just because you already hit it. So we do not want to start falling. If we start falling, it means that the downside is going to start to take over potentially. It's a battle going back and forth, honestly. That's why as long as you just generally slow everything down, it becomes so much easier to deal with. Which is exactly what we're doing here. We got a long-term play, remember, 8 days out. And then we have a short-term play, 0 days out. Until we get below 641, we're just going to hold these two plays here. One costs $11, one costs $180. And our goal is to sell one of them for $400 or $500, and then the other for around $60 to $80, which would give us basically 600%, 800% times 8, around that number. Basically exactly what we were looking for yesterday to the upside, but it occurred to the downside within the last 5 to 15 minutes. So it was kind of funny, but again, the last trade that we got into yesterday was a $6 trade where we were looking for $30 to $60 of profit. Honestly, $30, just 30. And if you look at the puts in terms of how they went up, the 643s were around $6 to $4, like right before you dropped out the sky, and they went straight to 60. So it was kind of funny because the same option on the opposite side, which was the put side, just went up the same amount we thought it would, but for the call side. So it kind of always matches out, you know? It's that idea of equal reaction. Again, the market's selling off here. You're hitting the top of the CS zone after you already hit the bottom and you already went beneath it. If you, let's just say, fall past this midpoint, which is 642.39, in terms of like the micro, like if you were playing futures or if you were playing something very micro, you would basically get a put right below that midpoint. It's just you have to worry about it holding there because that's where all the support is. So generally what people would normally do in this type of scenario is they'll either one, try to buy a put up here towards the top, or basically two, just wait for it to fall below here, and then they'll just continue to play the downside. And they'll just market fill if you just start bouncing back up for whatever reason. It tends to take a couple of tries, especially when you're trying to scalp. So yeah, that's the only hard part, really. Which is also why I tell people to wait 30 minutes whenever they get out of a trade, instead of hopping into the opposite direction. Always wait 30 minutes every single time you get out of a trade or get into a trade. Just always wait a few minutes. Unless you're up 50-60% within 5 minutes, of course. Then you could just sell out, you know. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to fix up the SPY call. I still have to fix up a little bit more information for this. Besides buying another put for Moo, if you run to 208, 215. Currently, you're stuck on the 1/16th point for Moo. All right, everybody. So let me go ahead and copy this message now. So by the way, I posted the Mumu idea with the goal, like where we wanted to sell it for, or how much we wanted to sell it for. The next thing we're gonna do is, let me see here. Yeah, let's explain the SPY option. Remember, everybody, there's still plenty of time, of course. You could buy your options at 11. You could buy your options at 1 o'clock. We're choosing to get it in the morning pretty much, and then we're going to average down into this play. If you fall down to 636, 634, somewhere around there, anywhere below that, straight puts straight down to 620s and then the 613s. I'm thinking it's going to happen around the 660s, 650s. In terms of the market dropping out the sky more than maybe $30, more than $25, I would say, within 2-3 weeks. When was it? It was like over here. 9:45. What's today's date? The 26th? Yeah, I thought today was the 20th. Oh my god, time is flying. Okay, so August 26th, and then you have let me see, 642.69. 642, that's 69. So that's the 1/8 point. That's the 1/16 point. That's the 132 point. I'm listing everything for everybody now. We might even go to the 164th point if it keeps consolidating. I'm just letting y'all know. I'll keep breaking it down smaller and smaller and smaller until we have a proper range to play with. This right here would be 1-32. Is that correct? Because that would be once, no. That's 1/8, that's 1/16. That's 1/16. This is 132. So 132, that's 642. All right, perfect now. To continue to play the downside, if we get below 633 for whatever reason, any single moment this week or next week, the first thing you're going to do is instantly play a 0-day put and allow yourself to absorb some of the profit to the downside going into the 620s, where you would then buy a weekly call for $50 to $80 for insurance for the upside. Sorry, I had to use Siri so I could type faster. $6.31, then $6.29, then $6.24, and then $6.21. No weekly puts until we drop and then have some type of retracement back up where we can then buy the puts at a cheaper price once the downside has been confirmed on the weekly specifically. All right, so the SPY trade is now perfectly explained. Everybody knows what we're looking for here in terms of upside, in terms of downside, right? I forgot to put a point down here. Let me fix this real quick for you guys. Oh, let me put this to the left. Boom. Perfect. So with Monday's price action, right? Because Monday was very important for the weekly ideas. You were stuck at the 1/8 point, and right now you're simply in between the 1/8 and the 1/4. So in terms of averaging down, we still have a long ways to go before we want to average down, which is down here, right near this midpoint. That's the only time you're going to average down on the weekly calls. And then in the process of you falling, you're just going to keep playing 0 days. Level after level after level. You want to generally sell these 0 days around 50 to like 150%. So that's your goal. The primary goal at least. And that's pretty much all. So that's the primary goal in terms of small term upside. Now let's look at the reversal points again. I want to see exactly what you're respecting. You're still stuck at the first one. Give me just a second here. Wait, let me fix this. I forgot to reword this. What chart were we using? We were using this one mainly. Okay, so let's delete this right here. Do we need this? Honestly, no. This, however, we might need. Honestly, we don't need that either. We don't need this. We don't need that. Let's improve the CS zones from yesterday. Let's also make their transparency a little bit less bright. And then we're going to copy this and paste this for today. Remember, we're using yesterday's formula for today because I want to show everybody how you could just do the same thing every single day and end up profiting repetitively. Just using these simple concepts. These right here, do I need this? Yeah, because it's the 1/4 point, so let's just put that right there. Let's also put this right here, which means I probably have to fix the bottom as well. So that's our downside, right, everybody? That's exactly how you must play the downside. In fact, give me 1 second here. I think I should move all this again. I don't want nobody to get confused no more. I feel like the way I've been doing it yesterday, it was just slightly confusing. Let's move this over. This is how we're going to play the upside. We have plenty of entries. Forgot how many we have, but it's a pretty good amount here. Actually, we could put this one right there, because that one's after that one. Actually, no, this is the same level as that one right there. Yeah. So this one would be the same level. These would be the same level. And then now let's replicate this for the downside. Alright, so if this one's pink, that means this one right here is going to be green. So that's what we're going to buy. 638 actually. So we can average down here in terms of an equal formula. This middle point is just going to remain orange. We're not going to change that. And then what we could have is we can have a pink one right here. That's the most logical. And then we can have a mini green one right down here. And then this would be a bigger green where we can average down. Because we bought here, so technically $3 lower. I mean, yeah. We could buy either here or here. 636. So I'll put it like right here in the middle, like 637. 637 is where I think we can average down. Just due to the fact that you went so low before. $4 below that high or that low would equal 637. So yeah, right around here should be the perfect point to average down. That's how we're going to buy the puts. Okay, so what else we're going to do here? Right here we're going to get some mini calls for you to bounce right back up. Because we already bought the calls up here, so technically every single one of these levels is a call area. Especially if the market's generally staircasing. For example, ever since April, the market's just been running up. So, let's see here. For whatever reason, you fall below 633, which is the 1/2 point. 1-2. For whatever reason, you're going to instantly play 0-day puts going down to 631, 629, then 624. Is that correct? 629, that's correct. 626 would have been a better level. Then 626. And then we'll skip all this and go straight down here to 621. Yeah, that's perfect. Puts at a cheaper price. This is trade number 2. All right, let's go back to SPY's price action. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go to the 5-minute. What just happened? I'm gonna have to refresh this. That's what that means. Excellent. All right, next up. Next up. Make sure everybody, you're following along. Meta's moving up. There we go. Yeah, Meta was just lagging behind everything, honestly, the last couple weeks. We had a Meta trade that didn't go our way. We lost around, I think, $30 for that one. But yeah, it's all good. So again, everybody, we're up green on every single play that we bought since yesterday. Besides Mumu, we're down on that one now. We were up 50-60%, but we're down on it now. We're going to keep holding it. For Unity, we're down on that one. And then for DJT, we're down on that one. In total, how much are we down? That's $650 plus $550. That's $12. And then plus $13. Just $25 we're down. With an $800 account, that is absolutely amazing because the green is just overpowering everything pretty much. So it's amazing. Again, we got into multiple different trades, all using the idea of DARP and weekly buying points. So it's really nice. And we haven't really needed to fix up the charts too much anyways, the last couple days. We could fix up this one here, actually. I don't like how it's in the price action, but I guess what I could do is maybe like this. What do you guys think looks better? Let me know. If I make it red, or do you guys think I should change the color of this? I want it to be red because of the consolidation from yesterday. It kind of makes more sense. So you're at the 200 moving average now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, because this is going to extend to the right further. So what I guess I should do here is this. Let's get quick with it, just in case there's a major move about to happen here on the 200. So this is like your bigger term arrows. Let me delete this. We don't need that. I'll put this here. I'll put this one here. The only other time we're going to buy calls, honestly, is going to be down here at 621. So we got a long distance away before we buy any more leaps. Yeah, here, then the midpoint, then a quarter point. That's perfect. Yeah, that's how we could use it to our advantage to always win here with the 8 days. I was coming up with just a different idea right there. And then right here is going to be micro puts. You fell to the next level you're going to have micro puts at is going to be 643.50 right here. and then right here. And then vice versa with the calls. The way you play calls is just like this there. Once it gets above the pink, 643.60, we could play calls straight up to 644.30. It's only a couple cents each direction. But again, you have to understand it's just due to the fact that you've been moving so slow. So we're not really looking at anything too granular yet. The SPY calls are up 50%. Once again, everybody. All right, all right, all right. The $840 account is now at $850. So again, we erased all of yesterday's losses. Now we have some extra profit. Just in a matter of around, I think like what, like an hour and a half? So one of the problems I used to have in the beginning was, as I would trade, sometimes I would spend 30 minutes making 100%. Sometimes I would spend 6 hours. Sometimes 3 days. So you kind of don't want to attach a certain time frame to the amount of money that one could make. Instead, you want to kind of see what's been going on the week of with the consolidation. So our minds are going to be looking at the micro and focused on the micro. And then these charts in the background, which is these right here, they're going to focus on everything else that we don't need to. So let me see. As long as I copy this here and it's perfect, we don't have to redo it. We might have to redo this though. That's about perfect. It's just about perfect right there. It's like probably like around 3 cents beneath. But that's all fine. So these red zones right here on the left, these are going to be your micro levels. The levels where you could sell your 0 days, basically. This is basically the 132 point. So let's go ahead and put our price labels. By the way, if you can't see the screen, make sure you just let me know. Good morning, Mansa. What's good, Danny? Elijah, what's going on? Prime, John, Meech, Louis, Danny? Another Danny? Okay, all of our charts, they're set now. Oh, wait. We got to copy a few more price labels. So this is every single price the SPY will want to hit as it falls down, everybody. Everything is dotted and plotted now. Every single micro level. Yesterday, this is what we didn't have, which led to just a few bittersweet concepts not unraveling the right way, but then they still unraveled the right way, just to the opposite direction. So now we can always see what can happen to the opposite direction. So now we're prepared, basically. So again, the reason why I created this was because yesterday we didn't have these smaller levels. And as you could tell, if you bring this over to the left, look at how perfect this was in terms of where you peaked at versus where you hit at the end of the day. It perfectly hit this point. So we're going to acknowledge that, and we're going to use it to our aid, you know, while we play the upside here. Especially when you get above 647. I think these are now going to be really useful. So we could put one more box here just to prepare for that in case it happens today. Could happen tomorrow. That's also a possibility. Yesterday you were falling massively below it. Yeah, today's possibly going to be the same concept in terms of consolidation. I think today's going to be consolidation as well. Because think about it for a second. Every single time you fall below the 200 moving average, you always have a day where you hit the average and you start bouncing up higher. Now, last week, around the same time we bought a call, actually, no, we bought it down here at the end of the day. So last week, when we bought a very similar contract, what we were looking for is upside because you fell below the 200. So we were thinking that you were going to consolidate this day and then pump this day above the 200, but then you fell below it. So this is kind of like showing you the opposite of what we're playing for today. This is what could technically happen today. In all honesty, you can have some consolidation, get above the 200, and then still fall out the sky straight down to 636. So this is perfect. Yeah, this is really good. Really, really, really good. Because we have everything dotted now. So, all right. Micro scale is done. Medium scale is done as well. The next thing I want to fix is this chart. Was this the chart that I posted on Moomoo? Give me 1 second. Let me see if this is the picture I posted. Whatever picture I posted, I want to update still. I want to make sure we continuously do that at least. There you go. This is the chart here. So remember the calls that we bought at the bottom, they hit 50% twice. So for those of you who are still holding those calls, if it goes up 25 to 30%, just make sure you put a nice little stop loss. While it continues to go in said direction, of course. You don't want to stop out too short, of course, but just acknowledge the trend and acknowledge the range. So we were using these charts when I sent it. I was using this chart right here. So this is what I'm going to do here. We're going to hide this because everybody can clearly see what's going on here. We're going to fix these arrows because when I posted that picture, I have no idea where I posted it. It was probably over here, was it? Look, I'm going to show you guys something funny. Look at the Discord. This is what Moomoo posted. Perfect, Meech. Thank you for letting me join your server. Thank you, Prime. I appreciate the invite. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to start editing your servers and giving you all the information that we have. Just give me a few hours here. For some reason, because I've been editing and creating so many different servers, you get rate limited in terms of how much servers you could create in a day. If not, I just might have been creating it way too quickly back to back. So we got culinaries. Let me organize that as well. What is this? Okay. All right, we're good with that. I apologize. Okay, so what we're going to do with this chart is, this is the same chart we're using now, everybody. So just so you understand, there's not much I have to do here besides grab all these prices like this. Grab all these zones. Grab the 1/8, 1/8, 1/8, 1/8, and then just move it all to the right. Oh God, wait. I'm moving something by an accident. I'll just move it back. I'll fix it. Just like that. So, I'm sure everybody heard me earlier when I was referring to the reason why we have the 1/16 points now, instead of, you know, just having it only at 1/4 or 1/8. Same exact reason, besides our ideas from yesterday, right? So again, same ideas, exactly tying to our trades from yesterday, just to make it a little bit better. These have no 1/16 points, so I have to fix that in a second here. But let me just copy this, just so I can copy and paste it here. Excellent. There we go. (1-16). Nah, so you could, on the Patreon, anybody could comment. So just like Jada from yesterday, whenever you want to ask me something or comment, and you want to make sure that it's me you're messaging, there's a free chat, like a free community chat, you call it, whatever you call it. But it's a free community chat that's on Patreon where anybody can message. Because I started noticing that unless you pay, you can't message me. So what I did was I created that community chat so that people could actually message me without, you know, having to just, you know, pay for just for that. So these levels are already made in terms of, but these are all done. So that was a little explanation. Wait, was that explanation inside of the picture? It was not. Okay, perfect. So I don't have to have that there. We are going to just delete this. But then again, this is, what chart is this? Chart number 3. Oh no. Wait a second. This is actually the chart that I posted on Moomoo. The Bob Ross chart. We have so many of these. Let me see. They're all the same thing though. This is... Nah, that's the other range. Oh yeah, that's the other... Wait, is it? Yeah, this is the newer one. Now I see. From that low to the new high. But we don't have to have it like that. We could just have it like this. Actually, we can have it since here. That's perfect, actually. Yeah. And then... Actually, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to delete these. Because they're the same. It's the same variation. So is there a real need to actually have 3 different charts with the same thing? I mean, honestly, probably not. Let me see. Unless I'm doing the diagonal charts and I'm trying to intertwine it to see which one's better. But then again, yeah, so this one could be the shorter diagonal. So we'll keep the same stuff as the second one, but this one would just be more tied to the 0-day price action. So this is like short-term weekly boxes, let's just say. Short-term, let me see, range chart. Let's rename it. then again, what is this? Weekly DARB. You'll see the reason why I did this in a second here. It's because I want to grab this range on this chart as well. Where? There it is. Wait, so that's the downtrend. So that's the downtrend from there to there. That is going to be the uptrend from right here, which is the 7th, all the way up to the 13th. So that's an uptrend. And then this one too, this is an uptrend. So this one shouldn't be yellow. This one should be, technically, we should just turn this to the same color, honestly. We'll keep it like a greenish. Oh man, that's bright. There we go. Because I want everybody to be able to read the ranges. Like this one right here, this is an uptrend. That's from there to there. And then this one right here is also an uptrend from there to there specifically. And then this one's the last uptrend from down here all the way to up here. So this one, we need to organize them a little bit better. This one's shorter. That one's after. But it goes straight to that level too. That's the problem, because this is supposed to be like this. How would I be able to logically, visually make this better to look at? This is a little tough. Unless I change the sizing of the lines. That could also fix it, potentially. Everything looks really good, though. In terms of, you know, just visually being able to see what I'm also seeing at the same time. With the same exact charts, of course. Oh, we can keep it like this. Yeah, that looks really nice like that. So if we start the downtrend, we're going to be using these lines to continue playing the downward downward concept. And then, yeah, that's where we had the lines here. Yeah, okay. You're pretty much at a very similar point, just like last time. Let's see. So you went down to here. Actually, you know what we should do? We shouldn't even copy that stuff. What we should copy, in fact, is, let me see, this one. Something's weird here. I don't like how it looks. I think it's this. Alrighty. And I will put this one here. Because this is basically the idea from yesterday. That's what we wanted. Wait, now to jump that large. Wait a second. Yeah, I guess this is going to have to show us just the larger ranges. Because this one I just wanted to there. So let's make sure this looks good here. Let's move this here actually. And then, you know what we should do? We should have it like this. And we'll have that right there. And I'll put this up to just the midpoint. That's good enough. And we'll do the same thing with the downside. Try to make it perfect here. Where it hits that. And then you fall right back down. To potentially the quarter point now, because you're at a lower level. These points are going to get moved to the side. So again, the most important point this week is 633, right? Make sure you all write that down. The most important point all week is going to be that 633 level. Which means as soon as we get above here, we could just literally copy this right there. So that's perfect in terms of an uptrend. We can actually do it like this. Yeah, that's better. What else can we do here? Alright, so let's just select all these. I had a feeling it was already in the group. Okay, so I think that's a really easy to understand idea in terms of the path for the downside. We already have that laid out, but we could draw another one here just in case you actually speed up quicker. We could pretty much have the downside be something like this. Right, another arrow right there. Upside is planned. We got to fix this upside, which was to drop straight down to 613. We're still waiting for that level. On the monthly at least. Alright. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit less dark, just so it doesn't stand out as much. And obviously you can cut the box up. So in terms of the new midpoints or new quarter points, you're just hovering around the quarter point for the smaller range. I should just have weekly dark, second weekly dark. That's how I should name this. Let me see. Let me fix up the Saturday classes. Let me copy. By the way, Jada, I try to add you on Discord, but I think your Discord settings don't allow you to add people you don't share a server with. So you might have to change your privacy settings whenever you get an opportunity. But let me put this right here. Saturday class, August 23rd, part 3, monthly DARP, horizontal plus diagonal. Okay, let's check our other trades, see what's going on here. Red wire is fine, snap is fine. Spies at break even. We'll let it rock for a little bit here. I needed to have at least these charts all explained, because this is kind of like the same idea. But these are like all the weeklies. First weekly DARP chart. So let me show what we include. All weekly boxes. That's the first thing. And then the next thing is okay, so weekly diagonal zones from July. What else do we have on this chart? We have all the weekly boxes. Weekly diagonal zones from July. And paths. I'll put that first though. These are various entries. Perfect. Anything else I had to title or document? So we have a bunch of buys, a bunch of sells here. We know we're going to buy at this bottom level down here. After all, we bought down there last time. You're in the same trend after you hit the midpoint, hit the quarter point, hit this midpoint. If we continue to hold here, you're just going to spring right back up to 649 within the next 2-3 days. So within the next 2 days, we should be able to see you at 649, 650, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just have to see if today's going to blast you off into the stars. Because remember, yesterday was a very, very slow day. However, it completed all the necessary components to make it so that it wasn't actually a consolidation day. Therefore, today can be the consolidation day, yes, everybody. But still, we're going to make sure we pay attention to that short-term flow. Because the second they get this market running into a certain direction, let's just say the same points as yesterday, you hit the bottom today. Yesterday you hit the top. You're about to hit the midpoint. So after you hit this 643 point right here, 643.50, we should see a greater move, is what I'm thinking right now. It just depends. The 200 moving average might just keep you contained here all day. Now we're profitable on the spies. So yeah, we're just going to let this rock. We fixed up the charts real nicely, and we documented it. Wait a second. Where does it go? There it is. This one is going to be the small horizontal stuff, like the weekly, the really small weekly. That's like more of monthly, you could say now, the other chart. So what we'll do is 7 to 13 range. So this one's going to be testing those days right there. The 1st, 16th, 31st. What day is this? The 7th? So yeah, I should have this zone here. Okay, so we have that on the 7th low. And then the high is literally the 31st. So that's immaculate right there. Look at that. End of the month perfectly. What about July 1st? We might be able to use that. July 1st is its own low. So let's actually play with this idea a little bit more. Boom. So we got that low over there. And then we took the high of July. And in terms of August 1st, you basically completely crushed all of July's trend. Then you started running up again. After you ran through here, and you started holding over here. So this area is definitely going to be an important point on this other area over here, which is, no, yeah, that's the quarter point about, yeah, that's the quarter point of that other range. So once you hit the bottom point, bottom quarter point, boom, you ran up to the top, you broke out. Then you fell back into this range, and you hit this quarter point, boom, you broke out. So if we fall back into this range, that's our answer right there. You fall below 641.55, and you're going to collapse out this box. That's the answer we're looking for in terms of the weekly. So again, if you fall below 641.50, you're going straight down towards here, which is the new bottom. That's your first target. So that's probably going to be 611, honestly. Yeah, that matches up almost perfectly. Weekly, second weekly DARP. And then this is going to be from the class. So this one right here, we're specifically not going to touch it unless we're creating classes for it. That's how we're going to go about creating these zones and updating them. So this one specifically, again, I'm not going to touch it because we already have this recorded. So the only time I'm going to, touch this is if I make a whole new video. So yeah, we'll leave this alone because sometimes I get too ahead of myself and I start adding like 100 different things to a chart, and I want everybody to be able to add the same stuff step by step with me. SPY, you're still holding on the golden zone here. We got to fix this chart, but I'm going to do it last because it's a lot of stuff on the screen. Okay, so this is the third class. This was the first class. Let's go here. Copy this. Actually, we can go here. Rename. Copy. Paste. So that's that class. That's the third class. And then this is going to be basically a whole new set of ideas. Actually, you know what I want to do here? I want to follow the same idea in terms of, let me refresh this. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to create a system where it's just always the same. Not always the same. Of course, it's going to be a little different, but in terms of the price labels, I want everybody to do it the same way whenever you have your weekly boxes. I think this is my favorite set, honestly. Because you got to have the red levels, which are your bigger levels. That's what we're really waiting for. And then you got to have those levels. So let me see what I could do here. I don't want to have to organize the whole entire box again. I just want the box to be really simple and, clear. We don't need all that other stuff. Let me see. Yeah, this is the chart where we have the 1/2 points. All right, perfect. I'm very happy about that. All right, so now I can kind of organize it inside my head. This would be number 3 in terms of a weekly DARP chart. So let me go ahead and click this, control copy. Let's go zoom into the SPY now. Can I make these arrows smaller? Yes, I can. Excellent. Excellent. Let's make sure this one's straight. Excellent. Do I think the change in drug prices is going to hurt the market? Honestly, no. And the reason why I say that is because in terms of some of these companies, of course, healthcare companies are very important, especially for the bio sector, especially for just the health sector in general. There's a lot of money that gets diverted into that every year. And of course, on the stock market as well. But with gene editing, you know, becoming a thing, it's just something they're going to have to do because they're going to keep pushing gene editing. So if they want to remain in control of, you know, certain policies, certain drugs, I feel like it's in their best interest to actually lower the prices so that there's less work being pushed for gene editing. Same thing with like gas and oil, right? I think the government realized they made a mistake trying to fund the energy department. That's why even right now, you know, I mean, you see this automatic progression into going back to oil drilling, right? There's like a lot more companies that are signing up for different sites. At least in the beginning of his presidency, we still got to look it up. We got to see if they're still continuing to try to, you know, dig for whatever you call it, oil. Because there's a lot of sites we have in America. And remember, they lost their stockpile. So I believe they've been filling it right back up. But we might have to start looking at some of these companies for oil instead of solar companies and all that stuff. Because it feels like that was just a bust across the spectrum. Like all these electric car companies, they're all garbage pretty much. They're all basically unprofitable or they're starting to lose money at this point. By the way, Lucid is doing a stock reversal. I forgot how many stocks they're gonna dilute here. I'm not too sure, but we have to check again. I think OPEC is coming up soon. OPEC is, I think it happens in the summer. Unless it already happened and I wasn't paying attention to it. But no, yeah, for CRISPR, we got to look at CSPR or CSRP. I forget the name sometimes. We'll look at it in a second here. I just want to make sure these charts are perfect for SPY. So this is the one that we're going to use today in terms of just having all the data that we need. But when we take pictures, I think we're going to use this one. Yeah, we're just going to keep using this one. It's a little bit more simpler. I do actually have to split up the boxes now that I'm looking at it. So I guess that's what we're going to do here. Let me just copy and paste this real quick. Basically, I have to copy all this stuff here. Just like that. Click this. Click the top. Oh god. I gotta do it again. Wait. Let me just copy this, then delete it, so I don't have to do it again. Sometimes the application just lags a little bit for some reason. So you got a September 5th call on SPY, a 648 strike, and you bought you bought 5 contracts of a 5-day 648 call. So the one thing that I want you to recognize for the calls is we bought one for a reason, and that reason is because if I paid 180 for a SPY call, I'm expecting to have to average down for $40 or $50 potentially. So you could be down, you know, 70% where you're going to have to add another, you know, 4 contracts, 10 contracts just to average in. So just be very careful here because, you know, it's not the time to actually be putting that much money in the market. We want to be putting a very, very small amount just due to the fact that Friday was a large day. Yesterday was, you know, pretty much a smaller day, really small day. And then today could be the same thing. So that's why we're just starting to open up our opportunity for the calls. We're not going to just full port yet. The only time you full port is at monthly levels, which the next one's at 670 or at 613. So just be very careful. Please be very careful. I agree with Apple. Apple might be heading towards a greater demise. They definitely have, you know, footing in the industry, obviously, which can keep them alive. But I feel like all of their plans and all the stuff they're doing is just, they're turning into a little bust, you know? I don't feel like they're actually growing at a significant rate. Like the VR goggles was a good idea. It was very interesting because you had Facebook that was creating the like the cheaper versions, but I don't think that they should be having those prices be so expensive. You know, like 3,000-4,000 just for VR glasses. If they had it 600, 700, you know, you would double the amount of people that you could potentially do business with. So it's just like, I'm not too sure. Maybe they might lower prices for that. In my opinion, it's just way too expensive. Same thing with Snapchat, right? Like they're doing the VR glasses. So there's a clear want to not have to have a whole headset on top of your head. So you might get just some rediverting of capital from the VR segment into the glasses segment. Could also be another idea, right? No news on this? No, yeah, 100%. Okay, so let me see. Everything else I think is organized now. Okay, so we got the charts organized. We got all the ideas organized. My bad, Hoover. Let's see if I could break this down a little bit more. Actually, no, this is where I was supposed to copy and paste it. Yeah, it goes right here. We just got to bring this all the way down. Excellent. And we got to bring this all the way to the side. Perfect. I want to delete this price label, but delete. Actually, no, we'll put that one back. Put that one back. We'll just delete it from there. Okay, so then you have the 1/16th. You have those. The 1/16th. What we'll do is we'll change all these price labels here. Change it to a different color, because yellow is going to mean something more greater. We'll change it to like blue. And of course you got these points. That's closer to here, so this one should be deleted. This one should be moved here. And then this one should be copied down to here because they're a different size. Oh, copied it again. All right. And then what I did was I copied it on top of itself last time for the future. So we're going to also do that as well. Without trying to copy these arrows. All right, perfect. Let me make sure everything is there. Yeah, everything's perfect. Put that into his own group. Excellent. And then you have your short-term entries. You have your weekly entries. Does it look as good as that one? Let's see. Let's fix this here. And let's make sure this says settings 1-2. Put it in the center. Make sure it's big text. Italicize it. Make it a little bit bigger. Perfect. So that one's at 24. So this one's going to also be at 24. 1-2. Excellent. Wait, let's italicize it as well. There we go. Oh, I guess I deleted it by an accident. Alright. What else can we do here? So I think what I'm going to have to do is move all these price labels. I forgot to fix this as well. I thought I fixed this on the other screen. Okay, now all of these price labels, please don't select everything. Of course it does. I think I gotta zoom in a little bit more. Let me see if I could do this. It's like at the worst point. Let me see. Alright, we're just gonna have to click this all by hand. That's all good. And then I'm going to move this all the way to the left here. I just think it's going to cover the 1/16th point. So what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to actually make those zones a little bit bigger. Or if anything, you know what I could do? Let me see. Leave this here. Because technically you could still see the 1/4 point beyond those price labels. So I guess what I should do here is make it go like this. And then let me look at the other one. Yeah, I had a little spacing in between them, so it's fine if I do that again. Alright, so boom, that's perfect. And now we go here. Select all of these. And now let's space them over. Like that. We could leave it like that, yep. Alright, that looks beautiful, right? That looks really nice. Yeah, look at that. Alright, excellent. So this is a smaller call, of course. Another smaller call could be done right down here. And then right down here. All small calls, right? All 0 days and cheap stuff. This is the only time where you want to go heavy is down here. Which is 619, everybody. Okay, so the next thing I want to do here is I actually want to extend the 1/4. Oh, those are already extended. Wait a second. So all I got to do is separate them. Wait a second. This is perfect. So let me go here, 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 and here. And then grab these. And I move them. About the same distance as that one. So that's perfect, just like that. And then we're going to grab the whole entire thing. Move that over. Just like that. Move this one over as well. And there you go. Now you have a clear separation of 1/8 points, 1/16 points. The only thing this screen doesn't have is the 132 points. I think I might have to include that as well. But I don't think I will here, because this is like the bigger term one. I'd rather have them like right here. Which, honestly, at this point, I kind of want to change the color. We're going to change this to a dark green. No? How about this color here? What is this? We'll just leave it like that. A greenish color kind of stands out a little bit more than the red. I mean, I feel like the red stands out more, but Visually, this looks better. All right, anything else we have to do here? We have the CS zones on the screen. We have the 1/8 points on the screen. We have the reversal points on this screen. We do have to fix supply and demand zones. So you hit the 1.5 point, just like you did yesterday. Now you're reversing from it. It's still only 11 o'clock here, everybody. So what we're looking for generally is going to be a jump to 644 today. That's mainly what we're looking for. Yesterday's run up, same exact idea. In terms of averaging down, remember, we had to wait for this to drop below 639. Okay, so that's that point. That's that point. What else do we have to do here? I guess these were also the same thing. But what date is this from? August 12th. Was this the new downtrend I was trying to measure? Or is this the old one? This doesn't look like an old one. Oh, that's what it is. That was the top trend. I see now. Sorry, I gotta make it perfect. I don't like when it's just standing out weirdly. Hey, you're doing the same exact trend as last time. Now you're actually holding on top of the line. So last time you actually did the same thing. You held on it. You shot down below it. And then, what day is this? This is a Tuesday, where you fell below the line. What day is today? Today is a Tuesday. So if we fall below this line here, everybody, just like last week, we can continue to play downside pretty much all day up until potentially Wednesday, where you might just continue to have downside. It's either going to be as big, if not, of course, a lot smaller. Now, if today turns out to be an uptrend, meaning by the end of today, you close much higher than where you opened up at. That's why yesterday is not really considered consolidation, because where you opened up at and where you closed was not the same location, nor, really that close to it. 242 compared to 243.50, 242.40 to be specific. So again, it's not like 10 cents, 5 cents. It's over $1. So at this point, the next thing we should do is compare yesterday. So Monday compared to last week Monday compared to this Monday was really flat. But then I remember something. Wait 1 second. This was Monday over here. So then Tuesday last time was a gap up, and then you continue to run up all day. How many dollars? $6 last Tuesday. So if Tuesday is anywhere near potentially the same trend, $6, right? Yeah, $6 gap up. $6 gap up from these lows would be 648. So we're gonna use this chart to compare it. We're gonna use the King's Point chart for that. Now for this chart, what is going on here? This is another range chart. We're using the EMAs. This is August 1st to August 31st. That was the first range. This is what you did to the top. So that means if you fall down here, the market's going to want to fall down to here now, using the equal reaction. So the market could fall down to 614, $1 above 613, if we start collapsing out the sky here. So again, we're just preparing for any single type of trend. Doesn't really matter what the market does. We're just making sure everything is dotted and plotted for the downside, because we already have the upside. So because we know the upside idea is a good idea, you might as well, the first thing you do whenever I get into a trade is make sure I go over all my different ideas in terms of downside. Or let's just say if I'm getting a put, at that point, I drop everything I'm doing and I just solely focus on the opposite direction. And the reason why you want to do this is because if you could buy into something and then focus on the opposite direction, you'll be able to actually, specify all the, most important points where the market needs to run up to Because think about it. If I'm trying to buy a put, am I going to buy a put at any random area? No, it's going to be planned. So in terms of when you buy a put, you have various areas, such as like right here in the middle of the zones. And then you have your major one right here at the top. Now, because you already hit the yellow the next day, of course, you would sell out of any type of 5-day puts you had yesterday. And then you would switch into the calls because you're trying to at least play for the quarter point, midpoint, other quarter point, and then purple. So yeah, right now it's pretty nice. Let me check this right here. So as everybody could see, when the market ran up this morning, from down here, you went from quarter point to yellow. Next up, halfway point, which is the green area right here. By that time, our options should be up a really good amount, and we could sell. Usually, that's where I pretty much sell when I'm playing with the zones, like back and forth. So like if I get a 5-day put at the purple, I'll just sell at the quarter point or halfway point. It tends to be the safest. So yes, for those of you who have options, call options specifically, when you hit 643.21, that is your first stop loss. Your next stop loss is going to be at 643.86 if this continues to head up here. And once you hit the middle point, which is 643.86, we're probably going to get some puts here, like really cheap for insurance. Just get a $6 put just to lock it in. And then we're going to do the same thing at the top, but this time we're going to go like $20, $30. So that's how we're going to play the upside. We're playing 5-day calls on the yellow, which is, you know, what the rules state on the left side. Specifically right here, everybody. Make sure you look at this note. So whenever you're trading 5 to 20 days out, it's yellow to purple. It's yellow or purple, right? So it could be yellow to purple or purple to yellow. Either or, vice versa. First 5 minutes, which is what we did. And then you can buy one, you know, midday, which is still not the time. I mean, it's kind of actually midday now, some days. So as you can see, we're still stuck at the same location. And then for the last 5 minutes of every day, that's your last point to average down on these type of plays. As you could tell with the averaging down. I even specify it at the bottom. Whenever you're trying to average down, you can always average down 2 times on day 1, because day 1 tends to be the aggressive day where we buy something for, let's just say 180, it drops to $60. So then now we had to buy another 2 more. We drop that average down from 180 straight down to 120, $90. And then all you need now is day 2 to continue your set direction and work out in your favor. Now, if day 2 does not work out in your favor, you're just going to average down 1 time. Because day 2, you need to acknowledge whether or not the weekly trend is working out still. So then for day 3, which is usually the last time you're going to hold your 5-day contract, is 3 days. That's the most. 4 and 5, you kind of don't want to hold it unless you're expecting those contracts to go profitable on that day. Just using the past weekly ranges or the trends. You know, just wait for the technicals to tell you. And then like I clearly say right here, never wait for the last day in order to sell. As you could tell, we do that here plenty of times. We did that last week 2 times in a row, and the last day that we were trying to sell it, contracts went up 500% on both weeklies. So both times we went up 500% when we played the puts first, and then when we played the calls. So now we're simply playing the calls again because, again, of course, you fell out the sky yesterday, and Friday you started the downtrend. Yesterday you continued it. Today you're probably going to be switching in between that downtrend into another uptrend. So yeah, that's how you would go about following this right here. All right, let's put this back to a smaller font. Let's put this over here. Excellent. I'm liking what I'm seeing, everybody. Okay, we had a nice little downtrend there. You fell right back down on top of the golden zone. This time you hit the bottom perfectly. Now you're running up again. So as you can tell, these yellow zones, they really are buying points. Can I describe to you what mechanism allows the market to get bought up at that level? Not really. All I do know is the pattern that it created when we made these zones. It was the same idea. By the way, this video is on my YouTube. So for those of you who need some guidance here, the first thing you should do is look at that supply and demand zone video that I have on YouTube, because it's probably one of the greatest videos you'll ever watch. Even if you can't make the zones from that same time period, all you have to do is just start from wherever you're currently at and just listen to every single word that I say, because all the ideas and the rules, they're very important in that YouTube video. Remember, I only have 6 videos posted on my channel. I barely have any videos, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. It's called Supply and Demand Zones. We have a part 1 and then a part 2. Part 1 is how you make it. Part 2 is some of the upgrades, as well as how you could basically turn a $100 account to $1,000 within every week. So since $100 became too easy in terms of, flipping it, we started only using the $15 accounts, $15, $20 accounts, because again, if I'm at $100 and I take that to, let's just say, 2,000, and generally the group that we're using to teach is, let's just say, at 3, 4, 500, of course, it's going to, start to affect them. They're not going to be able to keep up with the trades as well as keep growing their account at the same speed. So that's also another reason why we do so many challenges, just so everybody can understand. It's to make sure that every single person has an opportunity, no matter how many times they mess up. So again, we got $11 trade. That went up 50% here. Not bad at all, honestly, for a first trade. And then the other SPY trade, the 8-day call, went up as well. We're still looking for more gains, though. We want something a little bit more in terms of profit. And then if we just collapse out the sky, we'll just average down all the way down here and continue to play the downside. So that's the full playbook. Once again, everybody. Remember, the reason why we're specifically looking at calls 8 days out, this is the most important reason, is because the SPY has been running up this much. As you can see, you've been launching into the sky. But it's going to be kind of funny for September, because remember, September is usually the worst month out of like all the trading months. Like September and May is the worst. So if we want to have some sharp downtrends, we finally might start getting it. And I'm very excited because of those weekly puts and monthly puts that we're going to start buying for December. We already have some for December. But again, we're going to continue to buy more SPY puts for 613, 620. I'm going to be posting a little updated list of all the options that we're holding for December. So I'll be doing that today, in case anybody needs to look at it anytime soon. Yep, let's go take a look at Tesla. Perfect timing, actually. And then we'll go back to SPY. All right, so perfect. For Tesla, I think we're at the top. Yeah, perfectly. All right, so let's go ahead and look at these options here, and let's average down. And then we're also going to look at another option for 330. 330 costs 125. Let's see where 330 at. 336. Where's how much is 336? 336 costs 260. And then for 10 days out, how much do these cost? All right. So I'll be posting some new stuff in the chat for Tesla. Just let me fix up the rest of the SPY stuff. I think we're almost done with it. What else do we have to do here? That's pretty much it for here. What I could do is I could do this. Excellent. And just in case you go lower. So it's exactly copying the left side. You have both directions, up and down. Plus you have the horizontal field all nicely dotted and plotted. That's everything I think we need to do here. You have 7 to 13 range, which was a very important range. And then you have the 31st to the 1st, which was very important as well. And then you have the 1st all the way to the 15th, which is the one we're currently stuck in. So that's this one here, 1st to the 15th. And in this box, let me go here. Oh. Don't do that. I felt like Homer right there. You ever watch Homer Simpson? When he's like, no, is that Bart? Wait, never mind. Yeah, it's when he's strangling Bart. Alright, let me see. 15th to the 20th. 15th to the 20th. Sorry, I don't have the YouTube chat right now up, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up right now. I just want to make sure all the charts are perfect, so I can start uploading 50, 60 different names at the same time. It's just SPYs is the most important thing, so I just got to make sure it looks good first. Okay, so this is, that range is done right here. Let's actually rename this with the orange colors. 15 to the 20th box. Okay. Alright. That's the older one. That's the older one. So this is afterwards. And then this is the 15th to the 13th. Yep. Which is going to lead you to perfectly to 639 again. In terms of downside, that is. Remember, everybody, we averaged down on the Tesla put for 100 and not 100 for 310. Imagine 110. That would be so far away. So again, we averaged down on the Tesla put for 310 for this Friday. We're just trading short trends for now until these companies go up into some nice areas where we could trade longer, like 30 days and 60 days. There we go, Danny. Some nice puts right there. I'm thinking about buying another more expensive one, honestly, for Tesla, like $100. See if we could sell it for like $400 or $500. And then we could possibly see Tesla hit, I'm thinking like 330 again. So if we go down that low, we'll be able to sell these options for like 150, 160 on Tesla. So again, those options were just at $28 when we averaged down. You just bounced up to 40 right there. Fantastic call out, Louis. Damn, you called it out for us. Damn. It's all good. Next time. That was a really good idea right there. Yeah, you're literally ripping up like 15% instantly. Yeah, now we're positive on the day already. Okay, so the next time to average down for this Tesla contract is gonna be around $8 to like $5. So I'm gonna wait for another drop on or another run up on Tesla, and then we could average down one more time maybe tomorrow, and then by Friday we should get the move. Is what I'm thinking. By Friday. For SPY, we should get the move within 2 days. So we should be able to sell out of these 548s within 2 days. That's the idea. So as long as we could do that, the next thing we're going to do is actually see what contracts went up the most. Whether it's the 3 days, whether it's the 4 days. We're going to scan through everything, see what we could have paid. We obviously know we paid for a decent contract. We obviously know we're in range. In fact, we're at the perfect range. So now it's just a matter of averaging down properly tomorrow and the next day. And then seeing if by, day number 3, by Friday, we most likely will sell the SPY call. And then we'll probably just buy another one going into next week. Like 2 weeks out, you could say. All right. So yeah, Louis, you might get another opportunity here very shortly. Tesla's still literally stuck within such a tight range. Explosive moves should be happening around here, though. So if anything, this is just going to open up opportunities for us to play a nice little uptrend here. As you all can see, SPY's still holding on the golden zone that we talked about a couple minutes ago. So far, all the trading styles are working in their own separate fashion. This is one of the things that I love about the styles here. It makes it actually kind of a little bit more fun. Because you obviously could tell that if you combine them, you get a stronger entry. So then your head starts, spinning and thinking about all the possibilities, really. It's kind of fun. So in terms of this chart here, this should be, yeah, this chart. This is chart number 2, right? Yeah. And for chart number 2, let me go on the 4 hour instead of that one. Yeah, that should look better. Actually, you know what's crazy? Let me check this account real quick. Wait, did I just move that? Alright, good. I'm pretty sure if I go here, login page not found. Oh god, what? Remember, this is what SPY's doing short term. You filled that first gap from today. So again, you already completed the first main. Uh-oh. I think the internet's going dark again. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have a problem. There we go. I just had to close some stuff here. I just have way too many things running. That's all it is. As you can tell, with the amount of tabs I have open. We should probably close some of these. Economic data, we don't need that right now. We obviously went over that already. Fed pivot. Oh, that was the movie we went over. China is trying to steal ASML. I forgot about that. Okay, what else can we close here? I think we pretty much closed everything, honestly. I could close this one too. We're not using any of these other browsers. Okay, so what I wanted to show you here was this chart, not this one, which means it's probably this one here. Wait, it's not this account, nor this account, which means it has to be this account. There you go. There it is. Let's go to SPY. And with this chart right here, this is one of the crucial charts that we had when we were timing, you know, all those downtrends in December here. We basically just used this perfectly. As you all could tell, in terms of the weekly trends, you need to hit this area right here, which is 613. On all my charts, every single one of them, if you break out, they all stated that you need to at least come right back down straight to here. So major target below 631 puts in 593. Yep. And I think that's the only major target I had, just these two. So we do also have to fix this chart as well. So and just because it looks so messy right now, I kind of want to go through it all. So I'm not going to do it right now, but I think on this chart, everything is a little bit more organized. So in terms of how I keep predicting these ideas with Tesla, what causes me to buy into these options, it's very simple, everybody. In terms of your weekly ranges, your bigger ranges, when Tesla fell out the sky from 400, it hit the midpoint. When it ran up, it hit the 1/4 point. When it fell down, it hit the midpoint. That's where we bought last time. You then shot straight up to the top. We sold it, bought puts, fell right back down to the 1/4 point. We thought you were going to do the same thing up here. So we bought calls, sold it right before it hit the top. Because again, we thought you were going to do the same thing as down here, which is not hit the important line, right? But you did hit it. So this automatically now starts showing bullishness. So again, then you fell out the sky. You hit the midpoint, ran up to the same point, hit the wedge, listened to it, and you got retracted right back into that same range again. Now, the one thing I want you to pay attention to is the fact that you created a nice little wedge here. So what's going to happen is two things. Currently, you're at the first King's Point level, which is the pink circle. The next important level for Tesla is going to be 379. So once we get above 353, 352, we're going to continue to play calls to that next circle. And then we're going to continue to buy puts. Since this is a put area, in terms of where we're at right now, this is the reason why we're buying puts, of course, right? And we want to see this drop right back down to basically right about here. So as long as you break through that wedge, you're going to see us collapse out the sky and potentially hit 275 again. If not, right back down here at 247. So these blue circles right here are my targets in order for me to buy some monthly calls. So in case anybody else is wondering why we're focusing on the puts here, is because the last area was this blue circle, which of course you already held at 320. So now you're at the top. Now you're hitting this pink circle. So I want to see you get back into the zone, fall through it, potentially hit somewhere down here. And after you only do that, am I expecting you to start, what's it called, to start shooting up into the new highs? You're supposed to run into 460 or 390, 380, right around here. But just in case it doesn't want to hit that specific level, we have all the other levels pretty much in between. So yes, this is your bigger picture for Tesla. So just make sure you don't put too much capital into these trades. Only put in a little bit. It's not time to use a lot of capital, of course, unless you hit the midpoint or you're up here at the 1/8 point. For Nvidia, same exact concept, as you all could tell. The Nvidia charts, when you fell down the other day, you hit the 1/2 point. Now you're at the 1/4 point. These are like kind of like your monthlies, and then I overlaid it on top of the yearly. It takes you about an hour. So if you watch my videos on these classes, it'll take you about 30 minutes to an hour to complete them for each stock. And I go through pretty much every single one of them independently. So like for instance, when I did the NVIDIA chart, I did it on January 23rd at 11 p.m. So all you had to do is go to the classes, search up NVIDIA on the Discord, and the classes are going to pop up, and then just watch that one, right? So it takes you about 30 minutes to an hour to do each one, and then this is the bigger one. This one goes all the way up to 306, and I'm expecting it's going to last probably till, I'm not too sure, maybe like 2040, 2030. What did I write here? 2060. So these charts are not going to need to be touched until 2060. So I never ever need to touch a single chart for NVIDIA. All my buys are listed, all my sells are listed. I just had to fix the ones above 200, and then pretty much that's going to be done. I only did the middle because, you know, I'm a little lazy, and we don't really need the other ones just yet, you could say. So yeah, that's what it looks like to have a completed chart, and this is what every single stock must look like. And remember, this is a random account that I'm showing you. This is not even my main account, but this is just to show you that this is the only way you're going to get really quick with it and be able to understand it to a really good level. So the same thing with Apple. I wanted to check Apple here because I saw somebody talking about it. For Apple, I think you've been stuck in this tiny range for months now. Yeah, ever since April. You hit the 1/2 point. You hit the 1/4 point. Now you're falling from it. So you could hold here and potentially start running up to 243 on Apple. It is launching into the sky here from 190. That's a really good trade right there. So yeah, we'll continue to look at it. Maybe we can grab a little piece of this. I just want to see if it's going to get above 236 here, because it looks like it fell from that perfect golden circle right there. So if this continues to collapse, you might have to wait for this to fall to 202. And then short-term entry, look at this. Let me see if this one was correct. Short-term entry at 212.09 for a 30 to 60 day call. I just didn't say the strike price, so I'm going to give myself an X on that, actually. I'm supposed to say the strike prices. So let's see. The strike price that I would have told you. Let's look at the one above. Put level, call level, and then I have that at the bottom that says 60 to 180 day puts at those levels, which means that right there, I would have only told you to get calls to most likely this strike price here, which is 216. So I would have told you to get like a 216, 218 call. 216-218 call. Actually, I don't need to write call because it says it already at the top. I could put strike right here. Strike. There you go. That's how it should have looked. But as you can all see, I had these charts done in January. And if you guys would like, I could even show you the video in which I created these charts in January on the 25th. So think about this for a moment. I want everybody to pause everything they're doing for just a quick second. This is not to inflate any egos. This is not to be unhumble, of course. This is just to show you the proof is in the pudding. When I made these charts, Apple was basically here. This is the 27th of January, right where that arrow is pointing. After I made these charts and this was done, I want you to note that all the buying points that we have on the screen, they all worked out. So the first one Apple fell into, kind of in between. But again, that's where we made it. So I can expect that because we were just in a random area. Not much was going on, so that's why I had so much time to make these charts. After I had made them though, 248 was a level you ran into perfectly. And then you fell down to here, where you touched the put level, collapsed right back down to the white one, where you held for like a day or two. And in terms of holding, right, You held around $13 right there. So that's a big gain that you would have got, because the strike price is always going to be $1 or $4 out. So by the time, this ran up 13, you're already in the money. And you're most likely going to potentially put a stop loss at 224 because it's clearly something that's, listed on the screen. These charts, like I said, this is the hardest way to write down and draw my trading style. So this is very difficult. It's going to take you, like I said, this one's going to take you about an hour. The other one would take you around 15 minutes. And I'm going to show you how to do it again in a couple seconds here. And after we go through that, I think we should be good enough with all the information for today. We looked at plenty of stocks after we're done with all these, of course. And we're just going to keep continuing to look at SPY and plan for it. So in terms of Apple, the drawing that I have here wants you to get above 232, 236. And then we're going to continue to play to a new high. Play puts right back down to the quarter point. And then play for us to run up into the 316s. That's basically where SPY is. That's basically where Microsoft is. Amazon still contained, so I'm going to show you Amazon next. But that's pretty much it for Apple. We're not really going to buy nothing until you at least fall down to 212. If you don't fall down to 212 no more, we're just only going to be able to play 5 to like 0-day options from each blue circle to blue circle, which is going to be a little difficult in itself because these are about like $4 in between. So yeah, might be a little harder to do that. But yeah, if anything, we'll make a daily range and a weekly range because this is the monthlies. This is the monthly, and then the bigger one on Apple, which actually looks really good. Looks really simple. Look how nice this looks. Like the colorways and all that stuff. So yeah, that's it for Apple. Google, as you all could tell, you're at King's Point. So right now, you basically fell down to the top. And I want to see if this is going to fall straight down to the next blue circle, which is 180. So yeah, you could fall straight down to 180. It's actually not a bad idea. But if you continue to break out here, you're going to run all the way up to 232. So make sure you remember that. 232 is very important on Google. Amazon. Hello? I think I copied it. I think I was going to do it differently. That's what it was. I had to show you the other chart. I copied it to somewhere else. So we're still good. But for Meta, I forgot we had this Meta chart. You guys know that? I completely forgot about this. So we told everybody a couple days ago we wanted to see Meta run all the way up to 776. Looks like you hit the halfway point. So you could see us launch above this tomorrow. I could definitely see Meta end up right here. Like right about there. Which is 765. So you might start launching up here. Before you consolidate maybe. If not, you're going to run up even higher. And all we want you to do is run up to 780. And that'll be over for that plan. And then we'll start to think about the next trade. We'll write down how we entered into our contracts. What prices we bought them at. What prices we could have bought them at for a cheaper amount, maybe more quantities. For BABA, we're still holding our entry all the way down here where that arrow is at. We bought this at 112 though. Where's 112? Yeah, so right around here is where we bought it. Right around there. And currently you're at 124. So when BABA runs up to 180, that's when we're going to sell it. Just because you keep continuously breaking out of this line here. No matter how many lines I create, whether it was from over here, right? All the way since December of 2022, you just kept breaking out. So now it's becoming a lot more of a wider trend. Oh, what just happened? So all we're looking for is you to touch that line and break out of it. And that's it, pretty much. You're like right beneath it right now. Knocking on the front door. So in terms of Unity, again, we averaged down on Unity yesterday. We're looking for it to drop straight right back down to the 1/4 point, which is this one right here, the one it missed last time. In terms of where you ran up, you pretty much hit the same exact point, but to the opposite direction. As you can see, if you put this right here, in terms of where you fell down on the 1/8 point, kind of more towards the 1/4 point, honestly. So you kind of ran towards here. So you kind of did a little bit of a shorter range. But then again, if this is running up here, tomorrow you might fulfill that. And then we could fall right back down to 38. And by the time we fall to 38, these contracts expire, I think, in September. Let me double check. I think they expire in September. For Unity, they expire in, yeah, September. So we still have plenty of time for Unity. And again, my strike price is 27. All I want Unity to do is hit 33 first. Then I want to see if it's going to bounce. Or I'm then going to buy another one again here. So that's the reason why I'm not buying another put down here. Because I already got one up here, which is higher than it, which is perfect. So now if it falls aside of it, I can expect this to hold right around here. And then run up to the top, where I can average down again. And then we could play for the final drop. So this is how you want to be looking at all your weekly and monthly trades, is with the bigger charts, right? Just overlaid on top. SMCI, we're still waiting for this thing to fall down. A little bit more room to go between 38, and then we can start entering into some calls. In terms of where we want to play calls to, I'll show you right now. Let me go ahead and copy this line real quick. So in terms of buying calls on SMCI, you would play calls from 38 to around 56, 53. Probably 53 to play it safe. So basically from here to here. Just zone to zone. Now, of course, what could happen is we buy it here. Market falls down to here. Holds here. Consolidates a couple days here. Holds down here. Hits this. And then it starts launching up. But in the act of you launching up, where we're going to average down here, we're going to be getting puts at these locations so that you can fall down for just a little bit. And then we'll continue to play 0-day calls going in the other direction. So it's kind of like, imagine this. You buy a weekly call because you know the direction is potentially going to now pick up. Just due to you being so oversold. So because of that, you're just looking for certain locations to be hit. Because this one went higher, which means this one's lower. Which means the next time you run into this box, it might be right here, which is 53. That would be like the shorter end. So this would be like a sooner trend that can happen. Something like that. From like here. It's like somewhere right there. If that does happen, you're most likely going to fall faster. So that's also what I'm referring to as well. And this is on SMCI. So if the trend happens faster, right? In theory, what occurs is, in terms of momentum, is you get a quick shift. So options that are, let's just say 3 weeks out, 2 weeks out. Like let's say if I'm trying to buy a 2-week out contract. First thing you want to do is look at the past 3 weeks and look at the history of the stock price. See what range the SPY had or what range the SMCI had. And only once you do that can you actually see how, in terms of a range, down here is basically the best area to buy. Until you hit it, the market might not change directions. So it wants to do something inside of here before it does change directions clearly, because it fell perfectly from this point after you hit the middle of this point. So you might just hit the top now. So that's where we're going to start buying any type of calls. And the first strike price again is 53. Then we'll play for 69. And then we'll play for a new high, which potentially might be all the way up here at 85. If not, you're running straight towards 108. So I'll put all the circles. I think I have all the circles already. Yeah, I have all the circles done. There's no need for me to actually. Do I have the other circles too? Let me see something. Oh, I have. Wow, I have a lot of them. Yeah, so we're not gonna do any work here. This is already done. So as you all could tell, look at how perfect this was. When you hit this level here, for some reason, you always fall out the sky, which is 61. 60 to 180 day puts. And if you look at the chart, every single time that the SPY consolidated around here, you could say like around the bottom here, it just launched right back up to this midpoint. So now the one thing I'm trying to pay attention to is if it keeps doing that and the approach is getting lower like this, it might just be due to the fact that, as you can see at the bottom, there's a really nice wedge that's being created, which is this right here. You have a nice wedge right there. And you have one more because of the new lows. But we're going to use a previous low. We're not going to use anything new. You don't want to use new data because new data is not going to tell you nothing. Old data and using lines to hit older points instead of focusing on the current point, just focusing on points that's near, allows you to actually psychologically switch your shoes, you could say. And you could see the greater directions while also, you know, pointing out the smaller trends because you see the consistent patterns. Like, for instance, me just focusing on this low and this low, the first two lows. Let's just say if I make a line at the top here for whatever reason. Of course, the first thing I do is focus on this high, which almost matches up perfectly with the distance with that yellow line, which is kind of funny. And then we could do this high and that high. So as you can see in terms of where SMCI is right now, there's a very important point right here at 49 when it creates that little cross section between both of the wedges. And it's kind of funny because that's also the midpoint between the blue and the blue. It's right around here, right? You can say that yellow line and like the top point. That's specifically why we're looking at these areas and why I have these lines drawn here. It's because I'm looking for you to specifically only hit this quarter point, fill most of the gap, because that's exactly what you did down here. Hit the quarter point, you didn't hit the blue one. So now if we get calls, we could probably just wait for this to start filling the gap, get above this X, and then potentially just start with the downside. I kind of just want to watch SMCI because I'd rather just buy it down here instead of just buying it somewhere in here. This is definitely a better buying point. So that's just SMCI in terms of intel. Looks like you're properly following our idea. This is something we drew over here in July. We wanted the intel to fall down, which it fell down way lower than where we wanted. First question you might have is, why would I specifically pick that area right there? Is because, as you can see, there's a line here. This stems from that low to that low. If I bring this up like this, what you'll start to see is kind of like a weird little pattern where the second it hits this line, it starts to bounce up much higher. So if we're going to buy calls on Intel, it's only going to be at around 2220, 2240. Right down here. Because remember, every single play that we had on Intel the last month, last 2 months, pretty much ever since the beginning we've ever traded it, we've never had a loss yet on this. Like, at all. Quote me if I'm wrong. You could search the Discord if anything. But in terms of the whole entire time we've traded this, there's not one memorable loss at all. So what I'm thinking is, let's keep it that way. Let's not add any losses. Now we actually have to play this smart every single time instead of just jumping into something and willing to average down. I want every single entry to mean basically the perfect entry, you know? Because then we won't have to average down ever. And I'd rather, you know, do that. Hawaiian Electric. Oh, no. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. We might have a problem. The Hawaiian company is now starting to spark up again. So, again, we've been waiting for this to start showing some momentum to the upside. And now that we're getting that, I think the first thing we're going to do here is create this new line for that new wedge. You clearly broke that already. So let's just keep it like that for now. And then what we can do is put this here. And then, oh yeah, we already have a line there. That's perfect. Okay, so we have a whole entire set of lines here. Just looking at all the structure points in terms of the recent price action. Just doing it diagonally, right? I think we should also create a point here. Because remember, there's a blue circle here. This is King's Point. The next one is going to be right up here. And then we can copy these two and put it right up here. That's going to be the next two. And then the last two for now are just going to be right up here. So it's at $12. It was just at around $10. And the low was $9. I think we started charting this around... Honestly, I think this was January I started looking at this. Like January, February, somewhere around there. I could be wrong, though. It might have been a little bit after. Really good potential here. So in case you guys want to add this to your watch list, remember, this fell out the sky because of that fire in Hawaii. However, obviously, that's massively, you know, falling out the sky there, pretty much erasing all your value ever since IPO, which is wild. That's 1968, everybody. You erased everything since 1968. Just because of a fire. So in my opinion, I think over time, they're going to start gaining their dominance again. Of course, we got to do more research on the latest news, but my first goal is to see this resume this other uptrend that it was following for a couple years, as you could tell. This is the strongest uptrend that I probably have ever seen, according to a certain stock. I don't think I've ever seen something stronger than this for that many years on end. Besides like the SPY, you could say. But this is kind of funny because this is exactly what I'm thinking the SPY is going to look like within 2 years. Might be crazy to say that, but that's exactly what I think the SPY is going to do. It's going to crater to the 2022 lows, and you're going to erase pretty much like 60% of 70% of value in the whole entire market. And you falling out the sky this year kind of adds to it. So now that this has already collapsed, you lost all the value, the horror show is over, right? Everybody's no longer screaming. So at this point, we kind of want to see if this stock is just going to start ripping to these next levels, because then we'll just start playing some 0-day options or like some weeklies, like 17 days out, like how we do with Intel, because they're so cheap. So it's kind of like perfect. Then we have Nike. As you all could tell, we told everybody right down here at 53, thanks to Danny. Danny was eyeing some of the tariff plays, and he pointed out Nike being at the low. So we told everybody we're going to buy here at 53, and if it continues to fall, we'll buy it again at 36. For now, we're just going to play for this to run up to the February high, and as you all could tell, you already completed that. So this was a proper tariff play in terms of a reversal. That damn syllable. And now, since we're at these peaks here, and you already fell to the bottom, I kind of want to see if you're just going to either collapse right back down to the halfway point, which is 60s, or we can then buy again. If not, we're just going to keep holding this for this to run right back up into the 90s and 100s. Remember, this affects consumers. This doesn't affect the actual companies. That's why when the tariff stuff came out, it was just literally pointless to play the downside on all these companies, because they're the ones who are going to be making more money off of U.S. citizens, right? Because U.S. citizens just simply had to pay more for the same thing. But again, that's not affecting the companies. So, in fact, it's making the companies potentially even make more money. Because imagine this. Don't you all think the tariff stuff is done? Correct, right? But what if you go to most of these stores? I'm not too sure how they are. I don't really go outside, as you could tell. I don't really go shopping. So I can't actually say this, but I wonder if, let me say it like that. That would be more accurate and more truthful. I wonder if stores right now are still trying to charge higher prices because of tariffs. I wonder if that's the case. Because if that's the case, remember, stare at this for the next 3-4 years, and just because of that, it might lag and cause this company to make so much more money than it was expected. It might just be right back at the highs. I used to sneaker resell, by the way. I don't know if I told everybody that. Before I started trading stocks, I used to... It was pretty fun, honestly, but it was the most stressful thing in the world. It was more stressful than stocks. And with sneaker reselling, it's kind of funny, but if you buy a sneaker for like $200 and you sell it the same day it comes out, you can claim like an extra 30%, like an extra 15-30%. If you wait a day after, the prices are pretty much just gone. They're right back at a normal price. They kind of like normalize a little bit. And then a couple months later, a couple years later, they'll go right back up, right? When I used to buy most of these sneakers, 90% of these sneakers, I was putting around $200 to $300 into each sneaker. If it was like a cheaper pair, obviously, I was buying something for like $200, $210. And I would just sell it for like $230, $220, $215. And it got to a point where I was just like, all right, what in the world am I doing here? And I started throwing that money into the options. So I kind of wish I was trading Nike around that time as well. Because if I was trading Nike, I probably could have caught the downtrend, because while I was selling sneakers, I realized the market was becoming more and more, stagnant. Like the amount of sneakers that were fake were increasing, so much that like 60-70% of all the sneakers on StockX, if you've ever tried to buy something from there, probably even more now, but it's like 60%, 70%, right around here, we were getting reports that they were all fake. They're just really good fakes. Like really good fakes, like made in the same factory type of thing. So around that time, I just stopped selling sneakers. And yeah, this is around the same time I started like options trading with this stuff. But now, yeah, look at this drop out the sky. Just from that 180 peak, you fell straight down to $80, which is a little bit more than half, right? Like 110, yeah. A little bit over half the halfway point. So then you hit the halfway point when you bounced up. You hit the quarter point. Remember, these levels here, in terms of these lines, they're all made from the lows. So that's why we're specifically looking at this area for it being... You could sell off here, honestly. We might have to get puts here. The more I look at this, the more I think it looks like a good idea just to get insurance. Because we could still hold these options for like another year. Till March 2026. So I want to at least see if we could sell them at 96. Because at that point, options should be up 1,000%. I have to double check. Aside from Nike, let's go back into our other charts now, like SPY. Let's see what SPY is doing here. Nobody says something about SPY, so I'm assuming SPY is acting real nice here. There we go, SPY. Right on time. You better make sure my other option goes up as well. You know that, right? I think it's at $10. It was at 50%. I want to sell it for 1,000%. Come on. You could do it, SPY. Did we finish writing all the notes? By the way, Louis, I might buy another Tesla one if it falls down here. Let me know if you buy another Tesla one for like $20. I might buy another one with you. Instead of buying something more expensive, we could just use a cheap amount of capital now. What else can we do here? The Moo play is down 40% now. So now that one's down to $10. It was at, I think, like $30 earlier. No, not 30. Was it? Like 20, 28? Something like that? 26? DJT is still running up here. The SPY call that we got for 8 days out is now up 10%. Just from that little run up right there. So that's not bad. By the time we get to these next levels, which is going to be 645 again, I'm assuming this option, since it's a 648, how much dollars of a change is that? That's $2. All right, so in terms of a change, what I'm thinking about is that's going to be, so this option is at $200 right now. We bought it for 180, 170. It's at 200. 1, 2. So yeah, this is going to be at 280 soon, potentially, if you run up to 245. And then if you fall down to 240, let's just say you fall down $3 out the sky, like straight down, right? The next thing you're going to be looking for is these prices to be around 1, 2, 3. So it should be around $100, which is still not good enough to average down. So we technically need this market to fall down to 6. Yeah, so that's perfect, actually. I think when we average down here, if the market falls out the sky again, just like last week, these should actually work perfectly. And then we're going to play some 0-day puts once you start showing some downside confirmation. That's basically what we're waiting for, in case anybody's waiting to play some puts. Just waiting for downside confirmation. You are hitting some nice put levels here as we speak, though. Like the 643 level. 643.54. You're like right beneath it. 10 cents beneath it. You could get a put here for you to fall right back down again. Just be very careful. Only spend like $10, $15. The red wire call is still up. Red wire shares are now right back at the price we bought them at. Can I average down on that SPY call, please? Let me see how much it costs. $9? Yeah, we're not going to be able to average down anytime soon. Unless this just lags out for like the next 2 hours. It looks like you might start breaking out here around 12 o'clock. Afternoon session. Euro market is closed. We could have had some pressure from the Euro market push us downwards. And since there's no more pressure, it's kind of just unleashing itself very slowly. Could be what we're seeing right here. Going into the afternoon. It's all about thinking about theoreticals. What can theoretically happen at this given moment? Just due to common things that occur. The Euro market closing. You getting above 1.5 on the reversal points. Potentially you might hit number 2. If you get above number 2. We used to have a few members that used to play calls going straight up to number 3. And they would just instantly stop out at a very quick price. Sometimes even if it stops out at like the halfway point between 2 and 3, they usually also just stop out. So while it's running up, they literally instantly set their stop losses. And because it's a 0 day, most of the time it's up like 15-20% within a couple seconds. As long as you catch it hovering above the reversal point, not below it. It needs to be above it. So like for instance, you're still below number 2 here. That's why if you look at the chart, there's like a red line to the left. That's supposed to basically show you where the market could fall. So if the market gets red here, everybody, potentially now you're going to fall straight down to here, which is 641.89. It's just going to kill more value pretty much. And then by the end of the day, we'll see if we need to average down on the SPY calls that we bought for 180. That one's the $800 account. So again, we'll have to take it very slow. Very slow, everybody. Alright, so we talked about Redwire. We talked about Snapchat. We talked about Moomoo. We talked about Unity. We talked about DJT. Is there any other stocks you guys want to look at? Let me check the Discord one more time to make sure that I posted everything. So this was the SPY trade. So yeah, that was by an accident right there. I just realized. So this one. Actually, let me check my phone. I think I'm editing it here. Am I? No, I'm not. Okay, so let me just copy this. Why did it just sound like that kid? This is what happens when you just stare at all those videos. Alright, let's save this. This actually belongs here. So let's paste this here. This is actually the 0 day trade. How much did we pay for it? I wonder how much we paid for this. How much did we pay for it? I don't even know how much we paid for that call. Oh, $10. Wait, so that's actually a good price. I had to fix everything again because I told everybody we bought it for 11. So let me fix it before anybody gets confused here. In terms of the SPY 0 day, you're now up 12%. And the 645 call is now up 5%. I want to sell this call for potentially... I'm looking for... around like $20 to $100. So I'm still looking for around like 100% to 1,000% here. I think these contracts could most definitely do it, just due to the fact that yesterday you already hit the top of that trend. Therefore, if you're going to hit it again, you're just going to break through it. Again, this is all theoretical, of course, but with the way we come up with these ideas due to the technicals, it's very robotic. That's the good part. All right, there you go, everybody. You hit 643.54. That's the midpoint now. So at this point, trends are now resetted between today and yesterday. Now there could be a big move. So let's see what's going to happen here. Could just be right back down to the floor where you hit 641.80. And at that point, we're just going to average down on the first calls that we got. Remember, the ones that were up 50%. And then after that, we're going to basically potentially buy something new, like 643 instead, because right now it's 12 o'clock, so we could buy something for 643, 642 if you fall to 641. The next SPY trade, by the way, is going to probably be around $30, so we're going to get a couple contracts at 30. So again, everybody, the next contract, we're going to get a couple. Specifically, probably 3, if not 2 contracts for $30. We might only get 1, 2. If it's $30, we're only going to get 1. Anywhere less than 30, we can get a couple. We just don't want to make sure the market just falls right on top of our head. We're trying to make sure we played this uptrend going into a new high as carefully as possible. All right, so this is all done. This is all done. The SPY trade is all updated as well. Let me see. So this one would be SPY trade number 1. 8-day SPY call. 648 strike. Okay, so now that that's all done, trade number 1. The first thing I think we should do here is go over here. Oh my god, we still didn't fix those trades from Friday. Oh my god. We gotta do a couple things here. It's all good. What date was this? Perfect. Yes. Okay, perfect. So let's go here. Let's click all this. Copy. Let's go straight down to here. Let's go to this trade here. Let's delete that. Okay, the next thing I want to show you is so this is yesterday's trade, but what trade is this? I don't even remember what trade. We got into way too many trades yesterday. All right, we got to organize this, everybody. No more trades right now. Everybody stop trading. Let's organize all these trades real quick. because this is getting out of hand already. By the way, this is usually one of the problems that I always have in terms of posting stuff. It just becomes, that's like my overstimulation, you could say. That's how I get overstimulated. Is when I get a bunch of good trades and now I gotta post them and explain them. Just because I try to write and nitpick so much, I end up wasting like days. So many hours. That's why Siri is so useful, but at the same time, it's like, even if you use Siri, there's so many like errors in terms of you speaking into it. Alright, so history yesterday. Let me see something. So this was yesterday. We bought an option. Oh god damn. What time was this? That's number 1. No, so that one was number 1, the spy call. And then we got Snapchat. 2 Snapchat calls, so that's, let me think. That's, should we call Snapchat? Listen, what do you guys think? Because I'm trying to explain this to stuff, like to this stuff to individuals who are just joining the Discord, do you think it's more helpful if I actually explain the fact that this is different entries, but they're all the same entry? So like for instance, whenever you get a Snapchat play, I'm expecting you to buy something a little far out, 500 days out, just like how I did, and then something really short, like 140 days, like half the time or a quarter of the time, right? And the strike price that you're going to choose because it's 140 days out, because it's closer, is of course a strike price that's much closer. I think we all would agree. However, you can get something that's slightly further as long as it's around the same range. And that's what we're testing right now for some of these long-term plays. Like for instance, Intel, we've noticed that the short-term plays, you make a dramatic amount of money just playing a quarter of the same amount of money with a short-term play than you do with a long-term play. However, the long-term plays still go up 600%, 500%. And that's what happened when you ran up from 19. But it probably was just a situational thing, you know, because you ran down that low. So because you fell down that low, it just picked yourself right back up into the sky, you know. Okay, so reason for the trade. So that was number 1. This was number 2. I think we're just going to call them all different trades, yeah. So that's number 2. That's number 3. That's number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9. So we did 9 trades yesterday. Only 2 of them ended in losses. The rest of them, we're still waiting for them. They're all pretty much break even or slightly beneath break even. We don't have any more dramatic wins right now in terms of just any of our contracts. Which makes sense. I mean, most of these trends are done on Intel and all these other stocks. We kind of just got to wait for just more movement with the SPY. Once we start making a new high, I'm assuming that everything else is going to start waking up a little bit. So yeah, that should be a little fun. So again, we did 9 trades. So that's 1, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the Mumu trade yesterday was trade number 8. And yesterday's date was the 25th. Trade number 8. So we have, yeah, Mumu, there's no insurance, so we could delete all this. No insurance. Trading style is used here. We could keep it like that. Okay, we could, okay, now go here. Control copy. And then let's put this at the top. Just like that. Control V. Then delete this one. Go here. Alright, that looks really good. Oh yeah, we could delete all this here too. And then this one, copy it, delete it, paste it here. these highs and lows into okay, no insurance, and then trading styles used here. Excellent, excellent. It's all dotted and perfectly explained. All right, let's move on to trade number 7 from yesterday now. Trade number 7 was, oh yeah, the SPY trade. So we already talked about that. We released the whole entire summary and a little essay basically describing what we're going to do with that. Remember, if you want to sell your SPY calls for 648 because you believe the market's going to go down to today or tomorrow, just make sure you take some profit. Since I'm up, everybody else should be up just because we bought it around the same time. Okay, so again, we're getting all the stocks ready. So we got Mumu ready. Let me check the Mumu charts. How do the Mumu charts look? Is this something I could post? I'm not too sure I have it all explained yet. Okay, so we got the boxes done at least, but these need to be separated. So these need to be here. You know what I need to do? We need to put this here. These boxes are way too big anyways. Let me see how that looks. That looks perfect. Okay, now these boxes could be all the way over here. Actually, this needs to go before that one. So this is the level that we're mainly waiting for Mumu to fall down to, 179. And we bought these at 192, which is just a tiny little fraction away. We just need some normal consolidation, and this is going to go our way. No problem, right? DJT. When do these options expire? September? I think we might have to get something further for DJT. We're still profitable right now, but I think we should buy something for like 500 days out. Never mind, 500 days out is pretty bad in terms of the pricing. Let me track down all the open interest, but let me finish the Mumu chart first before I start pinballing around everywhere again. I apologize, everybody. This right here, we're going to lower the opacity. Just keep it like that. This right here, we're going to leave it like this, but again, lower the opacity. Just like that. We'll pick up the size of the lines to make it bigger so we can obviously see it. And then what we need to do here is fix this like this. Fix this like that. This right here is the new range. So let me see how I'm going to do this here. So we're going to make it even. So we're going to do this and this. And then we could just simply copy this. So there you go. Actually, let me change this from yellow. Let me change it to orange. I want that one to be yellow specifically so you can see it's a new trend. Which means let me put the midline and turn the midline to yellow as well. And make it smaller. You don't need to have it be that large. That looks perfect right there. So yeah, I think on Moomoo, you're definitely going to fall down to 179 potentially here. It looks like you're already starting to get that negative price action, which is exactly what we want. If we continue to run up here, we're just going to buy another put exactly where these circles are showing you, which is, let me go on the 15 minute. This is a little bit easier for me to explain it. So if you just double this box right on top like this, ladies and gentlemen, like how we normally do it, nothing too different. Sorry, I had to fix that. And then you cut up this box one more time, of course. That's 211, 210. Okay. And then half of that is going to be somewhere around here. Basically right here. And that's pretty much it, everybody. Which is 205, of course, and then 211. So all the points we're going to average down on Moomoo are these points right here. And by average down, of course, I'm sure you all understand that I have a 4-day, 3-day put. So there's really no time to average down on this. Which means if it just runs up to a newer high, that's when I'm going to start buying my yearly plays and monthly plays. The only reason why I'm doing this right now is just because if you look at where Moomoo is in terms of the last high, if you go to the day chart, if you look at it like this, any single time you're near a previous high, this is King's Point. This is one of the primary ways that we trade here. It's a very, very important way of trading because it highlights all the main magnet points. That's all this is. Just an area the market likes to fall from, just due to history. Now, if you get above this area, you can still fall from it. That's why until you get above 210, you still want to play puts. And then anything above 210, we can play calls to 252. So we even have the next level above us. So it's perfect for now, I would say. I'm going to make these boxes a little smaller. For some reason, I noticed that when you make boxes and you fix them up to like a certain way where they have like a little cross section in between, where it's like a little spacing, like right there, like that. What is happening with these? It's like they're breaking. Oh god. I think it's because I'm copying it on a different time frame, so it's just snapping around all weird. Let me see, if I go to the 1 hour, is this going to look weird? Not the new one I did, which is at the top. This one does, though. Okay. Then the next thing we got to do is go here, go here. Put it right to here. Excellent. And then I guess we could put the price labels. I'll probably zoom in and fix it later, just to perfect it. But for now, we just want to highlight all the main points. And then obviously this is where we're buying puts from, is that 190 points. So I'm just going to make this red. And then where we're going to buy calls is pretty much down here at 168. For it to respect the wedge, we'll sell everything out. Continue to play the upside. If it gets below that though, below like 161, we just continue to play downside all the way to at least down here, 131. So we'll buy off at this level right here. I still need to add king's points to this, but we're pretty much still at that level right now, so I think we're good. So now I think this chart is perfect enough for me to actually post it. It's nothing too amazing, of course, but I think everybody can understand what's going on here. I don't like how these middle lines are. Like, yeah, like why does this thickness look so so odd? Kind of gets in the way when you're looking at stuff visually. Perfect. Okay, so now the next thing I want to create here is potentially just a wedge from the bottom to top from the Moomoo's last low. Let's go straight to about right there. And then this is one of the ways I like to trade. I'll just put this at a previous high, make it line up with the top. We can also chop up the middle here, but then again at that point, you know what I'd rather do? I'd rather just erase all of this now and do this instead. But then again, it's not going to look as clean. I mean, it might. You're just going to see it poke out a little bit, I guess, like right here. Wait a second, if I copy this box here, and then I copy it here, it almost perfectly matches with that actually. Okay, excellent. Now the next thing I want to do here is take this zone. Can I color it now? Nah. What if I change it to like green? Yeah, this doesn't really work that way. Let's delete this. Let's delete that. Let's turn off these EMAs for a second. And then what we could do here is something real special. We're taking the previous downtrend and we're copying it straight to the point, which is the current peak. And with this downtrend, using the same range, this will allow us to see what the momentum is like in terms of just the drop. So let's just say it follows this line here. I instantly will now know, going into a higher high, exactly how much this thing is going to fall the next time it wants to fall, just using these two ranges here and going off of each other. Most likely it's probably going to be smaller like that. That's usually what happens, like with the SPY for example. That's what's occurring right now. You had a bigger trend and then now it's having a smaller trend and you're kind of still staying stuck towards the top. Usually that's going to lead you into a giant crash. Now the only problem with the SPY is, in terms of news and events, I think we're still just going to wait for September. Jackson Hole was the complete opposite. Jackson Hole literally made you run up, I should say. So in terms of you falling out the sky, I believe it's going to be due to September. If you get to a new high on the 1st of September, again, just be very careful. Or if it's like at the 31st of, is there 31 days in this month? How much days are in this month? Yeah, 31 days. But then again, the last day is the 29th. So yeah, you could say it's either going to happen on the 29th or the 1st. So we got another 1, 2, 3 days for us to potentially average down into the calls and hop out scot-free with no loss. if the market's going to shut down on September 1st. Remember, we're paying attention to just the stuff that's going to make you want to crash and fall out the sky. For instance, the puts, because we want to be cognizant of the worst thing that can happen in terms of, you know, the option. That way you can always expect the worst thing, right? So you're always prepared technically. Yes, it will make, I guess, people anxious when you consistently talk about the bad stuff. But it's actually psychologically what you need to do in order to keep your head in the game. In all honesty. So for the SPY calls, we're still holding those. We updated the Moo stuff. New 5-day, $5 0-day strike price. I can have this like this. August 25th, because that was yesterday. Trade number, let me see, what number is this? That's 1. That's 2, 3. That's 4, 5. That's trade 6. And then this one, this is trade 7. Okay, so boom, that's yesterday. That's trade number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, number 6. Okay, so this is number 6, which means Moo is actually number 8 or number 7. And then actually, you know what I want to copy? I want to copy it from here. And we could do it once a week now that I think about it. Wait a second, that would be better for you guys because then you guys won't get annoyed. I think that's much better. Alright, so I'm bringing up the YouTube stuff now. Where is everybody going? Where's everybody at? Hello. I'm back. Sorry, I just wanted to complete a lot more work for everybody on the Discord. Everything looks really nice now. Really, really good. I'll be posting it everywhere else in a second. I just wanted to post it for them first, real quick. You said we're in the Discord. Where is the... Oh, where is... My fault. Where is the Discord? So, if you guys would like me to post the link, you can always find it on my YouTube channel, just in case any of the links change. I think it still works, honestly. But let me show you how to do that real quick. We'll just use this chart. We'll go here. Go to YouTube. Alright. So if you click the top right here, this is pretty much all my links. So if you want to follow the Moo community, it's right down here. And then pretty much silo trades on Twitch, Patreon, and then Twitter. Same stuff if you want to search it up. And then for the Patreon, this is pretty much what's connected to the Discord. I think this is the only single thing that you can connect to a Discord like as seamlessly as Patreon does. I think they might have other apps that you could do that with. But for some reason, Patreon is tied to Discord. I don't know why they have those connections, but yeah, it just makes things easier. So yeah, you can find it right there. If you want me to post it, just let me know. But usually I don't like posting it. I like, you know, just having people just find it whenever they want to. Right? Alright, so this is trade number, what is this? That's the Moo one. Yeah, okay. Select all, copy, press cancel. And then this one is trade number 5. But let me fix this. We had to post this as well. Actually, you know what? For those trades, I'm not going to post it. I'm just going to post it like this. I'm not going to post the Moomoo community stuff. I'll post that for the Leap trades. Just so there could be some type of tie to things here. Okay. Well, I mean, what options are you? Wait, Jada. Wait. Did you fix the stuff from Patreon so that you could be added on Discord? I had messaged you earlier about that. I'm not too sure if you got around to fix that. Let me see. So if you want, Jada, I could show you on the community chat. If you go to the Patreon, I'll show you. If I try to add you, it does not allow me to add you. So just like I told you yesterday before you traded, because you had losses yesterday and pretty much the day before. Today you just posted you had another loss. So remember, yesterday we talked about it. I think you should just take a pause in terms of the trading until we get some weekly ideas running inside your charts. And then once you have all that stuff on your charts and it's all computerized, then boom, you could pretty much we can go from there, you know. So again, I'll try to see if I can add you now. Okay, so perfect. So I'm not too sure if you sent a message to me to letting me know that you had updated it, but now it sends. So now you could check Discord. All right, let me get back to this here. Yeah, the only thing it says on the Patreon is it just says in Discord. I think you had deleted it. So because you had deleted the message, basically I didn't see it. You can keep your messages. You don't have to delete them. It's all right. Okay, so we're fixing this right here. So this is RDW, which is red wire, right? That's who RDW is. Red wire. Risky. It's not really risky. So let's take this out. How far out are these calls for red wire? These are 144 days. Okay. 143 days now, because it's today. Then we have calls. We paid, let's just say 40. Go is 200-400. Add to dictionary. Add to dictionary. So this is trade number 7 and trade, wait, no, not trade number 7. This is number 6. So this is number 4, 5. Yeah, so this is number 4 and 5. Trade number 4 plus number 5. All right. Actually, I should have posted it separately. Yeah, I should have posted it separately now that I'm thinking about it. Unless, you know what I could do? I could delete that, post that there, and then I'll fix this here. I got an idea, everybody. Oh, wait. Yeah, Discord's not going to let me put a picture there because it's going to make it go in order. Okay, so yeah, I just had to make things go in order. That's okay. That's alrighty. Let me see here. SPY looks really good right now. Currently, you're stuck at 1.5. So I still want to see if you're going to fall down to number 1, which is 642. If not 641, and then we could definitely get some really nice calls down there. Remember, we're waiting for the market to do a bigger range so we could put more money down. For now, we just got something 8-day because you being at a certain location and you opening up at a certain location was exactly what we thought yesterday. That's why we told everybody we're not going to buy a 5-day yet unless you open up next to 641 tomorrow. So we simply just followed along with our plan from yesterday, and that was pretty much it. 641 right back up to 643. So that's already done right now. You could fall down from 643 right back down to 641, which would be the same move like yesterday, like literally the same amount, and then you could fall out the sky again potentially. So that's why we had to average down on those plays that we cost. That costed us 180. That's the only time we might have to average down on those. Is if today continues to just be red and fall out the sky again, because then tomorrow is going to consolidate again. If you're green, you have less of an opportunity to consolidate tomorrow, depending on how sharp it is today. There's various different types of trends that could unravel, of course, and all we're trying to do is just make sure we can point out, the easiest ones and then the most extreme ones, because then everything else in the middle is kind of, added to the table as well in terms of what we could see and what we can't see, where we could buy and where we can't buy. It just makes it a little bit easier to explain. And honestly, to follow day by day. Because I'm sure you're going to understand that the stuff from yesterday is the same exact thing that we're looking at pretty much today. In terms of CS zones, right? When you ran above the zone, you fell right back down to the orange. And then currently, you're just creating another CS zone towards the top. You're just hovering above it right now, which is right next to the put entry, right? I think that was the first one we had today. Do I need water or something? Why the hell do I keep stuttering? Yeah, it's just gonna be tight. Maybe it's because I'm sitting oddly in this chair. I'm telling myself, I'm like, do it again. Do it again. You won't do it. You said, which SPY did I buy? I'll try to see if I could post the link inside the YouTube chat so you could go on the Moomoo, and then you could see everything that's posted on the Moomoo. That's like the only way I could really converse with you guys, like having like a little chat room. I wish YouTube had their own chat room that was easier for me to create, but they don't really have that. That's actually a good idea for them to implement. $1 million idea right there. So you said, what's the difference between Prodigy and the Market Mastery tier? In terms of those tiers, it's just simply teachers. So whenever I have somebody that's at a certain level, they are now able to then go to the Market Mastery tier. Not straight off the bat. I don't want any single person to ever do that, ever. So you had to go through the tier system one by one, just so I can actually see that you're somebody who could potentially teach, the community. I think it's fair. Got to run you by me. If everything checks out, you have all the ideas, all the charts are done, all the trading styles are on your screen. You have notes that you can explain to people. We've ran through a few experiments where you explain to me how you would teach me as if I know nothing. And then I would literally have somebody within a few meetings that you could teach, just one person. And as long as you could portray and display all the different techniques and ideas in a manner that they understand, just one person, that's all it takes, then I would say yes, you can now move up to the next tier. Now, what's the purpose of the tier, right? Well, it's obvious. You're going to be paying $1,000 a month to be a teacher. And the reason why is because I want this to be an environment where we create and curate the best teachers in the world, honestly. Only the people who are meant to be teachers and really want to be teachers and really want to help people, they're going to be willing to sacrifice and do that. Now, of course, you're not just sacrificing because the $1,000 is a lot of money and I don't want anybody to spend that on me. You could just watch me for free. I don't really care. I only want to really have that there because now I have a reason to give you even bigger trades compared to just the regular Discord, which is just $200. And in terms of trades, I'm referring to $5,000, $15,000, $20,000 trades. For now, you know, because the Discord's so small in terms of the capital that everybody's using, we're just messing with small plays. So in terms of the teacher will be getting the biggest trades, basically. They will be getting basically my trades. That's how I'm going to operate with them. And it's kind of crazy because I know $1,000 is a lot of money. I know. Trust me, I know. But it's supposed to be that way because, listen, if you can't make that money, if you can't make at least $10,000, $20,000 at the end of the month, you shouldn't be paying 10% or 20%, let alone 50% of your whole entire monthly revenue. So it's going to force people to cancel their membership after maybe just a month or two. Because maybe they just realize that they do not want to be charged $1,000 the next month. This is not what they want to do. They don't want to be a teacher. They couldn't handle the heat. And I understand. I completely understand. That's why I don't really force people to pick that tier at all. I don't even want you to think about it. But the $200 tier is obviously the one that's closest to it. So there's that. And then obviously we have the other Discord where there's no classes, there's no voice channel, and that one's just $50. That's like the smallest, you know, bottom of the barrel type of thing. However, I think something's going on with that Discord where, let me check it right now because I have it on this account. I don't think it's working right now. Like, it's not linking the Discord to the Patreon, so, because I think we had 2 people that joined it at $50. But remember, these trades is only going to be 1 trade a week. No voice channel, no classes, no explanations. So this is kind of for the people who just want to join a Discord just to get easy trades and they don't want to hear my voice, pretty much. We have a few people that might want to do that. So I opened up all playing fields for every single type of person that might join up and see the live streams. If you want to, trust me, if you want to be a teacher, I think you understand how fired up I will be. Because I never had somebody do that yet. So of course, once the first teacher is on board, it's going to be a lot quicker and a lot easier for me to have multiple people learn the market at the same time. Because then from 1 teacher, it's going to go to 2, then to 4, and then it's going to max out at 10 because at 10, in terms of the Discord profit, that's going to be around $10,000 in terms of how much the people, in terms of the teachers are giving me. And at that point, in terms of our audience, it needs to be over maybe around like 200 people, 500 people. So the only way I will actually open more tiers, because 1 teacher is going to take care of 20 students, is my idea. They're going to be doing one-on-ones every single day. Pretty much that same person will have 4 one-on-ones a month. That's how I do it. So whenever I speak to people, usually if you look at the rules on the Discord, as well as the Patreon message, it says 4 one-on-ones the first month, 1 a week, just so I can make sure that you're steadily progressing. However, I'm sure you all understand that the way I do one-on-ones is I do 1 person a day. So sometimes I'll do 10 people a day, 20 people a day, especially on the weekends. Like, my whole entire day is pretty much full of just one-on-ones. So I think 20 people is enough for 1 person to handle. And then, of course, I want you all to do the math. $200 times 20 people, because we got to be open about this. I hate how Discord, like certain Discords, they make a certain amount of money and they don't want to tell their audience because they're scared of them understanding. But it's just so weird to me because people are going to find out anyways, obviously. So if you're charging $200, the idea is $200 times 20 is going to equal $4,000, which means I will be charging you, wait, not you will be charging me, but I will be charging you $1,000, right? And then I make $4,000 from those 20 people. Here's what's going to happen. that $4,000 is going straight to you. So after about a month or two of you teaching and you paying $1,000, of course, I'm going to be giving you extra trades as well. So you're going to be at around 50,000, 60,000 by the time you actually officially be a teacher. At that point, you're going to be making around 4,000 a month from me paying you for just 20 students. Any more students that you get basically is all yours. That's your audience now. I want every single person to have their own audience, their own little crew, and then we're going to mash up for events, for trips, for different awesome little things, you know? I think it'll be better that way instead of me trying to have 1,000 people just under me, because that's obviously not something I'm going to be able to handle. The most people I can handle in a month is honestly 400 people. You might call that crazy, but I've done the numbers. I've actually measured it. I could do about 400 people a month. And after that, that's it. That's it. I'm good. I'm going to be burnt out after that. 500 to 800 a week. No, yeah, that's basically, so in terms of the people who pay $200, the best traders that I have that pay $200, currently they make around $2,000 a day to $4,000 a day. And then it drops off to like 500, 1,000. But that's just with $200 a month. So they make 10 times the amount that they pay me in one day for the whole entire year. Imagine that. Within one day, they make back 12 months that they would normally pay me within one day. So that's the reason why I have the prices so low, because I know $200 is realistically like perfect. Because once you get over $1,000, you instantly start shooting to 2, 3, 4, 5K. And at that point, you're making 20, 40, 30, 60,000. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's like everything explained. That's the goal in terms of the teachers. They're going to be basically taking all my students in the future here, so I can have some breaks. That's the plan. And then we're going to go to different countries and pretty much just do the same thing. Get like groups of people, pay them, and then boom. Just go from there. So you said your biggest issue with the Mumu stock is the volume. Is that a concern for the open interest on the options? So yes, it is a concern, but here's the thing. Because of the way we look at the market, in all honesty, the way big money trades is pretty much the same way I trade. So when they shut down the market, I just buy off of the same locations that I know they like to shut down the market at. So I don't really concern myself with volume, because I doubt people are going to understand that this is going to fall out the sky. By the time this falls down to like 170, you might get additional pressure that pushes you lower, which is what I'm hoping. So hopefully nobody knows what this is. hopefully nobody's also playing puts, because what's going to happen is you're going to get an instant shock that takes you much lower than we even think you're going to go. So it's kind of a good thing if the volume is low right now and we bought into the trade. The only thing that's bad is that we only have 3 days. So we're cutting it close, but we might be perfect here, because it looks like you ran up, you hit a certain like head and shoulders type of pattern, right? You have a shoulder here, then you have the head, shoulder here. It's like a normal pattern that you see throughout the market. And if this continues to head below this line, you might just fall a little bit lower. Or you might just do what you did last time and just hug that line for days while you fall down. If it does that, that's going to suck. It's pretty much going to kill all the value. But then what that means is, if it does do it, I'm pretty sure you understand, the second trade that we have on Mumu is going to be much better. That's why we also had to break down NVIDIA here. So I'm trying to do everything one by one so that it's all organized. I just got your message here on Discord, Jada. So just give me a few, and I'm going to message you back. And we'll organize something. I want you to just take things slow. Like really slow, honestly. No more losses. Tomorrow, I want to see profit. So that's how we're going to go about doing things here. And if you get a loss, guess what? It happens. But it's going to be the last thing we try to do. We're just going to make sure that everything is prepared in terms of upside and downside. And I think you should be fine. As long as you can see how I'm getting these weekly ideas and why I know to wait whenever I buy a call for SPY, or why am I specifically aiming for 648 in terms of the calls 8 days out. It's all these little specifics that if a person knew, they would understand how to do it again. And it's very simple to teach, honestly. So it takes about 5 minutes, 10 minutes. In fact, I might not even have to converse in terms of wording to explain it to you. I think just having the charts like this and you seeing it with pictures is good enough. So we're going to go about that way. And then, is there anything else I need to update? Maybe I need to show you these other charts. I want to start updating the Discord charts as well. We have a lot of them we got to toy with here. So it looks like today's just following yesterday's trend in terms of jumping around the 200 moving average. What I want to see is if it falls below it again. Looks like you might hold here and potentially spring right back up to 645 still. Which again, if it does do that, I'm expecting it to go much higher because you already hit this level yesterday. So now that you hit the equal reaction to the bottom in terms of 643, I kind of want to see if this is going to explode much higher. It looks like a really awesome trade right up here on the SPY still. But if it doesn't happen again, we have all of our areas where we're going to average down, just to keep that in mind. Alright, so this is all planned. We got a plan for you, plan for you, plan for you. We started all the Discords for everybody. Let me make sure I actually organize some of these Discords. Danny, you got a Discord. Alright, we're going to have to... we got to think of some nicknames. Just in case. I never thought about that. What if you have multiple people with like the same name? I never thought about that. So in terms of it's crazy because both of you have Danny B. I was gonna say Danny B. All right, we're gonna have to work this out later on today. We need some code names in here. Oh my god. Alright, so again, we have the Moo trades running. We have the bigger trades running as well. Did I fix this? I think I finished all this. Sorry, I'm just trying to like clean. It's like imagine somebody's like cleaning a table and then they start cleaning the window and they start cleaning the floor. That's what it feels like right now. It feels like I'm just dotting from place to place. But it's perfect because everything is getting fixed up at the same time, I guess. I should say. This one right here, is this fixed? That's an 8-day play. No insurance. I'm going to play push straight down to... And then let me write this. So 0-day expiration. For more insurance, if we get below 633 for whatever reason, you're going to instantly play a 0-day put. Going straight down to 631, then 629, then 626, and then 621. No weekly puts until we drop, and then, yep, so that's all explained perfectly. Excellent. It's the same thing with the 0 days, honestly. So I'm happy we have that matching up for both of them. Okay, so both of those trades are done for today. Trade number 1, trade number 2. Did we get into any other trades? I don't think so, right? No, yeah, I don't think so. We didn't get nothing else. Oh, yeah, the Tesla. Tesla trade. Alright, so what else? That's number 3 for the Tesla. I need to post that right now. Give me 1 second. Okay, so boom, now we have that there. New $11 trade. Trade, that's number 2. Yeah, I think I kind of like it how I did the other ones instead. So this is what we're going to do here. We're going to grab this. Okay, so let me remove all this. Let me remove all that. All right, what else can I do here? There was something that I was drawing for a design for chips and guac. I'm not gonna lie to you, it looks like a really nice design, but let me turn on my iPad first. And then we'll get that sent into the computer so I can show you. All right, now this looks all nice and fancy. Look at this. Excellent. And then let me fix this one as well. This one cost 179, 78, somewhere like that. I think, right? What did it cost again? It cost 179, yeah. 179. That's what it should look like instead. Yeah, like that. That looks way better. Wait, does it look better? I think it looks better, yeah. Okay, so what should I put for here? Go is 100. I think this is how I could organize it much better. There you go. Okay, so spy trade number 2, trade number 2 too. wait, what did I just say? You get what I mean? So, alright, so that looks like a really nice way to post it. And then, that looks good. That's a 0-day trade, so we're not going to enter that information there. Momo's good. Yeah, for the 0-day trades, I'm not going to put that. That's the game plan right there. And then with these trades, that's where I am going to post this. Which is boom like that. And then what else am I missing? Insurance. Oh yeah, delete this. And we can post this, which is the idea. And we gotta write about that. Which there's no need to do that anymore because technically we already posted it down here. So all I gotta do is copy this stuff. So go here. Paste this. Delete this. Idea. Perfect, that's done. Same game plan as yesterday. As yesterday's second spy option. Where we wanted the market to rise above 645.28 and start heading to 647 dash 651. Stating that, let me see, basically stating that, alright, midday, let's erase this, put an M here, midday, stating that, okay, so since the game plan is same game plan as yesterday, in terms of the second SPY option, where we bought today's play, we want to see the market rise above 645.28 and start heading to 647, 651 since you completed the idea midday, then fell down to the equal reaction point, basically stating that the momentum has not shifted to the bearish side on the weekly, at least not yet. Okay, bearish obviously means puts. Options were up like $30, $40 right there. Fell down to the equal reaction point, basically stating that the momentum has not shifted to the bearish side, puts on the weekly, at least not yet. Look at the insurance below. In case we do fall below 641. Boom. So we got the insurance plan down there. Below we're gonna play puts. We're gonna play 0-day puts straight down to, and then boom, boom, boom. So that's for more downside. That's how we're going to play it. And in terms of insurance for upside, because obviously you can get insurance for the upside, of course. What that would consist of is mostly you buying 0-day scalp plays just to scalp your way to success. It's like digging a deep hole with a shovel compared to digging a hole with actual equipment. That's what scalping feels like. You're just digging a hole pretty much with a shovel. It takes a while for you to be able to, build up a safety mechanism to the point where, for instance, if you're trading futures, futures is like scalp heaven, You mostly want to just be scalping futures because if you let it run, let it sit, eventually the consolidation of you just falling down a little bit. Of course, you can measure the ranges to understand how much you could potentially lose before you get margin called. Like, for example, one time, you know what happened to me one time when I was trading futures? This was the last time I traded futures. We had a news report, and we were trading the news report at 4 a.m. We bought basically like somewhere right here, right? Like literally right there. But because the account was only around $500 for the futures, they basically waited for my account to go under a certain amount of money, and then they took the whole entire thing, even though the whole entire account was not in the trade. And then the whole entire day, you pretty much bounced up all the way to the new high. The idea was right. The point that I bought was absolutely not right. And the way I knew that was because why would I know to buy now when I would have the weekly boxes done already? So the way we trade now compared to even how we traded 3 weeks ago is a lot more advanced just due to these weekly boxes. Like that 643 point that you just keep hitting and falling off of, as you can all see. That's the reason why I could put a red arrow here before you even hit this level like today. Just like how we put it in the morning right around here. And as you could tell, you're just getting a bunch of put entries. For me, I'm looking for the bigger trends. So these are like the little micro ones. The little ones, right? I'm looking for the bigger red, the bigger greens. We got a bigger green right here, but it's not really a bigger green. We decided to play a bigger green just due to the fact that you fell down to a 1/8 point. So if I look at my charts like this, you see how the market fell down to 1/2. Then you hit near the top. Then you fell down to 1/8, almost 1/4. So now I want to see you run up to the top again. And after you hit somewhere near the top, 645, 646, we're then going to play some downside once more for insurance while we continue to play these 8-day calls going up higher and breaking out is the idea. So yeah, that's the current plan right now. Is we're holding these 8-day calls because we're expecting SPY to run out into a new high. If it wants to crash here on the monthly, it could definitely happen. It's supposed to happen very soon. So it's either going to be the 640s, the 670s, or it's going to happen at the 740s. You can actually also count if it's 680, 670, about 710, 720. That's the other level where the market's going to fall from. Remember, it's every $30. So 613, 640, then 670, then around, you could say 700, honestly. And then like 730, 740. That's the last location where we're going to buy yearly puts. I'm also going to start having that on the notes. So every single time you see me get into a SPY trade, you're going to see the notes for the rest of the year. Just like how I used to do it back in February and in March. We're just going to use that same formula and mix it with the new formula. And I think that's all we need. We have trading styles included. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's everything. Oh, wait, I forgot to add this right here. So this right here for upside, above 643.62. Because what do I use for the puts? Below what? 643.60? Exactly. So then for here, let me just use that same 643. We'll say 70, 10 cents above it. Okay. So boom. Above 645, 33. That 33. 0 day calls to 646, 70, 98. 646, 646 dot 98. There you go, everybody. So now this is all perfect. The 8 day calls are perfect. Every single piece of information there is obviously there. For insurance, that's there. I think I might update the other insurance play. Yeah, so for the other insurance, let me update that as well. Let's put this here. You have downside insurance and you have upside insurance to add on top of the initial play. Kind of adding like a whole entire separate layer. Additional layer, I should say, not just a whole separate layer. Oh, I didn't actually add that. That's also something I gotta add. 643.70 is what point? 643.70. 643.70. Oh no, yeah, it's because I put it 10 cents above it. That's gonna be a 1/8 point, basically. That's so. Let's put this here. Parentheses 1-8. Because remember, I want everybody at least trading with this trading style, which is your weekly boxes. It's the most useful thing in the world, honestly. $6.45 is going to be the 1/16th point. So let's go ahead and write that down as well. 1/16th, boom. The next thing we had to do is break out into new highs. above 645, 45, or 43. Okay, 646.98. What point is this? 646.98. That's your all-time. That's your origin point, your reset point. So that's very important. And then to 648.71. I'm guessing that's the 1/16th point. Yep. Parentheses 1-1/16th. And then anywhere above the 1/16th point, you can go straight up to the 1/8th point, which is 650.53. All right, perfect. So just watch how I do the notes, because then you'll see how you could do yours, and in fact improve it better than mine. Improve it to be better than mine. My apologies. Why does this look different even though they both say 1/16th? I don't know, maybe it's just me. Okay, now this is perfect. Actually, no, it's not. I gotta categorize this. I have to categorize this as well. This one too. Make sure I put that in parentheses. Excellent, excellent. That's good, that's good. Then $650. I'm gonna say the 1/4 point, so 653.92. 653.92. 1/4. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Sorry about that. All right. Looks like Moomoo's crashing now. we might have an opportunity to sell this soon. I want to see if you can fall straight back down to 182 at least. So we'll see how far this could take you down. We'll see if it's just holding here. SPY is still holding on your weekly uptrend. Let me know if you guys have problems seeing the stream, by the way. Sometimes that happens. By the way, if Mumu falls down to 182, our options are going to be up around 300%. All right, perfect. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here. We got those 8-day SPY calls still. Everything is posted on the Discord and everything's fixed in case you guys want to take a look at it. Okay, double check just to make sure. Okay, so that's done. That's done. Alright, same game plan as yesterday's. Second SPY option. Okay, let me zoom in a little bit more for you guys. We can actually put this chart now. And the first. How much was that again? 45, 28, 45, 28. Getting a nice little drop on SPY here. Let's see if we can average down on those 645s now. Just $3. First option was 10. This one's going to be 3. No, don't pull up just yet. Just a little bit lower. 642. That's pretty much what we were talking about earlier. This point right here to the side. I'm surprised you're still falling towards this midpoint. If we get below it, we can see this thing fall right back down to the bottom again. Same call level that we got in for the 0 day, right down here. We'll see if we can average down here. And then we'll see if we're going to still touch that higher high. Right over here. I'm expecting 645 and a little bit higher by the end of today. So since it's only 2 o'clock, we still have 7 is it 7 days? No, we bought it today. we still have 8 days. So we still have a lot of time on these 8-day contracts. And we're doing it just so we can start ranging everything and testing just a new flow. Just to see if the momentum's still there for the upside. Because then we could just start getting monthly puts. If the weekly just starts to look really red. That's how you start buying monthly puts, by the way. Is you wait for the weeklies to actually look like they're turning red. And that's pretty much all. They're still pointing up though. If you look at all these charts here. Like the monthly diagonals. Like SPY's still staying within them. In fact, you're now doing basically the equal reaction like yesterday, now that I think about it. But this is the same chart as over here. Yeah, so these lines are the same ones. It's just over here I made them a little bit further to the right. So as you can see yesterday. Oh, these are different. No, yeah, they are different. Okay, so at least I did them differently. So what I want to do here now is I want to actually do something like this. What is this, September 2nd? That's fine. What's today's date? Today is the 26th. I might as well fix it for like over here. Just making sure it lines up nicely. Alright, so as you can see, if you look at yesterday, when you fell down in terms of just this uptrend, you didn't hit the line here, the quarter point. Of course, you hit a pre-market here, but during the day, we still haven't hit it yet. We still got to fall to 642 and below. Actually, let me check on the 15-minute, just in case. Oh yeah, so in the morning you did hit it on the 15-minute. So yeah, might as well just use it on the 5-minute then. I think we should still be able to, yeah, we can still zoom out. So this is perfect. I keep forgetting when I create these charts on a smaller time frame. It just looks so much better on the smaller time frames because the amount of information you have to compact. So yeah, all these levels are perfect, by the way. The only thing we didn't include is the red levels, which we can, but it's just gonna look. I guess we should just do it this one time. Why not? Control copy. If you're trying to select multiple things here, you just gotta hold shift and it selects everything in between. There you go. Now you have your 132 points as well. Makes it look a little ridiculous, but that's all good. I mean, we might as well have to, yeah, we're just gonna have to just do the whole thing again, I guess, right? It's the only right way. So this, after we put this here, we're gonna start looking at some of these other charts, just to see where everything's at. See if we can average down more on the Tesla. We'll check out the SPY calls, see if we bought another one. Hopefully we did. We want to use certain prices because of, you know, of course, it's the best way for you to actually stay within a certain amount of capital so you don't overdo it. Because that's the idea here, is trading in a way where you're not really overdoing it. It's like trading like just enough, you know what I mean? Like just the right perfect amount of money for you to be able to make 1,000 and then 5,000, 10,000, whichever you want to call it. I just made this so complicated for myself. I fixed one note, and then I started fixing the other note when I should have just updated it first. Now I gotta spot what's different. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is all perfect. Let me make sure. That's perfect, right? That's perfect. That's all right now. Specifically, once the downside has been confirmed. Yeah, I didn't put all those see, I should have put that point here too. So yeah, I'm gonna have to update this again. Alright, that's fine. At least we have all the points now in front of our face, so it won't be too hard to figure out where everything is at now. Okay, so same game plan as yesterday in yesterday's second option and the first, where we played the 1/8 point for a run right back up to the 116 point at close for lower weekly midpoint in terms of SPY has been making consistent movements. Should continue to break out by Friday this week, therefore us buying. But this is a 0 day. Us buying at therefore us buying at the 1/8 point, or it's practically the best way to play the midterm idea. Okay, so boom, that one's perfect. Okay, so then let me write this down. So then what we're trying to accomplish with the 0-day options is all right, this is getting juicy now. Now I'm getting excited while writing this. All right, this is a problem. This is a lot of information here. I'm not only showing you how to play the upside for the next week, but I'm showing you how to play every single one of those puts right back down. And what levels would you be looking for? What levels are the safest? What levels are the easiest to play from? What levels are going to require the most, you could say, work? Honestly, it's going to require a lot of work because you're going to be battling with the option back and forth. Just like how we bought the option for 180. Last time we bought the option for 160. Was it 160? I have no idea, actually. I think it was 160. No, it was 130. Yeah, it was. We spent 130, and then we bought like 5 of them or 4 of them at $30, and then it bounced right back up to 130, 200. So it was like right back to break even, pretty much. But since we bought so many at the bottom, our average dropped down so much. I believe it was actually around the 20s. So in terms of a gain, it was, I think, around 400%, 500% in total. Just that one trade. So I'm assuming this is going to have the same capabilities, right? 400 or 500%. We just might have to average down. We're just using more for it, basically. Which is only about $50 more. So that means after we're done with this play, we're going to turn this account to like $1,500, $2,000. Not just with this play, right? But after a couple plays. This play is only going to probably yield around $500 to $400 if it does exactly what we want it to do, which is not emotional, it's robotic. You see? It's all weekly boxes. And it's just looking at how SPY runs up, you know, from a previous point, like all the way over here. So many charts to compare it. And in terms of the short-term price action, we're just following along with that. Now, a lot of my charts, they tend to have lines that go from the top left to bottom right. And the reason for that is, theoretically, if you're trying to track a downtrend, you're not going to use lines that are actually... How do I say this? When you're trying to track a downtrend, the way you buy puts is off of lines that are bullish. Does that make sense? So, if you're trying to buy puts, you want to do it with these lines that we have on our screen right now. That's why all my charts consist of lines that go from the bottom left to top right. All the other charts that don't consist of that, I've actually stopped copying and pasting it, just like chart number 2, everybody. It's because in terms of understanding when a market's going to really break out, you need to use things that describe uptrends, because using something that's bullish is easily how you spot what's bearish. Versus if you use something that's bearish, most people that are, you know, using something that's bearish, they tend to buy the puts. So they don't really look at something bullish like these lines. And because they don't look at a different variation of what the market could do in terms of a trend, in terms of a better entry, they tend to basically get caught in the mix of things and have to dramatically average down on stuff because the market just keeps blasting up against them. And at one point, you might even have to completely just sell out of your option because you're not going to be able to roll it no more. Too much value is going to be lost, and at that point, you're better off just selling off for a 60%, 40% loss, you know? So remember, just because your option goes down 20%, you guys are playing way too short term. You're not supposed to feel a single emotion. Because on a 5-day scale, the market could run $30. Or it could just simply stay around a $5 to $6 range. Kind of like what we've been doing the last 2-3 days. Not Friday, actually, just yesterday and today. So kind of just one day, honestly. Tomorrow it would mark 2 days. Because yesterday to today technically counts as one. I don't like counting them as separate things. Because then, like, how are you going to track down a trend for, like, today? You need to use yesterday's data. And remember, the first thing I told everybody in the morning was we're going to be playing calls so that we can hit the middle of yesterday's price action, which is about 644. So the 645 options, they're one strike away. The reason why I did that was because of yesterday's mistake. So I hope everybody here spots that we actually fixed inconsistency from yesterday's mistakes in terms of what we posted, and we made it a lot better. We actually gave ourselves another fighting chance, and to be specific, a better fighting chance, to be honest. We just got to allow this market to run up to 644. Our strike price is then going to be one off. We might actually get filled here. If this could fall down to the 200 one more time, because you just dropped beneath it, if you could fall on top one more time, we'll be able to buy one more at $3, most likely. And then we'll have two of them for $6. And at that point, we're then going to see if this market's going to run up to 644, where they're going to run up to $30. And if you run up to 645, you could potentially hit $60, depending on how fast it does it, what time of the day it does it. Like, for instance, days like today, because you kind of need to consolidate on the 200 moving average, you could just fall right back beneath it on days like today. You're just going to keep bouncing around it, honestly. That's why I think you could probably fall right back down again. Hit it. If you go through it again, just realize it's just one of those days. We got to really wait for tomorrow. And then we could start playing with, you know, more expensive 0 days where we can get some crazier gains. Because it's fun playing the $5 contracts, $10 contracts, but you have to understand, in terms of distance, sometimes you have to buy so far away that when the day is consolidating like this, in terms of data and all the value that you're losing, unless you're buying specifically perfectly off the reversal points, which most people, of course, are not, right? It makes it a little bit harder for you to actually spot what the market's going to do next. Like, for instance, you hit 1.5, fell down to 1, ran up to 2, fell down to 1 again. Now you're running back up to 1.5. If you get on top of 1.5, you're probably going to hit number 3, then fall down to number 2 or 1.5 again. Especially if the 200 moving average starts curling up again. Because we're on the 5 minute, so it tends to be a little bit quicker than the 15. For longer, is best. Okay, so what did I say here? To ensure ourselves telling the best calls. At the best times. The options for SPY again, they're up, by the way. 10%. This reminds me of last week. Literally the same thing. So I'm wondering if you're just going to fall down tomorrow again. Fall down a little bit lower. We'll buy another one. And then at that point, we'll see if you're just going to run higher. Trying to compensate the 0 day options is to ensure ourselves by playing the best calls, the best structure points for I think I included that on the other note. Okay, so therefore I was being able to buy at the 1/8 point or 1/4 point. The best way to play the midterm idea 5-day, but not too far, just in range for extreme profit using 0 days with low amount of capital. Okay, so that's charge points. Shows the trends have not changed. Okay, so wait. So as yesterday's word of okay, give me 1 second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Looks like we might have a nice potential new high here. Okay, so same game plan as yesterday's second SPY option and the first, where we played the 1/8 point for a run right back to the 116 point. And then higher since we completed the fives yesterday. I don't know why everything's in caps lock, but we'll leave it. Actually, it looks pretty good. What's going on over there? Say that again, Culinary? What's up? In order to trade futures, you do not need to be funded. So you just need to be able to buy the prop firm account, which is usually like $50 on most like websites, I think. $50, $40, $70. They give you 50,000, and then they'll have certain rules and regulations that you can't mess up. So like for instance, you can't trade and make over a certain amount in the beginning until you unlock certain levels, and you unlock those levels just by being consistent per day. But yeah, you don't need to get funded, because getting
So like Webull has futures. I don't know if you could trade them on. I never really looked at it. I just know that they had futures. That's what I was looking at. I'm like, wait a minute. How does Webull have futures, but then everybody's talking about they gotta go to a prop firm? So I got kind of confused. That's why I was trying to pull that up.
Yeah, I understand. I see
Like
what
if
you
I
mean.
wanted to trade it on my own, using my money without a prop firm, just
Yeah.
like with trade options,
Hmm.
how would I be able to do that?
Yeah. You just got to sign up for a prop firm.
So you do need, you just gotta have a prop firm.
Yeah.
All right, gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I got more questions. I'll ask you later.
Now you good. Let me know. I think with
Yeah, no
that,
problem.
what I want to do is I want to try to test it myself because I only know a certain amount. You know, I would probably have to ask Danny or a few other people just to confirm things.
Yeah, that's what I did last night.
Right.
That's what I'm asking. Like I have
Got it.
way too many questions before I even venture into that.
Since completed the idea midday yesterday and fell down to the equal reaction point, basically saying that Mensa has not shifted to the bearish side puts on the weekly, at least not yet. Look at the insurance of the levels. Oh god. This is what we're gonna do here. Let me see if this can actually work. Wait, this will actually be pretty good. If this could work, this is gonna help me out with the notes every single day. Let me see if I write it like this, and then I say this. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna show you right now, everybody. Sure, it's gonna be nice here. Trade number one, trade number two. Alright. Okay, so that's our profit goal. Based on yesterday's first and second SPY options, so we played for these points, I'm fine if you don't actually include that. I think that's fine. No, yeah, that's fine. Let me see. Does it include it? It should include it. Yeah, it does. It does. Okay, so perfect. It does include it here. I don't include it there. This is for the 8th day. I think I need to include it in both of them. Fail point is SPY breaks below objective, Downside insurance, because that's an 8-day, of course. Fail point. Breaks below the setup loses his bullish confirmation. That's correct. For 0 days. Objective, leverage small. Price, precise capital at structure levels to catch the continuation of bullish momentum intraday. Structure based entries. Okay, so you got best entries are at the 1/8. Yep. Giving low capital exposure. Correct. Alright, excellent. So now, let's go ahead and separate this. Okay, now, oh, this is a lot easier now. There we go. This is beautiful. Specifically, okay, so what is this? Below 1/8, play 0-day puts. Because that's the same point right there. Below that, we could fall right back down to the last weekly midpoint using DART. Below that, we could fall right back down to the last weekly midpoint using DART. Excellent. So they're both the same. So everybody's going to be on the same page here. Do I have reset point written down here? I do not. So I think that's what we got to add here. Yeah, for upside. There you go. That's what we needed to improve. Okay, so boom. We'll take this now. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you improve one note at a time. Just so you don't confuse yourself. All right. Okay, so that's perfect. That's perfect. Okay, so yeah, that's perfect then. Okay, so that's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. This is not perfect actually. Wait a second. I spotted in there. Play a 0-day put. So they play 0-day. Play 0-day puts. Okay, going down to 631 because 631 is, ladies and gentlemen, the 1/8 point. Actually, no, the 1/16 point. 631 is the 1/16 point. So we gotta write this down. Dash 16. And then 629 is, what is that? That's a 1/8 point. All right, perfect. Let me just copy and paste this. Copy, paste, change that, paste. 626 is what? It's gonna be right here, 1/4 point. 1-4. And then 621 is gonna be a 132 point. 621. Now this is like a perfected piece. There's nothing better we could do here. Actually, wait. There's one more thing. Excellent. Let's see what's going on in Spy's land. Tesla options falling down. Perfect. Spy's up 20% here, so we're up $30 already, everybody. We didn't average down on the other one, unfortunately. It's up 100% though from the bottom. Next time. Alright, so all of our trades today are ready to be posted. That one's ready to be posted. That one looks updated, so everybody on the Discord. Of course, if you go to the trades channel, you can see everything. The last trade thing I had to do today is probably fix this, which is the Tesla. Let's go ahead and copy all this, make it quick now, because we have the structure done. In fact, let me just scroll up here real quick. Plan and idea and insurance. Plan and idea and insurance. There might be something I messed up. Yeah, I did mess that up. I had a feeling. I had a feeling. So control copy. And then let me fix this here. At least I copied it perfectly from the other one. So then we put control paste. We'll put enter. Now we'll scroll down to here. Control V. Put this here. Okay, so this is... Excellent. So just let me finish up with the Tesla stuff. We'll check Mumu right here. How's Mumu? $11 right now. Okay. Again, everybody, you made a new high on SPY. If you'd like to sell for 20%, remember 20% is not a bad percentage, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you don't forget that. 100% is nice, of course, but 20% is not bad either. I think we all would agree. It's 326 technically. These options are at 20%, everybody. Yeah, this has to be capital. Okay, so that's it for that. That's it for that. That's it for that. New trade, which is trade number 3. 3-day Tesla play. 3-day Tesla puts. 310 strike. Excellent. Okay, now let me look at the Tesla chart real quick, everybody. I apologize. I just need to get some of these levels written up. About 1/4. Alright, why is... let me fix this. Alright, excellent. So we're done with this. What point is this? That's the 1/4 point. Alright, let's go back to SPY now. I think we're done looking at this. So remember everybody, there was an important thing that I told you in the morning. I want to see who remembers it, and I want to see who doesn't. Let me know if you remember what I talked about in the morning. If you get a chance, just go ahead and post it in the chat. I don't know why sometimes it doesn't let me type in the YouTube chat on OBS. I think something's like wrong with their application. Okay, so boom, let's fix this, let's fix this. We'll do that there. Now I can see the chat like that, that's perfect. Alrighty. Just in case anybody needs some help. You say you're one of those people who could fall asleep anywhere? Oh, God. Yo, I swear I was like that for like a certain time. Like, if I go on vacations, I don't know why I do that. I tend to just pass out on random areas. That's all good, Chris. Remember, the option that we have is an 8-day SPY option. We're up 20% again, $36. Let's go ahead and look at the weekly real quick. Let's make sure this is something we should hold going into tonight. Because you're at the 1/8 point, right? Last time you crashed out the sky. Let's go ahead and use some of these previous boxes. So when you crashed out the sky here, you hit the 1/2 and then you went below it to the 1/4. This time when you crashed out the sky, that was the previous box though. It's not the bigger one. This was the bigger one. You hit the 1/2. And you almost hit the 1/4. Now you hit the 1/8. So you perfectly cycled up here. I just really want to see if this is going to cycle back down, just like how my drawing says. You might just be bouncing on this line just to fall like right through it again. Like potentially right through here. That would be the only downside risk that I could see right now, at least. Everything else just points to the upside. You just running straight to 647, 648. And just continuing this uptrend from over here. You said the SPY trades mechanically, not emotionally, according to the charts. Exactly, yep. That's pretty much all you're trying to follow. So like, there's a couple different charts to show us a couple different ideas. Specifically this chart right here. You held on the midpoint. It's diagonal, so it's going from the left, bottom left to top right. So this is supposed to show us where the market could potentially fall out the sky. That's why I'm paying very close attention to these types of charts, just due to where the SPY is at in terms of the monthly and weekly. You've just been running up straight to the sky. So the idea is to use the uptrend charts like these and use a couple of different variations. And then what I want to see right now is I want to take everybody along looking at the older boxes. Find some older boxes where you pretty much did a certain trend that was very similar to today, like falling out the sky, or what could potentially happen next, right? Let's just say if you fall out the sky, because like imagine you hit the midpoint, which is right down here, you ran up and then you fell out the sky right after FOMC. So that could happen this time once we get above the top. And that's what I'm thinking right now. If we could just get above the top today, I would just have everybody buy overnight puts for us to fall right back down to the bottom, just like how you did it last time. In our case, the box is now way bigger. As you could tell, the box is way bigger. So if we get to the top over here, 647, we could buy puts to go straight down the whole entire grid. 625 potentially, where you could have a little bounce here. And then potentially somewhere lower around here, like 622, 621. That's what we're positioned for, at least. And then, now that we have all the downside planned, according to the charts and according to the technicals, which is, of course, robotic, right? All we gotta do now is just visually watch it. Of course, you need to know a couple more different tools, not just charting. For instance, one of those tools is understanding flow. Flow tends to be the first reason as to why people can't track down small-term movement in terms of buying calls at the best location for 0 days. Like, for instance, when we bought our calls today, think about it. The only time I told anybody to buy anything today was right over here. And compare it to where we're currently at. Logically speaking, everybody across the map is up. As long as they bought something that was, of course, not too far away. If it was like 20 strikes away, it's too much of a small move for them to be worth anything right now. So they're probably up like maybe 2%, 1%. Nothing worth it though. But yeah, that's the whole entire idea wrapped up. Two different charts. Actually, not just two of them, a couple different ones. You're holding on top of the green arrow. This was the green arrow that we added in the morning, so don't forget that. And then from that green arrow, we're expecting you to run up to here, which is 644. Where we might be able to sell the 0-day SPY calls, finally. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good, Chris. That's the purpose, though. Is that we get into so many plays. Like yesterday, we had 5-6 plays all under $60, right? Today's play was just generally a little bit more expensive because now we have more of a range that we understand and can play with for this week. Specifically, not referring to Friday and that crazy move. Because if you refer to a crazy move like that and you try to continue to play today like that, you're going to be very unhappy with the results because the market's not going to move as quickly. So we know this. So since we know that the market's not going to move as quickly, what we tried to do yesterday was play the short-term trend for you to continue the upside. And you did it. You pretty much continued the upside first thing in the morning. But then right after that, so yeah, remember, we got into two different trades today. We got into a $11, $10 trade. That was the first one. And then the second one was a $180 trade. All very intentional so that, of course, both groups of individuals that are trading, whether it's a bigger group or smaller group, they could both trade the same way, same fashion. And they could both be assured that in terms of me giving them a strike price and me telling them that that option is a good option, especially me buying it, right? I'm not just going to buy something for no reason. But the buying factor is like kind of like the last thing you want to describe, and that's pretty much all. Next thing we have to describe is just why we did it, which I'm pretty sure everybody understands why we did it in terms of what you see on the screen here. That's why I wanted to fix the boxes today. You all could see that you're now bouncing above the 1/8 point. And if you now get above this point, you're going to slingshot right back up to the same level as yesterday. And then potentially a little bit higher. Okay, so let me fix up the Tesla option here. I'm almost done fixing it up. The $25 310 Tesla put go is 120 to 330. Based on Friday's options, where we played the bigger. Drop into 313, 414. Tesla is still hovering on the 1/2 point, which may cause a bigger move short term. We conclude it will most likely be to south. Then we play calls to 356 on Tesla, just in case you break out. Boom, boom, boom. Tesla opens slightly higher, or slightly lower. Yep. Insurance. In terms of insurance for Tesla, 351, which is the 1/2 point you want to buy. 5-day calls going to 366, the all-time 1/4 point. While we hold the 3-day puts for a drop into previous lows as insurance. So if you run out and break out on Tesla, we're going to hold this put as insurance for now. And then next week, we'll start to play some other ideas. The SPY option is now up $40. Again, our $15 account is about to be at $900 now. By the time we hit the top, this $900 account should be at around $1,300. And then from there, we're going to dump the whole entire thing right back into a put play, which is going to be very dangerous. But at the same time, we're not gonna get something too far away. So we'll be able to sell for a quick little 20%, 10% trade, if anything, right after we dump it in. The only problem, this is a cash account, remember that. So we might just start playing on the other $15 account, just because it's a little cheaper right now. How's everybody feel about that? You think we should trade with another $15 account? I think we should. Let's do it. Oh, I had to do it through the other account. Oh, that sucks. Oh no. Okay, so plan an idea based on Friday's options before we played on the bigger one app. Tesla is still hovering below the one was 322. What are you guys thinking? Usually at this time you should sleep as well. All right. So looking at SPY short term. So again, everybody, we're up $40 on these plays. If you want to take your profit, take your gains, just in case we fall right back down. Because again, today's more so like a consolidation day. We're gonna buy these options tomorrow, play the upside once more, and then try to see if we can get a breakout. You just gotta be very careful for a gap up near the top. It's just gonna put you up at a higher high, and at that point, you just fall right back into the box, and we could fall right back towards the lows again, right? Okay, so the next thing we want to do here, let's post everything now, because now this is all done. Let's take a picture of both the SPY options as well, make a little update. And then, yeah, so I had to post that one. Oh boy. So we posted that one now. That was the Moomoo one. What is this? Oh, that was Unity. We already posted that one. Let me delete that. And then what else we got to post here? That's pretty much it. We posted a Tesla. What is this? I think that was something else. Okay, yeah, that was something else. We're looking for 500%. That's what we said yesterday, right? Nope, 1000%. 500 to 1000%. Okay, so these short-term charts are done. Let's go to the reversal points real quick. As you can see, everybody, you hit number 3, just like we talked about a little bit earlier. We'll see if now you fall right past number 2. You already hit number 2, so you hit number 3, fell straight down to number 2. Now you're holding on number 2, so we'll see if you just run past number 3 now. This is when the extreme range could take over, honestly. It's around that time. It's 3 o'clock. Got a couple more minutes left in the day, right? This is the update. SPY. Update number 2. Wait, I guess I should actually post. Wait, let me see something. I got an idea. Let me post this first. And then let me post this first. Actually. Wait, did we ever take a picture of it? I don't think we ever took a picture of the SPY put when it was up. That's all good. We didn't document that. Wait, is it here? Let me check my gallery real quick. I might actually have it. Unity, SPY. Yeah, that's all good. We'll make sure we have that data for tomorrow. Excellent. Nice update. Nice update. Excellent. That looks perfect. That looks perfect. I'm happy we did red wire as well. So we did red wire. The only thing we did not write about, actually, if you really think about it, is actually SPY. Technically. 325 puts on Tesla that we played last week. I remember those. 50% trade. Okay, so let me see something real quick. Because we were fixing up the Tesla idea. So the next thing I think I should post here is this thing right here. This is what I was supposed to post yesterday. Okay, so boom. We gotta do everything in order. So Snapchat's next. Okay, perfect. Let's do this. My bad. I sneezed all over the mic. I apologize, everybody. I hope that wasn't loud. Let me see what you guys are talking about. What's going on over here? Within 3 hours of the market close, in order to protect users. No, that never happens to me, Chris. You should try using Weeble. Weeble that never happens to me, honestly. I've never heard about that happening to anybody else, either. So test it out. Okay, so perfect. That was the 25th trades review. Excellent. So now that that's done, we'll be able to post that more later. Now we're going to post Mumu, the Mumu trade, because we're still waiting for that trade. Wait, this is trade number 4 plus trade number 5. So this is... Snapchat was technically trade... This one was trade number 3. Which means this one here was trade number 2. And this one was number 1. Trade number 2, perfect. And then this one right here was number 1. See, now everything looks really organized. Look at this. Trade number 1. Okay, excellent. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Technically that's 8, because this is 7. But then again, I think I already... Yeah, so that's already 6. That's 6, 2. That's 7, yeah. Okay, so perfect. So now the next thing we should do is post... So we posted about trade 1, and we posted about trade number 6. So the next thing to do is post about trade number 2. Trade number 2 is Snapchat. Snapchat is not done, so I actually had to finish this right now, everybody. Give me 1 second. I gotta go back into the cave and write this out. It should be pretty easy because I'm just copying from Tesla and from everywhere else. The structure, at least. I just gotta fix up some of the levels. They take you straight up to 427. Okay, we can go back to SPY now. I don't need to look at that no more. Tesla's done now. So again, the last thing I had to work on is Snapchat, and then we're all done because I already did Redwire. These plans are for the next couple months, next couple years. I think everything looks perfect. Still hovering on the second reversal point. Wait, one more time. Let me see something. 1/2, which is 246. No. Yeah. This one here. There you go. So this one, that's 317. 334. That's the problem here. $333. On 16th. All right, we're good now. SPY is still climbing here very steadily. SPY is nicely running up here towards the end of the day. Options are now up $50. So we made times 1,000% basically in terms of the SPY trades. Because the first one we lost was $5, so technically now we're up on the 645 calls now. There we go. 100%, 30%. Our account is now above $900. Keep it going. Go, go, go. Now this is getting exciting, finally. Alrighty. Remember, put your stop losses. Always put your stop losses. Keep it going, SPY. Take us straight to 645, please. After we hit 645, we'll get a cheap put as insurance. We just gotta wait for us to hit that level. Around these levels, you could still consolidate. You're also at a put level that we called out this morning, right? Nice little put area. So recognize that as well. That is a 132 point that you just smacked into right there. So we also nicely have that to the side here. Remember, your contracts are still up right now across the board for everybody. So just make sure you put some stop losses. Okay, we're up 100% here. There we go. We're going to go ahead and 155% here now. Now I'm going to put my stop loss and sell out. There we go, everybody. That's excellent work right there. Handshakes all around, handshakes all around. Our account is almost at $1,000 already. I'm going to go ahead and sell the other ones as well since we're up 40%. 40% trade. We're just going to take our profit here. Wonderful job, ladies and gentlemen. Let's let this drop right back down now. And let's see if it's going to give us another opportunity. Maybe we could buy something for $3 or really cheap. So again, that right there just shot the account right back up to $900. For Tesla, I think it's time to average down again. I think it's time, ladies and gentlemen. You're at $26 again. Boom. We just bought another one. There we go. Excellent. The next thing I think we should do here is wait for SPY to fall right back down to 643. And then we're going to buy another 0-day option. For now, everybody, just start stalking the calls. I'll tell you which ones in a second here. Let's see here. This is how you track down 0-day, of course, diagonal trends. Just click this. Go to the low of today. Go to this low. Go to a high. Let's see if we can fall down to that midpoint, 643.59. Let's see how much the puts are right now before it falls. So again, yesterday we only had $200 of settled cash. Now this account today already has $300. So all we have to do now is just take it right back to 600 tomorrow. And then start tripling it. See if we can get a nice 10x trade. Take that straight to 6,000 from 600. And then from there, we'll start going easy again. We'll fill up some of the other cheap accounts. Make sure they all have $5 to like $15. So we can start our future challenges. And then continue to grow that account to whatever, you know, next number. Doesn't really matter. Whatever you guys want, we'll do it. Sounds like a plan to me. Okay, so again, we're waiting for this to fall right back down into the diagonal trend on the daily, which is also going to match up with perfectly perfectly at 643.54. We also average down on the Tesla plays here. We have 3 of them at $28 now. Our average is now... Wait, give me 1 second. I don't think it actually filled. Let me fill this real quick. Currently, our average is at 63, so once this one fills, our average will probably be at like 40... 44, maybe. And then tomorrow, we're going to average down 2 more times on the Tesla and see if we can go for another play. Remember, we're going to buy another 8-day play here. I'm just simply waiting for the market to lose some of the steam that it has, just because of how quickly you ran up and how fast it started just snapping, you know, very slowly. We're going to wait for it to hit the 1/8 point. And if it gets lower, you can expect this to hit the 200 moving average by the end of the day, which would yield a pretty good percent, honestly. Like, for instance, if you were looking at the puts right now for SPY, let's go take a look here. Let's do it. That was pretty explosive, right? That was pretty nice. 150%. Exactly what we wanted, at least, minimum. We wanted 1,000%, of course, but you were just moving a little too slow here. So we're going to try to go for another trade that can go 1,000%. Yeah, we're going to have to trade Weeble here. Unfortunately, I just remembered. How's everybody doing so far? Alrighty. So now that that's all posted, right? The next thing I want to do here is this. Let me see. Actually, we'll wait for tomorrow for that. Yeah, we'll wait for tomorrow. Let me see. Is there any $3 options we can hop into real quick? Any puts? 642 puts? Where's that at? That sounds like a plan, actually. Let's get some 642 puts here. I just bought it right now. It costs $3. 642 puts. I want to see if the market's just going to slam back to the bottom. If it could, this would yield a very high gain, about 600 to 1,000%. This is trade number 3 today. No, 4. Trade number 4. Okay, so we got the SPY puts. We're looking at all structure. So again, what we're trying to do here is play from this higher end, 644. You hit 645, so if it's going to slow down here, you could potentially just fall right back down to the lower grid, the lower buying zones. And then once you do that, you can curl right back up overnight. So we could just hop right back into that 8-day play as long as you just fall down to here, actually. So we'll see if it does it. We'll take our profit. We made $70 off of that. And then we made 160% off the other one. So both plays perfectly worked out. Opposite to how yesterday's did. And it's kind of funny. The reason why I think that's the case is because we fixed the one problem that we had yesterday. That one thing we said we wanted to improve, I believe we improved it. Within 24 hours. Just because we wrote it down, the next day our brains were actually able to perfectly conclude the best route. And I think we're in the flow right now. We just gotta wait for this market to see if it's gonna pull right back down. It could just run right back up to the top. I'm thinking it's gonna gap up tonight. That's usually what it does when it's near highs. It just randomly gaps up to a higher high and then slams right out the sky, falling right back down below. So we're trying to play it carefully. Very carefully, honestly. So we got a $3 play there. 643s are becoming $4. If we keep hovering around here for another 10 minutes, those might drop down a little bit more too. So I bought that option on Webull, by the way. For those of you who might not be able to buy right now, you could always just buy options on Webull. Um, 280 and negatively play puts. $240, then $220, and then what number? 180 on Tesla, and then 160. I have the whole entire weekly board just dotted and plotted here for you guys. Every single level the Tesla's gonna hit on the way down. We plan for every single one of it. Every single bit of it, I should say. Not one of it. Oh man. Alright, so we're gonna ignore SPY now. We got a nice trade. What is this? 1/4. This is 1/8. This is 1/16. Alright, so what is all these points here? So 282. Let me see. 282 is what? What point is this? 1/4. Okay, so then 240 is what? 240? That thing is the... Oh man. 1/4 point. That'll be 1/8. Yeah. Yeah, it's the 1/8. But then again, wait a second. Wait a second. That's the halfway point. That's the 1/4 point. That's the 1/8 point, yeah. 1/8 Okay, then 220 is what? 1/16th probably, yep. 1/16th. And then 180 is what? I think that's the bottom of the trend. Yeah, that's way lower. So 180 is going to be like right here, which you could say the mid of all right, Tesla. The Tesla stuff is done. We don't gotta look at that no more. We're just gonna wait for the SPY option. See if we can play both sides perfectly today. We're up 25% so far. We actually only paid $2 for that option, so we got a really cheap price. I think we literally caught the perfect price there. Somehow. So yeah, we're in this for only $2 right now. That's definitely the cheapest option I've got into for a while. This could be a record here. I see it. SPY better fall right back down. Give us another buying point. We'll hop back into the calls. I want to sell these 642s for potentially like $20 maybe. If you fall to that level and you go in the money, you're going straight to $80. Just so everybody can understand how much this can go up right now. Probably, I'm thinking 30 or 40 though. If we do a move like yesterday, which was, straight down like that. If we could do another move like that, straight down to the 200, this will be awesome. So again, it's still doing baby moves. Nothing too big yet. In terms of your puts, if you got some nice puts, make sure you actually sell out for a nice little percent here or a gain. I forgot to do? I forgot to fix up the Snapchat stuff. That was the last thing I actually had to do. The other strike price above us went 100% already. Lucky. Come on, SPY. 100% right now. Go straight to $4. It's crazy. $4 is 100%. So if you go to $20, this is going to be 1,000%. That would be pretty funny. I'm going to hold it the whole way. So we'll see. Make sure you guys claim some profit though. Unless you got a $3 option, then it's fine. It's just $3, so it's okay. There we go. We'll see if it gets below the blue line here. In terms of the reversal points, you almost hit number 4. You fell down to number 3. I want to see if you'll hit number 1. First 1.5, and then number 1 down here, which is at 642.50. Come on, momentum, slip in. There you go. Below the EMAs. Come on. We have plenty of time today, actually, so it's perfect. Truly, this trend could be a perfect trend. Good job to everybody who sold. Remember, this normally happens, so this is how you can kind of be more aware of it, is once you see it happen. The golden pocket is right below us. So we're about to go into that zone, which is the most dangerous area to fall in. So remember that. The golden pocket is in between the blue line and the purple line. If you fall in between that area, you could see us basically explode right back up to the top. hit number 4 and then potentially fall out the sky, but at that point it might be after hours. So again, we're still taking this very slowly. We're still holding it. If you got anything closer, because remember I always tell you guys, get a closer strike price than I get. You should be up around almost 200% already. So make sure you put your stop loss. If you fall down to the 200, you're going to be up around, I think, 1,000. So you should be up 1,000 by the same time I'm up like 500%, I think. As long as you got an option that was one strike closer. Because they were really cheap. They were around $4, $3 as well. The only thing is when you get 1,000%, you're going to be at 40. When I get 1,000%, I'm only going to be at 20. So the gains could generally be a little bit higher if we actually hit 642 perfectly, which would be, again, ladies and gentlemen, number 1 on the reversal points. Futu puts are up 100% again. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Every single play is now working out. Just had a little bump in the road with yesterday's 0-day puts, which is normal with 0-day puts. It's a consistent thing that you normally would just always see, right? Let me see if we could buy something closer for... What is Mumu doing? You're just robotically cycling. Let's go take a look at Mumu before I post this, because I'm going to actually post the charts here. Did I add it? Yes, I did. Perfect. Okay, so you could just say that this is copied right here, but I don't think people could tell. So this is the 1/2 point right here. And so is this. This is also the 1/2 point. This right here is the 1/4. Control all, control copy. Control V. Control V. Control V. 400% on your Futu puts. There we go. So I think we called it from a perfect level. Hopefully, as long as everybody played options that were closer than mine, again, you're already in profit. Just like one of the individuals on the YouTube there, up 400%. For us, we're still going to wait. I still want to see if this is going to fall straight down, because my option is specifically for this range right down here. I know it's still possible because you literally ran up in the same time frame. So we just got to see how the consolidation happens on the right side here. If it's very, bearish, we'll just slip right back down below real easy. But if it's still strong and we may not, we might not fall now, maybe next month, maybe in like a week or two, obviously we'll just wait for that. Okay, so what else do we have to do here? That right there. Okay, so go here. Let's go back to SPY here. Looks like you're holding a little bit. What time is it? 3:47. We still have plenty of time here. Remember, we're looking for 1,000%. We got filled at $2, so we got filled at a really cheap price. Okay, so this trade, when I don't even know when we got this, honestly. Honestly. This was, what time was this? 2:30 p.m. Oh wait, how much did we pay for this? $60. $15 strike price. Goal is I think it's VR glasses, right? Is it VR glasses that Snapchat's about to make? I think that's what they call them, right? Let's make sure we go search this up real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like you're running up much higher. If you just pause right next to the same high, again, we could see this fall right back down to the same level that we were wanting this to fall to pretty much before, right? If it just heads up higher than 645.28, you're heading up straight to 648, where we could play, basically tomorrow we could play calls above 645. That's what I'm thinking the main game plan right now is, at least. Wait, let me charge this. AR glasses. There you go. There we go. Looks like another high. Let me see how much those contracts dropped right there. For the 8-day plays, it'll be good information, honestly. Let me see. Okay, so you dropped down to $220 right there. How much did those options? Wait. Those calls, those 0-day calls, dropped to like $5 right there, and now they're right back up at 25, 500% right there, on those 0-day calls from that same low right there, right on that blue line. It didn't hit the golden pocket yet because that's in between the blue and purple. But remember, the blue has the same significance as the golden pocket. It's just the golden pocket's more of a smaller, more contained level that you could buy from, where it tends to consolidate for a second, and then you tend to change directions right in there. So again, you held on the blue one for now. We're heading up to 655 or 645.28. The second we get above it, we can continue to play calls going higher. You just got to watch out, because if I take you to my other chart here, the one thing you're going to recognize is supply and demand zones, ladies and gentlemen. As you can all see, you are at the top of the supply and demand zones, which means puts going right back down 5 days out. This is how you play ping pong, pretty much. I'm thinking it's going to fall right back down to here. 643, 642. Like right back down to here. Especially if it hits that quarter point again. That would be perfect. But then again, it's probably not going to do that. I guess that's too far. Definitely 643.84 is good enough. So let me see something real quick. If we only fall down to there, how much money would we make? What if we go 1 day out for the puts on Mumu? Let's look at 1 day out puts on Mumu. Actually, 2 days out. 3 days out. Yeah, 3 days out. Let's see 3 days out first. Puts 640. The midpoint 643. We're at 644. Even the 3 day puts are still a little expensive. Yeah, these puts might just get steamrolled. It might be a situation here, everybody. You want to get something really, really cheap 2 days out? You could potentially look at the 640s or potentially 636, which is $50 right now. We still got to go up higher, so maybe you just wait for tomorrow to buy into the puts. Because I think we're just going to end up above this area. And then tomorrow you're just going to be at a new high potentially. Remember, you got to fill the gap right here. So there's a gap that you need to fill. And I think you just filled it. This is what we told everybody the market was going to do. And we knew that just because you filled this gap over here. So it's just similar trends, really. So again, you're running up to the top of 645.28, that is. Looks like we're rocketing past 645 here. Options are now up in terms of the calls, like the initial calls we had from before. Those are up at 500% now from $10. So again, now you hit 500%, which was the first goal. So again, the calls ended up working out perfectly. We took 160%. They went to 500%. Yesterday we had 0%. So 160% is a major gain, is a major jump from yesterday. So tomorrow, since our trade today ended up doing exactly what we wanted, we'll end up holding it a little bit longer. Just due to the natural flow, we should be able to have a really bullish day. We just got to see this thing fall down overnight. So for now, I'm looking at some of these other plays that are going up. Unity's up again. We're at $20 now. Red wire's up. Looking at the SPY put still. 2 days out. Everything's so expensive. We want cheaper prices, honestly. Let's see if it's going to take us right back up to the top. If it does, that'll be perfect. Again, we have some other plays that are on the board that are catching some of this profit due to SPY. Okay, let me finish the Snapchat stuff before I keep forgetting. It's 1 minute before close. Insurance. Let's go here. Absolutely an amazing day, everybody. Absolutely amazing. Remember, this was our goal at the end of the day yesterday with these calls. So the calls that we got right here, the goal was to see it bounce right back up to here. Just like how it's doing right now. And if you fall from the same level and you get beneath the 1/8 point by tomorrow morning, I'm just letting everybody know we got to play puts for this market to fall out the sky. It almost needs to gap up and end up at the high so that we could play puts at the top, going right back into the box. That's pretty much all we're doing on the weekly. This is what we do every single time the SPY makes a new high. Nothing's new, really. It's the same thing pretty much every single time, honestly. It happens a little differently, of course. Sometimes you have different amounts of pressure, but at the 1/8 point, that's usually where stuff starts tripping out, which is kind of like today. It pretty much did the same thing today once it got above that 1/8 point. Kind of like yesterday too. You start tripping out like around here too. Opposite flow, right? So that was a really nice day right there. Make sure you guys update your trades, update your notes, please. If you guys have any questions, make sure you put it in the chat. Tesla hit 350. There we go, Danny. That's a nice put you had. You said you need a trader chick? Beautiful SPY play right there on the 644 calls. 3 of them at $20. You sold them all for $70 each. Again, we told everybody in the morning 645 calls. Some of you got the 644s. And as you could tell, just look at that price action right there. Absolutely amazing. By the way, Prime, you're the only person who... Your biggest issue with Mumu is... Oh no, you said that earlier, Louis. Prime, in terms of that $1.30 move, you are the only person that guessed it correctly. I'm happy you remember that. I'm happy you have the notes on your screen. The note that Prime was referring to, in terms of, you know, what I'm referring to right now as well, is just this right here. Just read my screen, everybody. I want you to look at this real quick. And I want you to read this. And I want you to understand that we literally predicted history right there. Because we keep doing this time in, time out. Like, it's crazy. Let me show you. So in terms of the move right there, you did $1.27, right? This note right here specifically says the first $1.30 move could result in a staircase in the opposite direction for the rest of the day. Now you tell me what that looks like today. And again, you did $1.30 straight down, then you went right back up. As soon as I saw that, my eyes instantly, I was just like, oh no, it's going right back up to the purple, huh? And that's pretty much what happened. There we go, Prime. You're up 50% on your whole entire account. Excellent. Now we're back on track. 50% on the whole entire account. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. So tomorrow's goal is going to be to get at least like a 25%. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday? If tomorrow's Wednesday? Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. We might have to see. I'm going to look at the last 4 Wednesdays from the last 4 weeks, and then we're going to see if... we're going to see if we could play the downside or upside, or if it's going to be consolidation. It might be consolidation going into a new high. That would be beautiful. Because then all we got to do is just play a strike price, like 2 strikes out, once you're above 647. Which, of course, we're going to track that down with these levels right here, right? We got everything made for us. So we're just waiting for it and watching it. For instance, the second you hit this level tomorrow morning, if you're below it, puts. If you're above it and you open up above it and you fall down onto it, calls, so that you could run up higher to 649, sorry, and then 651, where we're going to play puts going right back down. And then we're going to switch into calls at 649, 648. Just like how we did it in the 638s. We started buying here. Market ran viciously right back up. We're just going to rinse and repeat and copy that. And that's pretty much all we're doing here. I think everybody's on the same page now. Tesla hit 350. There we go. So tomorrow we'll see if it's going to pretty much just hold above it. And then tomorrow we can start playing the calls going higher. If you just run to 356, tomorrow we'll play the puts going right back down to 351. And then we'll continue to play the calls going right back up to 361. About a $10 jump. Again, pay attention to everything we say about Tesla. I want you to know everything. How things change from day to day. How the ideas work. What points can we buy in terms of puts? What points does the market really slow down? When do we get consolidation? Just all of that, right? Every single aspect. The comment that I just seen on the Patreon. What in the world? You can't hear me on the live? Let me see. You should be able to hear me. 850% gain. There we go. Absolutely excellent, everybody. Absolutely excellent. Let's check some of these other plays here and see how they're doing. So again, we used $600 yesterday. That $600 has now turned into, just due to the fact that it was growing, $635. And then the $180 that we had yesterday is now at $280. Basically today as well, we had 180 this morning. Now we have 280. Next thing we got to do is take that 280, take it to like 400 or 500, maybe even 700, just like how we did it on Friday. Because remember, on Friday we only had 200, and we turned that all the way into 800. So all we really need is $200, and we could turn that right back into $800 again. You said you were up 890% on the day? Yeah, that's absolutely insane. You said expect me to be buying a Discord membership in a couple days. No, yeah, exactly. Get all the bills covered, all the subscriptions covered. Make sure you write everything down. Come up with some plans and ideas of what your goals are in terms of what you want for profit. What is your, your number that you're trying to get to that would at least make you be able to not work? And then we'll discuss exactly how you're going to go about basically doing that. And of course, I'm always going to guide you throughout the way. But there's going to be enough wiggle room so that you can make your own decisions. And speed up at certain moments, slow down at certain moments. You know? It gives you everything you need, pretty much. That's why I'm very happy in terms of how I teach. It's just... It tends to be... It tends to fit that person, basically. You know what I mean? That's my goal. That's one of the accounts. So we have a couple different accounts going on. We have a $4 account. We have a $10 account, $15. We have a bunch of $15 accounts because the $5 accounts, due to the slow movement yesterday and today, have not been working out too well. On Friday, they were beautiful. But today and yesterday, only towards the end of the day did these options really do something insane. So what we want is a crazy move throughout the day where we pay $5 or $6 at 11. And then for the rest of the day, it's just like a crazy V-shape. Kind of like what today should have been if you had done the move earlier, basically. But yeah, today was amazing. 900%. That's a crazy gain right there. Especially from watching just from YouTube, because the YouTube is a little delayed. So that's insane. In terms of the other accounts, like the challenges, the other goals, honestly, is going to be to get this whole entire Discord to 1,000 and 5,000 by my birthday, which is September 15th. And then once everybody's at 5,000 by my birthday, the goal is going to be to basically start some cheap account challenges with everybody. Like when everybody's at 5K, we're going to instantly start a $1,000 challenge, if not like a $100 challenge. And then starting from there is where we're intending on taking that to like 10K, 15K, 100K. Once we have 100K, of course, then we'll start thinking about $1 million. So we have to plan it carefully, meticulously. It's not just about going from $4 to $1 million. It's going from $4 to 10,000, splitting it evenly with other accounts, setting ourselves back a little bit, taking some of that capital out, splitting it, and then continuing to aggressively trade and continue to grow it in the same fashion we made it. Because if you can make $1,000 within a week, you could definitely turn, and by the way, $1,000 from $15, right? So if you can go up times, how much is that? Times 10, times 100, right? A little bit under times 100. Wait, how much is it? Oh my God. $1,000 divided by 15 equals times 66. So if you can go up times 66 in a week, you could definitely turn 1,000 times 66. Obviously equals, I was about to say, something crazy. I was about to say 200,000. Oh God. No, but the multiplication upon, your account happens very quickly, especially when you're having, a margin account. If you're just trading with a cash account, it's going to be a little slower. But at the same time, if you have Webull, it could definitely grow your account a little bit quicker. What's good, trader? It's the application of what you're teaching. It just shows if you pay attention and learn the technique, you can apply it to yourself and be successful. No, yeah, exactly. That's my favorite part about all my trading styles, is no matter which one somebody learns, it's so easy to understand, and the layering of it is so robotic in terms of how I did it. It allowed me to create all these different trading styles because the way I look at certain things, the way I ask certain questions, or let's just say I create a trading style, the first thing I think about is, all right, what are all my failure points? Meaning, if I get into a call here or a put here, how can I easily have insurance for it using the original trading style? So it's kind of like using what you have. You're trying to think outside the box and display it in other, fashions, above it, below it, to the side of it, to extend it, where you can see the same type of movement occur in that range. So oftentimes people tell me, how do I, track down a range or how fast something is? The easiest way to do that, realistically, is to measure it with a box from top to bottom and literally put it right beside it. And if in the next week or 10 days you don't have the same momentum, meaning you don't hit the top or the bottom of that box, what that means is basically the momentum is now drying up. So there's various ways of testing it and capturing momentum and speed. You could do it horizontally. I prefer to show people how to do it diagonally because it makes more sense, honestly. When you tell a person horizontal axis times your what's it called, diagonal axis equals just a specific price, a specific point in history, which you could use as speed, because both lines are hitting something at a different direction. Give me 1 second here. I think my computer is I need 1K a week. No, yeah. 1K a week would be excellent. It's not that far away. It's like right there. Right next door. We just need everybody to get to that. As long as everybody gets to like 1,000 to 5K, we'll start trading with $1,000 per day. I just need you guys to get to that level first. If you need help, of course, just ask me. Have one-on-ones. Arrange a time where we could speak. Once I share some ideas, I'm sure you'll be profitable within a couple hours. Not because, I'm like a monk or something, referring to the level that I've reached, but it's good enough to be able to just pinpoint mistakes that people might have, just because I used to make a lot of mistakes myself. So I just use that as a fashion, in a certain fashion, I guess, to just, find other people's mistakes. And then you work off of that, right? So if you could look at somebody's mistake and see how they made it. For instance, when I lost my $100,000 account when I was 21, I took an account from 3K, took it to 100K, and then I lost it all within like 2 months. It took me a month to make it. I lost it within 2 months. I always like going over that, so we probably will create like a YouTube video for that to talk about it. Show you some of the ideas. Because the way it occurred was kind of funny. It was all just me losing my own mind, basically. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people struggling with funds. No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's no point for me to start trading with 1,000, 10K, 15K, not until we have a leveled playing field where everybody could then, be in the same arena. Of course, as the YouTube grows, there's going to be more people that join up that are not prepared. But at a certain point, for example, with the amount of people that have joined recently and have been paying attention to the lives, I'm perfectly fine with this group of people being just the next group of people that pay attention to every single aspect, and within a month, they'll be able to sign up, have their own route, their own journey. That's if they want to sign up, of course. If they don't want to, of course, that's completely in their, power. I just want to be able to have enough time to speak to everybody one-on-one. So like I stated before, I have plenty of time right now, so make sure you ask me as much questions as possible. So yeah, trader, just message me on Patreon. It's free to message me there. You just got to go into the community chat. It's a little hard to find, but within a couple minutes, you'll find it. There's not that much like categories that you could select anyways. So go into the free chat. Just send me your Discord. And that's the best way to contact me, to be able to speak to me in any type of private fashion. Instead of just straight up adding me from Discord, I'd rather it be this way so it's just more secure, You said you only had to make 160 per day and you're crushing that? Excellent. That's what it's like trading under no fear. There we go. Now, yeah, you've been doing absolutely amazing the last couple of days. I'm paying attention to every single post, every single, comment. Very attentive too. And I also appreciate the comments of you guys going back and forth when I'm not responding in the YouTube sometimes because I'm fixing up some charts or the Discord. I really appreciate that. You saw the $15 to $840 play on the Moomoo app? Well, there you go. Well, think about it. The play that I told everybody to buy today went from $10 to $50. Think about that for a second. We talked about it early. We were still fixing the structure the whole entire day, so we didn't get a chance to post it on Moomoo. But in terms of how it looks going into tomorrow and the rest of the week, it's going to look really good now. So I'm really happy about that. I'll show you guys now actually, because we're done with everything pretty much. Actually, we're not done with Snapchat. Let me fix that real quick, everybody. Give me 1 second. You guys know how I am. Wait, did I finish this? I did finish it, but I want to actually delete that. And at the same time, I want to color this differently, like a bluish color. And I want to make these 2 pixels. And then I want to make this just like that. Put this right below. This right here is going to be your 1/8 point. So we got that nice and plotted. There we go. And that's pretty much it. Now we just got to put your weekly points here. So of course the orange ones are very important. Actually, let me make it a little bit more orange so it stands out. There you go. And then these are going to be yellow because these are the midpoints. Then these right here are all going to be blue for the 1/8 points. These are all the levels we're looking on for Futu, which is Moomoo, right? By the way, I'm going to extend this box a little bit just so it matches with everything. August 1st to August 25th range. We got to also write that down. Don't ask me why I just did that. Sometimes I just prefer to do it that way, you know? Know what I'm saying? We'll take out the middle line. We'll put the text at the bottom. No, yeah, it's free to do that. That's no problem. All right, everybody. So you said you saw the $15 to $840 challenge? Oh, no, yep. But yeah, I hope you got into the call play that we got into earlier. The first one, which was like 5 minutes, 10 minutes in. You said, to be frank, you lost about 15K, hoping to slowly recover. How long ago you lost it? By the way, whenever you join the Discord, the first thing I'm going to ask you is to plot down every single one of your trades that you've ever kind of got into, honestly. Like every single trade ever. And then we go over every single play. Because for the most part, a lot of those plays tend to be good ideas. So I want to kind of highlight what was good and what was bad about it. so that you could see how most of the time you were right. It's just it kind of played out a little bit differently in terms of the idea or the trend. So yeah, it's just about getting that more perfect, more precise. Okay, so this is the one 4 points. You know what I should do? Put it to the left like that. That looks way better. Yeah, that looks better. Yeah. There we go. That's really nice. I like that a lot. And then that's that range right there. So then I would copy this. Copy this right here. And I post this here. Post this to the bottom. This will be the August 20th to 25th range. 20th to 25th range. So that's a different range, right? You know what I could do? I could do this right here. What if I take this, and I take this, and I take off the color completely. Right? And then let's take this color off as well. And then let's make sure this doesn't have a color either. Perfect. And honestly, I could just take off the background color, the bigger box. Now we're working with something. There we go. Oh wait, I just moved it all. Let's lock that. Because we don't really care about the bigger trend. We obviously know the bigger trend is there. We care more so about the smaller trend for Mumu. And then obviously everything else, you know, is pretty much secondary, to be completely honest. So this is how we're going to play the downside. Let me just copy all this stuff here. Oh God. What happened? There you go. All right, everybody, perfect. So now the boxes are lined up. We can go ahead and delete that. We have all the downtrend lines planned with all the levels. So now all we have to do is just take a picture of this. Let's turn this into like a purplish color. There you go. Look at that. Now it stands out. There we go. And then this is still orange. Yep. This could be white now. That's perfect. We should also change the border of this. Change it from that to pure orange. I don't maybe not pure orange. Maybe like red or something. Green? No. Blue? Dark blue? Yeah, we'll keep it dark blue because it has like its own like little haze to it. You said you made $270 today on those spy calls. Thank you for the teaching moment. No, yeah, see, I'm happy. There you go. So you joined because you wanted to turn $5 or $15 into a crazy number. And then a couple days later, boom, got some profit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I like to see, everybody. That's excellent. Absolutely fantastic, everybody. Today was a really good day. Made up for yesterday. which we kind of knew it was going to happen. We kind of knew today was going to be really good. So yeah, that's just awesome, right? Sorry, I just got to fix this real quick. I don't like how it looks. Something's messed up here. All right, excellent. That's usually how it starts, you know. Everybody's usually a little bit kind of challenged by the charts at the beginning stages. Even I was when I was making all these charts and I had all these ideas. It was a lot of work, honestly. There's a lot of stuff to remember and to have to put down and to copy and paste to a different chart and see what works, see what doesn't work. Remember that I was testing that from last week, and then it's just all over the place. That's why now I created a formula for everything. Exactly, yeah. Whenever you have a big move on a Friday or any other day for that matter, if you have more than a $6 to $10 move on the SPY, the next day is always going to be garbage most of the time. Most of the time. So usually that's the reason why I warn people ahead of time, and that's the reason why yesterday we only traded with $23. It was a consolidation day that turned into a really bearish day. But you still held the bullish weekly trend, right? It just turned out to be a bearish day because of where you ended off. But in terms of the weekly, you were still bullish. Which is why today we played calls from the same location just to go right back up. Because we know what this means. We've seen this, you know, happen many, many times. And we just continue to trade it the same way. Ever since SPY was at 540, we've been doing it the same exact way. All the way right back up to 613, and then right back up to the current number that we're at. Because these weekly boxes, we had a similar idea last year. It was chart number 7 actually. Specifically this chart right here. Let me see something real quick. I just want to see what these trends were doing. Let me actually fix this other SPY chart. As you can tell, I have an odd tendency of trying to make everything perfect. I don't know why. Alright, anyways, this looks perfect.
Yeah, that shit rubs off on everybody.
Right? I feel like it's a good thing. I just can't stop making it as visually, you know what I mean? Let me see, is this good now? No. Alright, so we gotta do this then. Oh wait, shit, did I mess that up? I think I just messed it up. Oh no. I think we're fine. Okay, let me see where this is at. It goes to the price action just like that. What point does it hit though? Wait, let me see. So it hits this point, right? At the end of the day. Okay, let's see if my eyes can do this. Like right at the end of the day. That's perfect. That's good enough. It's like a couple cents of margin right there. So now we're gonna take this off and look at this when we look at it now like that. Looks like some type of like neon poster. But you can clearly see the 1/2 point, the 1/4 point, the 1/8 point. Right next to the 1/8 point, I have some room here and I'm going to be adding the 1/16 points. Because I have a feeling that this range at the end of July and August is going to be very useful for September. I'm almost certain. So yeah, the 652s, 51, and that range and you know anything above it or below it is kind of what we're looking at right now. I like how this looks though. Looks really nice. Let's delete that.
That's the weekly range, right?
Yeah, so it was the weekly range of July 3rd, which is basically, honestly, I think not the first day in July actually, but then again, it goes to the bottom of July. Exactly. Now that I'm looking at it, wait a second. Does it?
Yeah.
Let me go here. Extend it to the left. Holy shit! I didn't even realize that. So wait a second. I could rename this then. We could rename this July 2nd. And wait, so just having these 3 days right here, you got all this data? That is insane. So yeah, July was very important for August, as you all could tell. Which means August is going to be very important for September. So I'm wondering how the end of August is going to turn out. Because if we just crash from these highs tomorrow, which is probably going to... That's probably what we're doing right now. We're probably running up to the highs so that by September 1st, or like maybe like August 29th, 28th, you just crash like $15 out the sky. That could be what's happening right now. Let's fix this last little line down here. This is what we're going to use whenever the market starts falling out the sky. Oh wait, I didn't even look at where we're at. Okay, so you hit that line perfectly. Alright, that's easy to do. Just put it here. I think that's good enough. Okay, so that's excellent. That's this weekly range. Let me make this smaller so you can't actually be too bothered by that. And then boom, you have this range right there. And then you have this newer range, the bigger one. And you have the little mini one in here. This doesn't look good in here, so I might have to delete this, but I'll make it smaller for now. Change the lines to like orange. And we'll let it rock for now. It's kind of like disappearing. You're also following the weekly wedge really nicely here. You bounced on that weekly wedge line. Last time you fell through the sky. So yeah, we were trying to see if you were going to do the same thing this time. You did the opposite though. Remember last Tuesday, you fell out the sky. This Tuesday, you ran into the sky. We were trying to compare them today, and we, pretty much noticed that as well. So that's something we're using for more upside. As well as we can also make another line now and use just the highs. Excellent. So tomorrow, we still need to get above 646 tomorrow on the SPY. If you just stop right here, you're gonna fall out the sky again. Potentially this time much lower, because now you have a new wedge down here for you to potentially go here, or
yeah, the range I have for that is 646.19 to 647.01.
yeah, those are good ranges right there.
He might want to check it out.
I bet. I'll take a look at it right now. So yeah, the only time we're really gonna play puts is right here, tomorrow, or all the way up here, which is way above us. So this is perfect actually, because there's no need for us to play puts here. I mean, unless we're just trying to play a little 0-day put, yeah, but no weekly puts, which is what I'm trying to look at here. No weekly puts at all while we run up. You're gonna head out? Sounds like a plan. Thank you, everybody. No, you're good. Let's go back to it real quick. Let me see. These circles. That one's King's Point, but this one specifically, let me see. No, that one's not King's Point because there's no price action up here. So this one's gonna be just a new high, specifically referring to the diagonal line here. This one. So yeah, I'm just pointing that out. This one's not King's Point either. This one would be King's Point right here. So we could change this color to blue. Thank you for that call out. And then we could buy calls down here. On the SPY. So if you fall down to 636, like if we start gapping down tomorrow, we're going to buy some calls down here. That's also King's Point. And then in terms of playing more puts, yeah, you need this to fall below 620. This is actually perfect. This is all of our ideas. Play puts from here straight down to here, which is also King's Point. Yeah, that's so weird how that all matches up. You know, oh, you know what's crazy? Wow, I just remembered something. Let me show you something real quick. So when I was testing this last week, I was realizing that King's Point for some reason matches up with weekly levels perfectly in terms of where the market falls. In fact, when I made King's Point, it was specifically for the weekly charts like this. So let me show you what idea I had last time. It looks kind of crazy, I know, but just look at it for a second, right? This is the idea that I came up with. I know it looks absolutely disgusting. It's just colors everywhere. I get it. It's just because of the background. But let's see if I could turn off the background, actually. Let me see something real quick. This is called the hamburger chart. This is where I usually would test like horizontal stuff. So look at it right now. You made a high, you made a low. That low specifically that I'm referring to, like this one right here. If we hide everything, you could see it, as you can see. So within a day you had this low, and within 2 days of data you had a whole week of data. So when you fell towards the low down here, I told everybody to play calls towards the next quarter point. You ran straight there. We played puts to the midpoint. We sold out early. We then played calls here and the market shut down on top of us. We then played calls down here because you just fell down towards the midpoint, the quarter point again. Ran back to the midpoint. We held it. You still fell down. Didn't average down yet. Fell down to here. We averaged down on those calls. And as you all could see, the weekly, once you actually made these lows that went lower than that first low over here, then the whole entire market just ran up into the sky. This type of run up, just so you can understand, is enough to make any, you know, person that has 5,000, 10,000 instantly shoot above 100K. For a trend like this is over 1,000%. You know, it's times 10. At least times 15. You know what's the craziest part? Last year, we had so many trades on SPY and SPX that were going 1,000 to 500% per day. I remember this one week, we had 2,000 to 3,000% wins per day the whole entire week. 5 days in a row. It was like in the summertime, you could say, like right before you were falling out the sky. It was one of the most insane times. I had this one guy that I used to teach. His name was Money something. Money something. I forgot what his name was, but I think Money Mage. I think that's what his name was. And he used to just trade SPX on my reversal points, pretty much just like how everybody does now. same exact reversal points as well. That's the weirdest part. Like he literally trades the same exact way that we trade in terms of buying puts right next to number 4 here. As you can tell, you fell down right here, right next to number 4. So he would buy the puts right around that point for SPX, and he would instantly be up like 1,000% every single time because he would always just wait for these reversal points. So it was amazing to see that. But in terms of everybody else here, the first thing I think we should do is make sure you post all your notes. If you don't know what notes to post and what am I talking about, just give me a second. I'm going to show you right now. Let me make sure this is all updated though. I think I made this chart look really nice because I need to take a picture. You know, if I'm going to post it, post this chart, I might as well start doing that. All right, so let's take a picture of this. Wait a second. Yep, now we could take a picture. I want more screen real estate. I kind of want to have these points as well on the screen. Kind of really want to have them there. So let's just do this real quick. I think that's fine. That's perfect. These zones are half of these zones, so let me see what zones we're on right now. So that's the whole entire thing. This right here is 1/4. Let's go ahead and actually paste everything. So boom, you can clearly see that, which means of course this is going to be 1/8, which means this one's going to be 1/8. Same thing here. Same thing here. Which of course also means that this one's now going to be 1/16. What the hell just happened? I just saw a bright white flash. Let's see, 1/16. Okay, now we have all that planned. Let's delete these two. Let's then copy and paste this up here. Just like that, everybody. Remember, this is from Mumu. This is your all-time trend here. There you go. Next thing I would like to do here is just take all these boxes here, and then what we're gonna do is, let me see something real quick. Let me move these price labels. Change them to blue, and then change their outer border to orange, just like that. And then now let's fix up these. Excellent. All right. So the 1/8 points are nice and perfect now. Actually, we got to fix those as well. The one thing I want to do here is actually, let's take these white, or not the white points, but the blue points. And let's use that for the 1/16 points instead. Perfect. Let's select them now. We'll fix up the price labels after. And then I'm going to select... oh, you're going to skip one, I think. Yeah, you would skip one. So you would go like this. And then when you copy it, it's just the right distance so that you could put it for the 1/8 points. It's kind of like magic right there. Now these points, we're going to color them differently. Of course, you have to. And then you got the bigger points. Okay, so Momo's all done now. This is actually really nice. This is a cool idea. I never did something like this yet. Doing it so that you could see the yearly stuff, but on the 1/16 points. And then 1/8, and then boom. Right back into 1/4. We should actually know what we should do so we could see it on the left side. Let's put this on the left side. Just like that. Look at that. For the 1/4. So our goals are right here, and that's pretty much it. Boom, now we're ready to take a picture. Now I'm satisfied with at least this. Alright, so boom, that's done. Next thing we got to take a picture of course, is the space company, RDW. Let's go take a look at that one more time. The chart on this one's pretty much already done and nice. So we don't really got to do much here. Pretty much. I can move this left actually. I think it'll actually look a little bit better. Never mind, I gotta fix it. .31. Alright, excellent. That arrow's already fixed. That's the most important one. Everything else pretty much doesn't matter. I guess, wait a second. I guess I could fix this. But then again, I'm pretty sure I used all these points already. And then if you buy down here, which is you're buying at $3, I would not sell this thing until this thing hits at least $20 or $30. If I'm being real with you. If this thing ever hits $3 again, we're not selling until this thing hits 20 or 30. Everything in between, we're just going to have options. In terms of the shares, we're holding it all the way back up. $30 - $90 within the next 2 years, everybody. You buy something for $30 and that thing goes to $90? Oh my goodness. Not even $30, $3, because you're at 9 right now. So yeah, within 2 years, back up to three months. Within 3 months, we should be able to bounce up on Redwire if we just stay stuck right here right now. You're at the quarter point, so I want to see you run back into the midpoint, which is 1570. So what we could do is we could move this arrow up here. And then we could put this down here. This is your second exit. This is your 1/2 point. It's like that's your exit right there. And then what we could have is just this right here below it. First entry. Puts. Back down to what's a point in between? Like right here, like $10. That's a perfect point actually. $10.45. So at 14.20 puts back down to 10.45. And then let's go ahead and make this red. Let's make the text red. I'm actually going to leave it like that right there. And then right here we're going to fix up the calls. So if you go above 1581, we're going to play calls straight up to 1914. 1581. 1581. Calls to 1914. All structure points, everybody. Excellent. That's your second out. 1/8 point. Your next exit is going to be up here. $39. So that's going to be your third exit. And then your fourth exit. Yeah, see, I was a little crazy right there saying that was only your second exit. Realistically, no. No matter how much you think any company can go up, there's still exit points. Of course, you can hold, certain companies on like a certain account. For instance, like account that you're really going to hold for like 5 years, 6 years. Because I definitely do think this is going to be worth a lot of money soon. It's just you always have to deal with the probability and the opportunity that you slow down for a couple months before you do that. Therefore, the contracts might get cheaper. Shares might get cheaper. And there might be more opportunities soon as compared to mediocre opportunities. But like these opportunities right now, like down here, this is a really good opportunity. That's a 1/4 touch, as you all could tell. 1/4 point. Everything's all listed on the screen. And yeah, we could also do this right here. I almost forgot. We're gonna play puts from 2058. Back down to the easiest thing to do would be 1617. 16.17. That could be an easy little weekly play. And then down here for more puts. This is what I was trying to get to. Below $7.80, 7.80. Puts right back down to 486. 4.86. Then 319. Worst case scenario is now planned. Everything else is perfect. I'm happy. All right. Now we could take a picture of this. We had a nice buy and sell there right before you collapse out the sky. And then we bought again down here. Let's go like that. Let's put this to the side so you can see how the market could fall. Let's also make a little graph. This is how I think we're gonna what's it called, run right back up. I'm gonna sell out somewhere around the midpoint, and you're probably gonna hit the top again and fall maybe. I doubt you're gonna fall as low, so you might only fall as low as here, honestly, and then pop above here, use that as support, and then start running towards, you know, the greater high is what could happen. Along the process of that, if you fall next to this midpoint, you could definitely fall down a little bit lower, as well as right here, you could definitely fall down like lower to here. So we're gonna make that red right there, and then we'll probably have like one more red point, potentially like right here, like that, in terms of downside. And then we have all the upside plan. Let's turn this into green lines. Excellent. All right, we're ready. Say cheese. There we go. Wait. These are not done. Why does it look like that? I think I was doing it differently towards the top. So this right here is going to be a 1/8 point, right? Yes. Which means this is a 1/16. Oh, no, 1/4. 1/4. Put this in the middle. Make it smaller. So that means this right here is the 1/2 point. There we go. This is the only picture someone will need for like the next 5 years, honestly. Alright, so that's perfect now. We're done with that. Next company was Snapchat. So let's go look at Snap. S-N-A-P. This thing is massively oversold. I'm actually really happy we finished these charts. This looks really nice. Honestly, I could just use this here, because these are the more important ones. which means this one is 1/8. Same thing over here. So the bigger one looks perfect. The smaller one... What is going on over here? Excellent. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this would be number 2, or 1.2, 1-2, whatever. Said it wrong like 4 times. Okay, so 1/2, 1/8. Let's see if we could quickly finish this. So again, these are all the levels that you're going to play in terms of Snapchat here. All very important levels. We should also have something at the top of this box here. Something like that. That's perfect. July 23rd till August 20th. Alright, so that's 1/8, so that means this is 1/16 points. Which means in terms of Snapchat's price action, ladies and gentlemen, in case you wanted to know, this is what you've been waiting for. I would like to now show you how you're stuck in the 132 point. As you can see, you're like slightly below it. This is your all-time 132 point. So we already tracked down where you're at now. We know exactly where you're at, which means if Snapchat bounces up, you're gonna hit the 132 point at the top, which is about $3 away from the line. So that's gonna be Snapchat's gonna run up to $80 potentially. That's what this chart is telling me right now. A stock that did this is pretty much Mumu. You guys remember looking at Mumu? Watch this. Look at this chart. And then look at the Mumu chart and tell me it didn't just do the same thing. You see what I mean? You have a certain value, you collapse out the sky, pretty much lose, you know, 90%, 80% of it, and then you run right back up to the peak. And then now you start falling out the sky. Looks like we caught that Mumu put perfectly. Just due to the previous highs, right? Okay, so I think all these charts are done. We were working on Snapchat right there, so we're going to finish that right now. And then let's take a picture. We should be able to take a picture right now. I thought I deleted everything for a second. I was about to say, oh no. Oh no. This is a problem. So for Snapchat, we're going to take 2 pictures. Because we're trading the much bigger, longer term, right? Alright, how do I clear all this nonsense here? Quickly, let's see. Excellent. That means everything else is part of the bigger group. There you go. Let's put this back. Let's hide this. Let's take our first picture. And then we're going to zoom in to take the second picture. Personally, my first goal, in order for me to sell out of all my options, meaning every single one of them, we need to run up to 24. And then I'll potentially look for this market to retrace back to around 15, right, where I can then get along again for potentially like 40s to the 30s, go short again, and then play for that next higher high. First for the midpoint, it's probably going to consolidate around here a little bit, like that, and then you might get that high. At that point, now you're at the middle. So you could potentially now see us collapse from here. Straight down to the bottom. The one thing I don't understand is why would I... Oh man. Why would I put it so close to the price action so you can't see it? Leave it like Like that. There you go. Now everybody can see what's going on here. We're gonna have to move this to the left. Excellent. Okay, let's take a picture of this. Don't worry, everybody. I'm almost done with everything. After this, it'll be a lot more easier for our monthly and weekly plays, because again, we're just progressing the charts, making them better every single, second we can. Alright, so we're done with Snapchat. The last thing I had to do now is go to the Discord. You got it, Culinary. I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, so, oh yeah, I'm supposed to delete this. Delete this and I put this here. Okay, so above 871. This is, I think I'm going a little crazy right now, everybody. I think I've been doing this for too long. I'm losing it. I can feel it slipping in. Wait, who's still in the chat? Why is the chat so slow? Not so low. Not so slow. So that's so low.
No, I just made it to the crib, man. I just turned my computer on.
What's good, Louis?
What's happening, man? Not bad, man. It was a decent day.
Right?
We made some money, man. Hey, you know what's fascinating, man? It's like you don't never break a sweat about none of this shit.
Wait, who, me?
Shit ain't going your way.
Wait, who?
It's like you don't need to trip. It's like the certainty you got, like, okay, this is gonna come up. This is gonna come up.
Oh, honestly, I can't really explain that. That right there, I can't explain. There's like a certain hidden like X factor, which I'm trying to find it so I could break it down realistically. I think it's me learning how to teach people how to understand flow. Like, how do you know that within 2 days the spy would fall from the sky? Or how do you know that if we're going to consolidate at a certain point, you tend to have a downtrend, something similar, where you would only buy a couple strikes out. So it's all a little random, but it's just from me staring at the chart a bunch of times, I guess. That's the best way for me to explain it.
Like, when you looked at that chart, man, those two run-ups, those big-ass green candles, it's like them came through and saved the day. Like,
yeah, literally right there. Just that last two candles, yeah.
look at the other one, though. Look at the other green. You know what I mean? Last week, that shit came through like a hero. We had those falls. They weren't going to expire for another day, though, but yeah, man, that thing came through and saved the day. I heard you. Sell everything. Sell it all.
You heard me.
Sell it all, guys. I remember calling. I'm the one that called it out for you. I was like, hey, man, Spy running. You looked at it. He's like, hey, man, sell everything. Sell it all.
Yeah, that's
uncertainty brings calmness to me. Like, okay, we gonna make it at least to like $50 tomorrow.
Right?
Before the end of the week. Yeah, I did get the down cost. I did get the down averages, man. I bought two. I got one field at 27 and the other field at 26.
Oh, that's awesome.
My average cost is like 50. It's like 50 cents contract.
Yeah, that's perfect right there. And then we'll try to see if we can scoop some up for like $10. And with those next $10 entries, they should drop down the average from like 50 for you straight down to like 40 or 30.
Yeah.
I'm trying to drop my average to like around $20, $30, $15, somewhere around there. This is gonna be kind of like a penny trade.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna go through the video. You know, I'll be at work and shit, so I don't got a chance to look at everything you be talking about. But nah, I'm at the crib. I'm gonna play that YouTube live back.
Yeah, perfect. And then whenever you get a chance, look at this the Silo Trades channel, because I just fixed up all the entries.
Alright, yeah, I gotta enter my notes. I only entered a couple trades. We just did the 2 spy trades. You know what I mean? And that
Yep.
cost average the Tesla. I wasn't in the snap, the moo or the red line, the red wheel.
Oh, Redwire. Yeah.
Yeah, red wire. Ain't got into those yet. I'm gonna find the entry point to hop in those and try.
It's crazy because, so, for today, right? You know how we bought 10 shares of Redwire on Friday?
Yeah.
Or this morning? Wherever it was. No, yesterday.
Yeah.
So, whatever we spent for those shares, which was around $100, $90 to be exact, we already made that back with just that one spy play. Just going right back up to the top. Well, 2 of them. 2 spy plays. And all we got to do is make back $30 more, and now Redwire is completely free, which is insane because these options don't expire for like another 140 days, like half a year. So this is how I consistently grow these small accounts. So now, since that's free, once I get this account to like $600, $1,000 again, plus what I'm holding, which would be $1,600 in total, then I'm going to put another $400 into the same long-term plays if there's still potential for me to buy it at that point. And then we'll bring...
Plays is sweet, but they fuck with your PL on the daily, don't they? Like sometimes it might go down. You like, damn, how I lose $100 on what?
Honestly, you can't think about it like that.
Yeah, I got one for 2027.
Yeah.
That wolf play. You know what I mean? It just throw me off sometimes. Sometimes I just check my PL. Like, man, how the fuck I just lose $80 and I just see like some asshole, you know, some asshole gonna make a buy offer at like 200. That shit kind of fucks up the whatever the fuck they do with those offers. With
The bid and ask. Yep.
Yeah, like
Yep.
all I gotta do is put in a low bid and that shit. You looking at, man, what the hell just happened? I look, man, it's still at the same price. Yeah, but I mean, they good plays. Like I feel like that wolf play, I feel like that's gonna net me at least $5,000. And I paid what, $250 for the option. I mean,
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, that's amazing.
It was at 500, so I'm up 100% on it.
Okay.
Just kind of let it ride. I've been thinking about selling it, man, because I know September it might come back down. And just buy it back. But I don't know. There's too much shit going on.
Nah, yeah, that's why you definitely just want to, in terms of just the entries, like, I don't know why. I'll make it have mad, just, it would be way too detailed in terms of the explanation, like, just really unnecessary stuff. A couple iterations of me just going back and forth with myself in terms of just the charting, and I'll usually get to a point where it's all perfect. That's why you see me just keep prying into something, because what I've found is that eventually, instead of me just leaving it for tomorrow, I could just make it perfect right now. And then tomorrow's perfect is going to be even more perfect instead of me just leaving it. So in terms of just the trading, you kind of want to think about it the same exact way for the long-term stuff. That's the only way I'm able to actually get into a bunch of long-term plays is by having like the charts like this right here, for example, like for Snap. This is a little crazy.
Hey, I tell you what, today was one of the days you bought that 5-day spy play. I seen how that price action worked. That's crazy. I've been fucking with 0 days and 1 days, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never did a 5 day like that, man. I seen how it shot up, and it holds its value better than all those 0 days. Them 0 day, like for instance, when it was time to sell the 0 day.
Mm-hmm.
By the time I got back to my phone, it's like I only end up making like $4 or $5 off that trade. Meanwhile,
Yep.
I damn at the time I top ticked the 5 day. You know what I mean? I got it right at the high before it ran up some more. But it's just interesting how that works. I understand why you stress like 5 days. Learn your trade with 5 day close.
Exactly. Because like let's say you pay $180 for the SPY call, right? Just like how we did. But let's say it fell down. It actually ran up as much as I thought it was gonna fall down. That's why when I sold it at 250, I told everybody, I was just like, nah, yeah, this is really good profit. We could just it's 8 days out. Listen, we could just buy it again tomorrow. If it falls, if it doesn't fall, all we gotta do, use a $5, $10 trade to continue the upside. No risk. Especially because we just made 10 times that amount, if not 6 times that amount from the previous day. So it's like when you make some money, like $100, like how we did yesterday, tomorrow all we got to do is use $50 max, try to turn it into like 200, 150 again, and then we start using only a 30% of our account while we still have that extra amount, just in case we need to ever average down. You always want to have extra capital.
We do a baby plays pretty well. I don't really do iron like.
Right.
Yeah, I'm we playing with like I'm trading like I got a $100, $200 account and I got 3 bands. I ain't trying to force nothing, rush nothing, man. When it really click, that's when I do this shit, right?
Right.
We got something for sure. We still on the brink of September. And I feel like buyers might get skittish. You know what I mean?
Yeah, things might just hit the fan, honestly.
Yeah, they might just bail out like I feel like they gonna do with Nvidia tomorrow. I feel like at the end of the day you're gonna see Nvidia drop. Just right before earnings. Have you noticed that?
Say that again.
Like right before earnings, they got a tendency to drop. Everybody want to de-risk. Like a lot of people want to pour their, especially Nvidia, because Nvidia can have a good earnings report and that shit still. I done got burned like that before. With Nvidia, I think it was last November.
Mm-hmm.
Good earnings report, all greens across the board. It ran up like a few dollars right when they dropped the report. Then all of a sudden it just fell off a cliff. AMD do it too. Yeah, I remember I pulled out AMD for their earnings and I seen it just fall for no reason. Their earnings was decent.
Yeah, it does happen oftentimes, honestly. It's just because of, like you said, it's not only just de-risk, it's buy the rumor, sell the news. That's how, honestly, this whole entire market works. Whenever people actually know what the news is and they know what the events are, like, for instance, if, let's just say you got a best friend and that best friend owns, like, a multi-million-dollar company, right? And he tells you, you know what I mean, this is what I'm going to do with my company. This is what we're going to be. I want you to invest in the private fund before we go public. So, boom, you do all that. By the time you go public, it turns out to be a really good idea. Before you even know it, you're going to be up 100 million, 50 million, market caps 10 billion, 5 billion. Of course, it's tough to get, any company to that market cap, I agree. But if it's a really good idea, let's be honest. Most really good ideas like Ring or some other random ideas that you want to call out, headphones, or I don't know. You can name it. But the idea is that if people know and the company IPOs, that company will be worth a certain amount of money. After a couple weeks, any IPO you look at, I promise you, look at any IPO, it goes down every single time to a lower low. So that's because people already know what the company's about and what they have to offer, and now the earnings is what matters. Now it's the news. Now it's the future projections and all that good stuff. So it's like things change so drastically, and I've seen it happen with Tesla. So, because like I've put in $10,000 into Tesla after I made X amount, and I'll lose the 10,000 right away, and I'll be like, what just happened? What just happened? That thing was at $700. Now that thing is at $60. Now it's at $20. Now it's at $5, and it's just going the opposite way the whole entire time. And what I realized was how I was looking at the market at the time was way too long term. So I was looking at a long-term option, or looking at it with a long-term projection, but I was playing with a short-term option. So it was like vice versa. So once I realized that, I made the adjustment and I started playing stuff shorter, and everything started working out, honestly. The second I started getting strikes, like 2 strikes out, 10 days out, I would just literally wait for it to consolidate and I would always do it. So it's pretty funny. Like you said, with those 5 to 10 day contracts, if you focus on just that, once you have over $100, that's it, it's over. You're never going to lose all your money ever again, because you're always going to be able to average down at the right points with the right risk in mind for the capital size that you have. So if I buy something for 20, I'm only going to average down twice at like $5, because I only want to put in 30 in total. So at least I have another 2 days of opportunities. And I know if I follow my charts, maybe one day I might have a bad day, but that second day, I can still turn $30 into $60 or $90. So there's no point to be worried, no matter how low you get in terms of capital. Like, it doesn't matter how much capital you have. It doesn't matter if you take an account from $1,000 to $5. I kid you not. It does not matter at all. That's what I've come to realize. Because anything can happen. And when you realize that, and you actually see it happen to you a couple times, all you gotta do is just track down exactly how to, make it repetitive, which is those cheap options. The reason why I know how to play options at the end of the day and why I don't really worry about it is because there's been so many days where I played options at the end of the day on SPY. I'll buy 10 of them for $8. This is before I was teaching. But I would buy 10 of them for like $8, spend $80 from like my whole entire $1,000 account. And that thing jumps straight up to $800 each. Well, it's $80 each at the end of the day, just like that. And in terms of a move, you might be like, all right, so SPY was probably running $6. It was probably some crazy news or something like that. And the reality is that no. Every single time I used to get a crazy gain, it was because of days like yesterday. That's why I was saying it was so funny, because usually, by the time we ran up towards the top, usually we would have originally had played the downside, but honestly, because of this gap up, I was waiting to fulfill this, required need over here before we played it. Kind of like how you did it today. So it's kind of like there was some stuff that was going to potentially make us lose some value here, and I wanted to actually get the perfect contract by waiting for the top. So it just didn't work out yesterday in terms of playing those puts. But in terms of where you fell down and how you collapsed like that and then ran up like that, yeah, it was ridiculous. Those contracts pretty much went up 1,000% in terms of the Ford, like the three, it was, what was it, 643s? The 643s went from $4 to 60 right here. The 644s, which were one strike closer, went from $15 like right up here. And right down here, they were worth 160 each at the end of the day. From $15. Exactly, yeah.
That's what I'm fantasizing about, man. Catching like a $5 right before the big right. You look up, the $5 play is worth 200 now.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's crazy.
That happened to us one time, so I can actually show you real quick. That happened to us. I want to show you a chart where we were using it during that time. What chart were we using? This one, definitely.
Them plays, though, $5 and 200, you can really call that basically printing money after that.
Yeah, I want to show you this. It was crazy. It was like right before I was going on a trip, so I really needed the capital. And that capital just literally just blew up the whole entire account and pretty much paid for the whole entire trip. So it was right here. We got into 2 different trades. One was SPY, right there at the top. It was on a Friday. The reason why we told everybody buy puts on a Friday was just because when you actually ran up towards the top, if you use this chart right here, this is monthly DARP chart number 2, this one, and you use the equal reaction formula that we were creating. Imagine this, I know it's a lot of stuff, it's all over the place, but imagine this right here in the middle, the orange line that you see here, this is basically the middle point. This is the 1/2 point in our case. So now when I go like this, The orange one in the middle, again, is the halfway point. When you first ran up, you almost hit this orange point, which again was copied from a previous time in history. Therefore, you should have hit it. Because you didn't hit it, we ended up not getting puts here because we were waiting for the perfect entry. So right here, you basically collapse out the sky because of FOMC.
What day was that?
It was December 18th, 2024. We lost a lot of money here. In total, I think I lost, and I don't really put too much capital at one given point. So at this point, I was down, I think, at the end of the day, like $600, I believe. We averaged down at 3 points. So the first point was like right around, you see how it says bought calls here? Yep, so I averaged down right here. We averaged down right here is, actually no, we didn't average down here. I think we played some puts in the middle. And then down here we averaged down. So we averaged down only twice. It wasn't 3 times actually. It might have been 3 times. I think I remember buying it. You know what it was? It was because when the market dropped, it dropped only to right here, 601. And when I saw you holding on 601, I instantly told everybody, I was like, all right, screw it. I think it might just instantly reverse to the top, which is 611. So you might just run up, like $10. So I was like, all right, everybody get into a 5-day call for us to run it to 611, 613. And those things were expensive at the time because you only fell down a little bit. Like the FOMC event just had began. And no, yeah, you just continue to collapse. And then the next day, because of over here, you fell down and then you went down 2 days after a little bit lower. And then you went up higher. I told everybody, since this is a big drop, you normally fall down, run up a little bit the next day, go down a little bit lower.
That's a little bit.
It was a lot of bit, I'm not gonna lie to you. It was $16. Yeah, it was $16 of a fall out the sky. And then as you can see, right there it says bought calls, because this right here was a Thursday, and then this right here was a Friday when you ran up. So on the Thursday we bought calls. Actually, no, it was on the Friday we bought them. I remember buying this in the morning at 581 after I saw we opened up so low, and I was like, yo, this is gonna run to the midpoint. I know it is. So we bought a bunch of calls right here, and then it ran straight up to the midpoint here of 593, which is the midpoint, that weird orange line right there. So as soon as I saw that, I was like, all right, sell the calls, instantly buy puts, 1 strikeout. This should fall down and rotate at least to the 1/8 point, which would have been like right around here. So it fell down from 594, and it fell $4 down. So I was like, all right, this is really good. So let me show you. So as you can see from up here, and then down to here this day, let me go to the 1 hour. And it gets even more crazy, so just wait. So it was, where was it? Let me see. Yeah, it was like right here. So as you can see, I told everybody right here, get the 4-day, like a 2-day, 3-day put. We're just going to sell it tomorrow morning. It should be at least $1 lower than where we're currently at. And you woke up, yeah, like $5, $6 lower actually, yeah. $7. Oh my God. $8 that actually fell right here. So yeah, no wonder I remember now. If you actually look at this, yeah, this says $8, yeah. So it ran up $18. We ended up selling it like right here at 592. So we didn't catch the whole thing, but we caught like $15, you could say. $14 because we probably missed a little bit from the bottom. And then we caught a really nice put play right here. We sold those puts, and this was the crazy part. So remember, this was Friday. Before you opened up this whole week, I had all this stuff planned. So I'm sure you could see the text in the background. I don't know if you could see it that clearly. Let me see if I can make it a little bit brighter for you. Let me see if I could find.
It says wedges, optimist, triangle style, strength marker, daily, weekly entries, monthly, yearly.
But there's these really light text boxes on the screen. I'm trying to see. Oh, there you go. So look at this. Look at all those yellow arrows and all the yellow text. That's all my entries basically. So remember, before the market even opened up all these days, I literally made an idea for how I thought the market was going to run up to the highs and then potentially fall out the sky again. And from this day over here, meaning from this day right here before you opened up on Monday, we perfectly predicted 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. And after that, it was a Friday. I remember we bought a call right here. You can see what happened the next day. We didn't sell it. So you ran up like 50%. Half the Discord sold it. I decided to keep it. And you opened up, like, as you can see, $10 lower. So at the open, we just averaged down. Went back to break even. Didn't sell it. Fell right back down the next day. In the background, while we had this 5-day option that we were playing for the calls, we were also playing the puts going down, but on 0 days. So we were playing the perfect puts, basically. They were averaging pretty much any money that we were using to average down on these plays. We were basically making it back with the puts that we were playing 0 days. The only problem was, obviously, we want to be profitable. So when you hit this low down here at 580, I was just like, all right, listen, everybody. This could fall straight down to 570s. Because as you can see, there's like a large gap right here we had to fill.
That would be the correction. Right.
Exactly. Right? And I was like, all right. The way you have a low, there's multiple different ways. Sometimes you have a low that's low and then a lower low a couple days later, then you go up. Sometimes you have it like this where there's a low and a couple days later it's a higher low. Still close to it, but then it goes back up. So I'm like, all right, this can happen multiple different ways. Right here, when I saw us hit 580, remember, I'm hiding the screen for a reason because when you see these orange boxes that we were using as a backbone, you're going to be like, what in the world? Because when I first saw it, I couldn't believe it. Like, it was like the perfect idea of equal reaction. So you hit this point, I told everybody go long because it looks like there's some type of wedge from the top going straight down like this. Especially if you put a line right there. Let me unhide everything. As you can see, that white line, you ended up hitting it right here, and then we bought puts right there. Puts were up 1,000% just from you falling, just from up here to right here, and you ended up falling all the way down here. So basically, the way we played the next downtrend was a little bit safer. Instead of us having a 5-day put, we just kept playing 0-day calls. Because at this point, if you were falling again after you just fell down, I don't think we should mess with a 5-day call yet. So we just kept playing with 0-day calls. Like at the bottom, we would get a call here, sell it for 30%, 50%. Do the same thing down here. And it looked, because the market was falling down pre-market and then running up during the day, it looked like the market was trying to break out. Like this looks like the market's trying to twist in terms of momentum. So in terms of flow, I instantly started noticing once you hit this low down here on the 13th, like on Friday on the 10th, I ended up creating a YouTube video and I told everybody, there's only one way this is going to end up. And the one way this is going to end up is us bouncing to the 580s because there's absolutely no price action in here no more. So down here at 513, or no, January 13th, 2025, I told everybody the market's going to run to the 600s again. So I told everybody buy 30 to 50 day calls. And look at how fast you ran up. You ran up within 10 days. And we still had 20 days of time on these contracts.
So you went hard. Did you YOLO some shit?
Nah, we ended up getting something that was just a little pricey. That was all. And then we just kept playing the calls throughout the 0-day calls throughout the day, like how we're normally doing it right now. We're just consistently doing the same thing as well. And then over here, I was like, all right, you're at a new high. This is King's Point, because at this point I already created the concept of King's Point, and it was perfectly at that point, kind of just like how Mumu is. It's just with Mumu, it's kind of like Mumu's like below the peak instead of a little bit above it, but it's basically the same thing. So we all got puts here, and I told everybody, let's do something risky. We'll do it cheap, but let's go 2 days out. Let's go for Monday contracts, because I think this might just fall down to the middle. As quickly as you come up is as quickly as you can fall down. So
I forgot what I think I knew what it was. It's called like It's weak structure. That's what it is. It's weak structure when they shoot up in like a line. Like
Yep.
yeah, that's weak structure. It gotta come down.
So the reason why we got 30-day contracts here was because we were expecting this thing to take at least 2 weeks, like 14 days, 20 days, and we only had like 3 days, 5 days of time left. We were expecting to cut it close with this. The simple fact that you ran up that quick and we were up that much, instantly I told everybody, all right, this is not right. What's good with this? You're falling down. You're not supposed to fall down like that. And then you're running up. Nice downtrend. You break out the wedge nicely, but then you're just running to the peak. But then the way you fall down right here, well, this is before you fell, obviously. But when you were at the peak, I was just like, all right, like this is just wild. This is probably going to fall down to the middle point. So we literally bought 592 puts right here. 592 or 594, I believe. And you literally collapsed from 607 straight down to 594. Those $5 options went straight up to $210, $220 each. At the same time, we ended up having NVIDIA options, which is where I always show everybody pretty much the last crazy NVIDIA trade we had. And it was this one right here. We paid $30 for 2 of them, so $60 in total. We got filled at $29 each. And then we sold everything for $670 each. So from $60 straight up to $13.57.
Nice. Hey man.
And it was the same idea. Remember, we were playing the puts on NVIDIA because we thought the spot was going to crash. So we had like 2-3 weeks of time because the NVIDIA options were just draining itself at the top. That's why I keep looking at NVIDIA every now and again, because I'm waiting for these options to really hit let me just quit this, to hit a really negative point for the puts so that we can actually just, you know, buy right back into it. Tesla just hit 353 and then you've bounced right back down. So for tomorrow, we'll probably just play the continuation going up higher for Tesla while we hold the puts. Alrighty, I think we're done. We just went over a lot of good information from like a couple months ago. It's pretty much the same thing now. Yeah, take it down.
You know what I mean? I be hearing it all day. A lot of times today was one of them days, man, where dude couldn't get his machine running, so I'm standing back there trying to teach him.
Nah, yeah, man. Take your time. I'll probably be here up all night, honestly.
Heard you talking about Unity. Unity cool. Unity, you talking about the gaming company, right?
That's crazy, yeah. So Unity's one of the companies that we were looking at, and when it was at like $18, $20 a couple months ago, we had told everybody to buy like far out contracts, but we were up so much on those contracts, we pretty much just sold them, and we're waiting to get back in at a really cheap price again, like $23, $20. But right now you're hitting a crazy high. So we might have to continue to play calls to like $50 or $60, and then we play the puts going right back down to 30.
I want to see this play out. And that's what's dope with the, you know, that motherfucking with the premium. I can actually play that and stop.
You know, I think you're the only person that has ever got that. So it's not, in terms of how much you paid for it, how much was it?
You know, they get a 30-day free trial. I ain't paid you $700.
Okay, so it will be around 700. Got it.
But I don't know. You said it's $17 right now.
Yeah, it's really cheap right now. So if anything, you could try to see if you can cancel that and try to see if you can get it for a discount before they charge you a larger fee, right?
I mean, I can cancel it anytime. I'm really using it now. So I'm
Yeah.
doing this shit.
It's helpful, yeah. It's really helpful because you could see more data than I could. I believe so, yeah. You could see probably back to like 2022 on the 15-minute at least.
2022.
Yeah, that's all the data you need. As long as you got all of 2024, you're good for another couple years. because you can do the charts now and, you know, make sure they're crispy, make sure there's no problems, and that's pretty much it. Nah, yeah. Calls to. This thing is taking mad long to load. Let me see.
Oh, 15 minutes.
Yep, doing it all in the 15-minute. Yep.
I know it's where I can go straight to it. What's the date?
So it's gonna be, if I remember correctly, January 4th, 2024, I believe. That's where I started teaching supply and demand zones. So like that's where we all have the main zones, and then I have my zones. If you could still go this far back, I would say, you know, shoot for it. But October of 2022, when SPY was at 300 and something, 360, 380. That's how far my supply and demand zones go down to. So I've been waiting for this thing to crash for a couple years now. We're ready though when it does. We have all of them colored and everything. Okay, so 957, which is the 1/4 point, and then you're gonna run to 1042. Which is a reset point, and then to 1129, which is a 1/4 point, and then you got anywhere above 1214. Which is a 1/2 point. And then up here would be the next one, which is 13 flat. Yeah. Just getting some extra entries just in case it keeps running up. It's like all like dotted and plotted for everybody. And then for downside, we don't have much downside, but I mean, let's just say we're playing it safe, right? All you gotta do is do this. And that's pretty much it. They're all, I mean, besides me doing this, I guess we could do that as well. Yeah, just like that. That's fine. So now you can see all the points that we got to play down to, which is 656, 613, 614, and then 569. I'm about to add these points right now, actually. Then $13. Below 6.98. Which, what point is this? This is your reset point. You're gonna play 0-day put straight down to 6.56.56, which is the 1/8 point, and then 6.14, which is the 1/4 point. There we go. Below 614. Wait, 6.14. How the hell it went to $600? 569. 5.69, which is the 1/8 point. And then 5.26. Which is the 1/2 point. Oh my god, we still got more numbers to go. Yeah, we could technically keep doing this straight down. I guess let's just do it. Might as well. Okay, so we have to here. And then down here. Okay, then 483, 4.83, which is a 1/8 point. And then 4.41, 4.41, which is a 1/4 point. And then no weekly puts. Okay, so the Snapchat stuff is finally done, everybody. Next thing I'm going to do here is just fix the second one. What trade was this? Trade number 2. And what time we got this one? It's 2:26. Alright, this is perfect now. Excellent. Wait, I gotta fix this though. We have a spelling error here. Release initiation is in June. Perfect. So that's trade number 3. Trade number 2. There's trade number 4 plus 5. Trade number 6. Trade number 7. Alright everybody, we're finally done here. The next thing we have to do, of course, is now scout out for more things we're going to have to buy here. DJT looks like it's skyrocketing here finally. Remember, we're not going to sell it until you hit like 22 or 30. I'm thinking this thing is going to start running in the sky. You already broke the wedge again. We got to keep making so much wedges. It's insane. Because I have no other price action we could use now. There's nothing else yet. So we got to keep doing this until you get flat enough where basically things start listening to the wedges. I wonder how I drew that one there. I probably did that because of... I don't know why I did that actually. That's a little random. We'll just leave it there for now. Maybe I did it for a reason. Yeah, I'm not too sure. But it looks like we're about to start running in the sky right now for DJT. I don't think I took a picture for you guys in like a little while, so let me search up DJT on the Discord. DJT. Actually, it's not going to pop up because I didn't even put the title in the pictures. In order for me to find this for you, I would need to actually go to the exact time that I bought DJT. Let's go to it. Alright, I found it. Alright, no, wait, this is Intel. Not this one. What's this? That's Intel, not that one. Keep going. There you go. Yeah, I took some nice pictures before. We don't really even need to take no more pictures, honestly. I think we should just leave it like this. Let me show you all what the picture looked like. It was basically a picture just like this. Showing you the middle ranges, and then the other picture was kind of like this, showing you the middle range, like the last bigger range, and then the current purple range. There's a lot of stuff that we need to break through, which makes it, you know, a really awesome trend, trade to the upside, because everything is oversold. Like, this is dramatically oversold. We might even have to look at Trump coin to potentially look if we can invest into that, because if this is down, that might be down as well. Yes, sir, Louis. Honestly, the best times that I've had in terms of like trading is honestly whenever I'm sorry, I just saw a YouTube comment right now. So yep, this channel is on day 88. That's correct. I think I got to double check the days. I think I forgot what yesterday was. It might be, I think I had 86. And I think I might need to put it to 87. So yeah, I need to double check on the days. But yep, so our goal is to hit 1 million. We're going to see how many days it takes for us to do it at first. We're doing it very slow, of course, taking our time with it. And then our next intention is once we hit 1 million, we're going to see if we could do it faster. And then we're going to keep doing this challenge over and over again until we're able to take, let's just say $4 or $5 into $1 million within a month. That's the goal right now, to get it down to that speed. I'll see you, trader. Make sure you take it easy, buddy. Miss. Or mister. My fault. Okay, so this is all done. We don't got to do nothing else for DJT. We already have those charts, and they look nice even till now, honestly. Let me search it up again. Boom. Okay, so we got both of these images saved now. So DJT is ready. Snapchat is ready as well. I think we're going to have to take another picture for more downside just in case. You know what we should do? We should make it match. So we should be like this. Just like that right there. Boom. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, around this time tends to be the best time to talk to people where it's not chaotic. I can actually answer questions slowly. So I tend to like to go live around this time. Usually what I would do before, like in the beginning when I first started, is we would go live for like, 30 minutes, an hour, and then the whole entire day would be private. But what I stopped focusing on was trying to, because like you're always going to have people that take advantage of something, right? So it's like me specifically trying to make sure that certain people don't take advantage. Instead, they try to help themselves, because if you take an easy trade, you're not going to remember how you did it, which is going to explain why in 5 days your account goes to zero again. So it's like when people lose money consistently, like I know exactly why they're doing it. It's because they're still not understanding the repetition. And if that's the case, when there's no questions being asked, or you're kind of leaving me in the dark, I'm going to have to, of course, kind of remove you from the problem. And sometimes the easiest way to do that is to remove people from the Discord, especially if it's a problem that I see happen over a course of 6 months, 3 months, 8 months. I mean, obviously at that point, we're going to have to give you another challenge now. So I tend to be very blunt in terms of a person's success. So yeah, I hope everybody has a real streamlined process here, because a lot of people, they tend to leave out certain details, and those are the important details that literally change everything. Unfortunately. And it's just like, yeah, damn. So now everybody has everything, pretty much. And only if you want the extra trades. So for that account, we're actually up 6,000% on another account. That's the other account that we're up, that we took $15 to. That one's at $1,000 right now. For the $1 million account, currently we're right around, I think, 1,800. If not, let me check it right now. Give me 1 second. I think it was around 1,800, but we might have had a loss there. I think when we traded Nvidia and we lost $40, it took us like right underneath. Yeah, 1776. So currently the $1 million account, I just don't like to use that in terms of the thumbnail because it's kind of boring. If people see that my thumbnail or my title is exactly what that account is up, it's not going to be, they're going to get bored of it after they see it, for a week straight. That's what I noticed. So I try to change up the thumbnails. Or not even the thumbnails, but specifically like the percentages in front of the video. It tends to be from like one of the accounts, not just all of the accounts, So yeah, how much is this up right now? Let me see. I got to do the math again. 17 6 divided by 4. 440 times. How much is 440 times? 440 times equals, oh man, times 4 is 400%. That's 4,000%. No, right? Yeah, 400%, 4,000, 40,000%. That's how much we're up right now. That's almost like a perfect number right now, 444. So yeah, we're up 20,000 on that one. Wait, 20,000 or is it 40,000? I just forgot. Oh my god. Wait, 444. Yeah, that's 400. Wait, is it? Yeah, 440. Wait, 400 and then 4,000 and then 40,000. Yeah, so we're up 40,000% right now on the $4 account. We're waiting for everybody to catch up. Once they get to around 1,000, 1,200, we'll probably continue to, aim for like 5K, 10K. It takes you around a week, honestly, to 10x any account. Like that's like your basic minimum ability in terms of once you master the charting and you start copying everything I have on my screen. It's pretty much how much one would make Like we had a couple members that ended up making, I think, more than that. I had one member. It took 1,000 to 40K within, I think, 2 weeks. I think he did it faster than me. Honestly, I don't think I've taken 1,000 to 40K in 2 weeks. I had to check again, but I don't think we did. So that was pretty impressive, you know? And that's just simply following the same formula with just something a little bit more aggressive called futures. Futures is basically like options on steroids. It's very dangerous, though. It's very unforgiving. It's a lot of work, a lot of attention you got to put into it. But it is a lot of money you can make. It's way more money than options. Options, you could just start with a cheaper amount. That's the reason why I like it. Because when you're trying to teach people how to actually start with nothing, it's either this or Forex. It really allows a person to have the ability to actually, you know, put only $5, $10, $4. It's perfect, honestly. It's like a perfect little system in terms of how much money you had to use in order to trade with it. Okay, so this right here is that range. That's your 1/2 point. All the points are dotted and plotted. Everything down all the way to 90 cents on Snapchat, which is perfect, right, everybody? 90 cents all the way up to 13 cents, or $13, sorry. So we're going to take another picture on this. Perfect. That picture now needs to go. And then this was the first picture we took. Oh, that's for Mumu. We don't need to take another bigger picture. I know it's somewhere on the screen. Okay, so we got pictures for Snapchat, Redwire. We got pictures for NVIDIA. We don't have pictures for. We need to talk about that loss soon. The loss from Friday, by the way. The $40 loss. We had a $30 contract. Sold it for, I think, like $70, $60, $70 for like 100 and something percent. That contract went up to 1,000%. And then we bought into a put, like around the same time. Like 5 minutes later. And those puts ended up losing all their value, which was pretty much how much we made, and like $10 more. While the calls still went up to $300. So it's kind of cool to see how the SPY and the NVIDIA were basically shifting at different times, but once both of them started to run up at the same level, same time, you just leveled up the whole entire options board. Everything just started shooting up into the sky, especially the close contracts that we had. Alrighty, so Mumu's done. Snapchat's done. Let's start uploading all this on the Discord real quick. We're gonna post on this, all this on the Leap section. So Snap, that's the short-term picture. I'm gonna start posting the words with it, just in case I need to search it up later. So that's Snapchat. I think I need some water. Let me see this one over here. This is the bigger one. So we have both of them for Snapchat. Now we're gonna close out of this one, and then this is Redwire. I think for Redwire we only have, honestly, one picture. I think that's all we need, because it doesn't have that much data yet, so it's still pretty new. Snapchat, we already took this picture. Yep, we took that picture already. We can close that. Whatever this is, Mumu. Mumu picture is now posted. I think that's all the charts we had here. Yeah, that's all the charts we had. It's all under the watch list category, everybody. Get ready. I don't know if you guys understand what's about to happen right now. Right now. Just get ready. You're about to see me post the most charts that you've ever seen me post ever. So that's Snap, RDW, Futu. We gotta also post Intel as well, because why not? Also, where did the other two images go? These two, there you go. Copy image. Let's post that here. Copy this image. Post that here. Let's go here, paste this. So now DJT is posted in the Leap section as well. So is Mumu. We can close out of both of them now. Is that all the companies we were looking at recently? Oh yeah, Intel. I almost forgot about that again. And then we also got to tell people about SMCI and get them ready for that. So Intel. Alright, so yeah, honestly, I don't think we should take another picture. I think we're fine. I'm just gonna post it anyways. Might as well, I guess. Okay, so we got Intel. We got this. Okay, so that's one company, 2, 3, 4, 5 companies right there off the bat. Is there anything else I need to do? Unity. I almost forgot about that one. Let's go here. You. I have no idea what's going on with these arrows. Let's make this look a little bit more visually appealing. That arrow is still way too big. That's about perfect. Let's make this perfect. Make this one perfect. Actually, you know what we could do? This looks like the perfect time to use this. Wait. One of our older trading styles that we don't really use anymore, but it's definitely very useful. Since that's what we're using anyways, I might as well still continue to use it here. As you can tell, it's working. So for Unity, I want to see if it's just going to fall from here and tank right back below, hitting the bottom. But it might just run up to the top, which is $43. So if it hits 43, that's okay. Instantly buy a short-term put. Very close strike price. Very expensive. So we can make back all that other capital that we lost with the cheap trade. And then by the time we hit the middle, we'll just sell out for 50, 100%, right? 50 to 100%, right? And if you hit the bottom, it's kind of exactly what we want here. Then we'll potentially play right back up to the mid, if not probably the quarter, if I'm being realistic. So that's how we're going to play the downside if you continue to run up. You already know where we're continuing to play the downside, which is from 35. We want you to fall straight down to here. And then, yeah, it's perfect. I don't know what's going on with these circles here, to be honest. And you could also bounce above and do that, because like you run higher, higher, and higher. You get above the box, right? That could also happen. 29. I think you're still going to fall past that though. But here I would probably tell you guys to get a call. And then we probably would play the puts like right there again. Right about there. See if you can fall right back down to here, and then we'll buy some calls like right there. Puts right there. Back into the calls down here again. Probably play some puts again when you run up a little bit. All cheap, just in case if it starts running into the sky. And then hopefully by the time we stop playing puts, the market's not running against the puts. We'll still have calls, but just in case. And then this is how we're going to play the upside. Got that, everybody? So this should be a little fun experience here. Okay, so let's delete that. Remember, this is not our completed chart on Unity. We have a few more charts. I think we're supposed to use the other chart actually instead of this one. Because this one's not going to be that perfect. It's going to be more wonky if I had to say. Okay, perfect. I'm going to make this purple so it stands out. That's perfect. Let's make these lines light purple. Excellent. So yeah, everybody sees what I'm saying now. Let's just take a quick little picture of this. That's one picture for Unity. Now we're going to go to my other account, which is where I have the better charts done. Let's go to Unity. As you can tell, we never need to do charts on Unity ever again. I was like, why is that so low? It's all good. So yeah, Unity's at $40. That thing was at $18. I'm thinking it's going to run to 200, no problem. Intel. I don't really like the Intel chart too much. I gotta recolor this stuff. It doesn't look that good with whatever I did here. I gotta like change this one. This one. I might as well fix it now, right? Why not? There we go. Now I understand what's going on. So that's the 1/4 point. If you hold here on Intel, you're gonna run right back up to the 1/2 point. So you're not even close to the midpoint of the price action. So there's so much upside to go on Intel. I think Unity, you're way lower than that. You're not even at the 1/4 point. The 1/4 point on Unity would be $50. So you're not even touching the 1/4 point. So technically, Unity is a bigger long-term buy. Not even a bigger, but a better. Just due to the price action. In terms of its high and where we're at in terms of the low. Alright, do we gotta look at Unity anymore? Actually, we do have to look at Unity. There is one important chart. One very important chart, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't looked at this chart in a couple months. And I want to see how it's working. It should be absolutely insane. Get ready for this. So this was the first Unity chart we made because you were so oversold down here. We were trying to predict the momentum that the market would have while it ran up, and it looks like you're doing the exact same thing as this green arrow here. So if that's the case, that's what I was telling you guys. We might have to wait for $60 in order to buy puts. It's because some of the charts tell us By the way, again, this is no indicators at all. As you can tell, this is a free account and everything is off. This is all my own, you know, hands. My own blood, sweat, and tears went into this. And currently you hit the first major level, which was the 630s. So now I want to see you hold on top of this range. And then we're going to play the upside, you know, going to 60, then 100, and then 140. So that should be pretty exciting right there. But yeah, let's fix this right there like that. Let's fix this to be like that. There you go. Yep. So right now you're about to hit the put area, basically. So you're in the put range, where you can fall right back down to 31. So I think we might buy another. I think we might buy another. What you call it? Put for Unity here for just 31. Because we're playing for this to drop down to here, which is 24. But I think we should also play right here, 31. Oh no, we're playing 37, I think, or 27. Wait, what strike price are we playing right now? $27, yeah. So yeah, that's right next to the midpoint. Sorry, say that again? You said you were surprised to see the calls spike up like that at the end of the day? Oh no, yep. But I mean, with the market supposed to be running up into a new high, it kind of just makes sense. You've just been doing this pretty much all year so far. So these are 3 different Unity charts. Soon you're going to start seeing all my charts like this, where I'm going to post all different versions of it. For now, it's just going to be whatever I could find and think about in the moment. Okay, so we got Unity, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, that's 5, 6 companies so far. We're going to finish today at 100 companies, and we're going to make sure we have all the buying points and all the levels for the next couple months. Because you guys have to understand, like, all these levels that we have at 640, 660, $700 on the SPY. I mean, just look at right here. The proof is in the pudding, right? This is exactly how I think the market's going to run up, where it's going to fall from. That's why this stuff is red. And then you have the little greens, and then bigger greens, and then even bigger greens, and then the biggest greens, right? So everything is here for a reason. And oftentimes we use just this simple approach to predict kind of crazy swings right back up to the top. And yeah, it usually works out pretty well, honestly. Pretty nice. But yeah, just recognize that. We have all these charts done for the past couple months. You can't buy a option after hours, but you could put your limit price to buy it in the morning tomorrow. That's pretty much how I teach people how to trade whenever they work and they're busy throughout the day. I just show them how to be able to tell what price the market's going to open up at before the market opens up, as well as if the market's going to consolidate. Stuff, basically stuff of that nature, right? Okay, so since we're on these charts right now, I might as well take a look at some of these other names. Yeah, so that's where I took it from. The red wire stuff. Which means this should be done as well. Yes, it is done. But you're just in the sky right now. What other charts did I look at here? SPY? Nope, it's not updated. Oh, that's SPX. SPY is updated. Now, yeah, I'm thinking you're going to hit 648 and then fall out the sky here. That's the only level that we haven't hit yet. if we need a hit for us to really tank out the sky. Anywhere above that, you're going straight up to 666. Which is kind of weird, but yeah. Alrighty, so this is what's basically going on here, everybody. We're done looking at those charts for now. The teaching layout, there's not much charts that we could look at here. Oh yeah, we could look at SMCI. So I can show you guys what I'm looking for. As well as what we drew yesterday. I might have to delete this stuff. I don't like how this looks. Way too chaotic. We'll just have that one right there. We'll have this one here. And we can have this one like right here. Like an X. There you go. This is the next area I'm trying to get everybody to buy unit SMCI at, which is going to be at 3074. So at 3074, this is like the range. Remember, we're trying to get the perfect entries, meaning as soon as we buy, that thing is up in the sky the next day, running up into a crazy new high. That's all we want. So as soon as you hit the yellow line, you can start buying. As soon as you hit 31, you got to stop and wait till you hit down here in order for you to buy again. Which is basically the same area we bought from last time, right around the top of this box. And we were up 1,000%, pretty much no problem. And SMCI likes coming down really fast. So you can go 1,000% on the calls and the puts at the same time, that same week. You just got to get them perfectly. So let's go take a bigger picture first. Let's put this to the side. Let's close this like this. Let's take a picture just like that. We'll put you down there. Alright, this is perfect. Just like this. That's the first picture. Alright, and then we're going to post this into the same category, everybody. Same exact thing. We're going to go on the 1 hour. Give me 1 second. Okay, what other charts do we have on SMCI? Let me see. Did I post SMCI already? I feel like I did. Oh, I didn't post SMCI already. There we go. I think I also have another SMCI chart here. We might as well look at it as well, right? Oh, that's perfect. We have like a weekly box. Oh yeah, this is really good. One half, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16. So you're at the 1/16 point. Excellent. So then now we have these points for equal reaction, which is 38, 35, and then way down here at 29. 38, 35, that's all the points we're probably going to hit. That's perfect, actually. Oh yeah, we already have this all listed. I'm happy we actually fixed this like this. This looks perfect. So let's color this a different color. Let's color this orange. And then the inside could be Yeah, that's fine. Of course, we're gonna have to put the tags inside of the boxes, right? 1-2. There we go. So now all of this is dotted and plotted pretty much. We can zoom in a little bit more now. Let's delete this right here. We don't need that in the picture. We also don't need that. Oh, maybe we do need that. That looked like it messed up a couple things here. Let me just lower it. What is going on here? I mean, then again, it's the last downtrend, so we don't really need this no more. We kind of need to improve it. Yeah, so let me fix this actually. Wait a second, I could fix it. Yeah, to here. Excellent. And we just gotta fix the bottom. So that's how you can crash on SMCI. Should we have this here for the picture though? I don't think we should. Let me see. I think it makes it a little too much. Yeah, like that's fine. That's perfect. Okay, chart number 1. What is this? SMCI still? Yes, it is. Alright, that's another chart that we did. Is there any other charts that I remember? I don't think so. I think that's pretty much all. So now we're just gonna... Actually, you know what I could do? Go on this account. Let me go SMCI, see if I ever did something here. Yes, but it looks like they did a reverse split. If not, this is just, yeah, garbage. Alright, so we're pretty much done with SMCI. The next company I want to look at is this company here. Wait, how much companies are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, we're at 8 right now. You got Hawaiian Electric. We were talking about a nice put play today where we were going to just wait from the sidelines. Might as well just watch it here first. See how it reacts to the first time that it gets pumped up. And then the next time we run up, we could definitely play a nice little 300, 400% trade. So this right here is consolidation zones, right? That's the one thing you have to recognize. So on the left, that's consolidation zones. On the right, 2 different trading styles. I just tend to put them in you know, in between each other because it just helps me see everything when it's together. Let me see this. Perfect, we got the 1/4 point there. You just ran from this 1/4 point. Looks like you're stuck in the middle of them. So that's the 1/8 point that you're stuck at, right? Oh. Sorry, gotta be perfect. Excuse me. Okay, so that's 1/8, that's 1/4. I think we got everything done here. I have no idea what that purple thing in the background is, by the way. I was gonna figure it out after. I think it might be... Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. The midpoint's gonna be all the way up here. I think these are consolidation zones, just bigger ones. As you can tell, I need to break this down a little bit more. So we need to actually do a little bit more work here. So yeah, $16 is... Actually, we don't gotta do that much work. Let's be honest here. That's pretty much it. That's all we gotta do. Which means... That's the halfway point. So this is the 1/4. 1/4. And this is the 1/3. 1/3. I mean 1/8, whatever. So which means if we run up from this point, which is $10, we're gonna run all the way up to here before we fall at the sky, which is also King's Point. It's perfect. Matches up with everything. That's pretty much what I look for. Okay, so I think that's all. That's excellent. That's excellent. I think everybody could tell that this is the bigger zone. I need to move these purple boxes. This is the issue right here. We might as well not have that because it's imperfect. I'd rather have my DARP structure behind it because it's just, you know, absolutely perfect, honestly. Plus, it kind of lines up with this other stuff. Like, our new 1/2 point is basically the 1/16 point if you really think about it. Look at that. That's literally at the 1/16 point on the all-time. So 1/2 is going to match up with 1/16. That's a very powerful point right there. July 8th to July 15th. There's literally not a single thing a person would need besides just this chart here for success. That's the crazy part. And then this is King's Point. So we're going to also list this here. And watch this. We're going to make this blue. Make this a little bit darker blue. There we go. That's everything we need. 3 different trading styles with a bigger one that we need to resume, which is up here at $16. I think we're done, ladies and gentlemen. We do need to come up with insurance plays, but honestly, for right now, I'm going to take the easy approach. Basically, the lazy approach here. And we're just going to do this. And I guess whenever we trade it, we'll just, you know, do something else short term. Yeah, but we pretty much want to be buying down here. Anything below, honestly, $12 to $7 is a wonderful point to buy. Of course, we're just going to average down more as you fall down closer to 7. So these are done. Let me go ahead and put my price labels on these points now. I could literally put this to the left. Wait a second. You can see the 1/4 point. That's crazy because then you obviously know that this is the 1/2 point, which is $30. So that's wild. This is perfect. Way too perfect, actually. I gotta make all the charts like this now. Alright, let's take a nice picture now. We're done with HE. Now we're ready for the next entries on this company. That's number 9 now, everybody. Okay, the next company I want to do is, we looked at Unity, SMCI, we did Intel. Baba, we could post it one more time. We haven't posted a Baba picture in a while here. Let me make this a little bit less transparent. That's a little crazy. What is going on there? You know what we gotta do? We gotta go here and go into style. Yeah, no wonder it's messed up. Alright, what's going on here? I don't remember how to fix it. I think we should just do it like that. Nah, do it like this. Yeah, it looks better like this, honestly. It's just these points are way too... You know what we do? We change it to this one. Change all of them to this one besides that one. That should look much better. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. This is the 1 week chart. I'll show you what the 15 minute. Can you see anything here? Let me see. I don't think so. Not even on the 1 hour. You have to go to the 4 hour. What you're going to start quickly noticing is that as I do this more and more, the companies that I was just focusing on are companies I have not touched in a while. Meaning, in terms of just updating the charts, It's very quick. Actually, like insanely quick, you know. A little too ridiculously quick, I might add. And that's the reason why we're going to do so many companies today. Because we already have everything plotted, you know. I want to take another one for Babla. Alright, the reason why I did that, I said this is actually kind of bad, actually. It's too bright. But it's okay. We'll just leave that picture be. The reason why I did that is because this is the quarter points that we need to worry about. You clearly hit this quarter point, so you clearly hit this one as well. Now you're stuck to the middle. You're going to snap here very soon. Which means, just like Tesla, you're going to either snap out the sky and go way down here. Which hopefully it does that. So we could just buy more options, because honestly we only have around $600 into this. And I think we want to put around 1,000, maybe 2,000. And hold it for at least a year out, 2 years out. We'll buy like a 120 strike price the second you're at 70. If not, we'll get something for like 90, much closer. And that's pretty much all. And then you have your buying zone down here that's green. That's all you need. Let's look at BABA on the other charts now. Never mind. I think this is way too chaotic. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to use this right now. These are the old charts. We're just going to let that be. AMD. You're hitting your first out, or you're about to hit by your first outs. Netflix. Yeah, these are all my old charts, so that's why they look a little crazy. This one's the new one, but I got to update it for NVIDIA. And Tesla's already cracked out. We have everything we possibly need for this. It's just we got to change the colors, so... Is this purple? It's red. Why does it look like that? Oh, it's because of this right here. That's all it is. Yeah, let's turn this off. Actually, I kind of want it back on. Let's make it orange, though. Let's make it purple. That doesn't help. Orange. We'll just leave it orange, and then we'll change the boxes and everything else to like a different color. And we'll just go from there. Yeah, I still got to update this. It looks way too crazy short term. So to test the charts, we have to update them. For QQQ, it's crazy. You perfectly are hitting a certain area that we want you to hit, which is for more downside. It's a certain wedge from the beginning of history on the QQQs, as you can all see. It's been listening to this ever since 2016, 2022, 2024. And you're about to hit the peak here, which is 599. So I'm thinking there's going to be a lot of downside around this area. We might even drop now and then go up, you know, even higher a couple months later. Potentially go somewhere like here. And then potentially drop down lower again. Regardless of what it wants to do, this is where it's going to start to change directions on the SPY. So I think you got another $20 to $30 on the SPY, potentially. Because even the Qs are saying you got another, you know, $20 jump right here. Potentially possible. If not like 30 or 40. For this Tesla chart, this is the one we're going to use when we send the picture. As you can all tell, we have some Tesla charts that are done that we don't need to touch. They're all good. So again, we're done with 10 companies. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start looking at the Discord to see if anybody wants to send any companies from before. He said the lazy approach. I'm telling you, culinary, it makes you quicker. Okay. You said Palantir? Oh yeah, we could definitely look at that right now. Actually, we could take a picture of Tesla right now. I'm gonna take some more Tesla pictures here. Let me see if I can go on. You think the 1 hour looks better? It kind of looks better. Kind of want to have a smaller time frame though. So let's just do this on the 15-minute now, and show everybody like this. This is your middle point, which is very important. So as you can see, everybody, it's clear, it's bold. 1/2 point right there. And we're looking for this to fall down to here so we could buy. And we're gonna buy some more down here. Like way down there, like 240-ish. Okay. What I now want to do, I think we're done with Tesla. I think we're also done with Nvidia. Yeah, we're not going to post Nvidia right now. Not yet. DJT, we posted it. Bitcoin, we obviously told everybody the market was going to crash here. So yeah, you guys could say bye-bye to Bitcoin, honestly, for another 3 years. Give it 3 more years, we're going to buy back into it again. We're going to time some crazy 1000% wins just like we did last year. And in 2021, it's going to be the same thing in 3 years. Just rinse and repeat. Other than that, I think we're done with this. Now we could check Palantir. PLTR. I think you just hit the top perfectly. Yeah, you did. You hit right next to the top. So Palantir holds here. You're potentially going to run up to the halfway point now, which is 205. If it wants to snap right back up again, even more viciously. If not, you're probably going to consolidate here for a couple days. So since you're at 161, I wouldn't mind getting some puts for 140 again around here. After all, if you look at my chart, it says puts around here. That's what we wrote down last time. Puts right beneath the top, which is where you're currently at right now. I can actually put some circles here. So this will be a buying circle. This will be a buying circle. This will be a buying circle. This will be puts. This will be puts, which is where you're currently at. And then down here is puts. So we could get some puts on this tomorrow. On the bigger scale, it shows that you might just fall out the sky here. But then again, you fell here a couple days ago and hit the bottom. So you might be able to run up now. Just looking at your weekly uptrends here. I can see you run up to like 169. And remember, 207 is the halfway point. So once it gets to that point, we could definitely see something crazy again. Like maybe another downtrend like that. If you just like risk it for the biscuit and you want to get some puts here, let's see how much they cost. Yeah, but that's for the other account. So okay, so that's the problem as well. It's a little bit harder to track that on Moomoo because the other account. All right, I didn't really realize that. I'll make sure we remember that. Oh God, that's a large thing we're gonna have to worry about here. That's something I didn't think about. All right, that might be a problem. Let me see. Let's see. We maximize on this. We got this. Got the Tesla. We looked at Palantir. That's potentially was able for the weekly. We're looking at the Palantir puts. That's what we were looking at. PLTR. Let me charge my phone while I do this. Puts for 140. 2 days, 3 days out. It only costs. That's it. It's really cheap. Yeah, this is really cheap. But if we're being realistic, if we get puts here, we got to play at least for 158, 155. What if we go 10 days out? 10 days out for 150 costs 170. How's the calls? Because like I said before, you could run up to 177. These calls cost $90. So potentially this might be the trade here. I definitely see this running up at least to 170, 174. Equal reaction, you know? Think about it. Hit the top, hit the bottom. The only thing it hasn't hit now is the middle. So once it hits 166, that's when it's pretty much going to start snapping on Palantir. So we still have some room here. They could run up. So yeah, let me see something real quick. We might get into a Palantir trade, honestly. I think we want it to go up a little bit higher, but if we can get this this put up here somewhere, for it to fall down to the halfway point from above, I think this is going to be a really good entry. Kind of like what this pink line is saying right here. Alrighty. So we can update this chart now. So this is the 1/2. So as you can tell, the 1/4 is right up here again. So in terms of us playing an option is relatively smart here, it would definitely be to the 1/4 first. Whether it's up and down, doesn't really matter. The point remains. Alright, everybody. So that's the short-term stuff on Palantir. And then all we got to do for more downside is just like this. And then for more upside, just like this, everybody. Everything to 212. So that's a pretty good distance in terms of a range. That's all we need pretty much. So let's go ahead and take a picture here. That's now 11 companies. Oh no, I forgot again. Let me see. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is 11. $90, 88 or 8, whatever. 88 to go. We're almost done, everybody. I'm lying. We're not even close. Okay, is there anything I need to do here for this chart? I don't think I have anything else on Palantir. I wish I could search it up better. Let me see. Like this. Local drawings. Yeah. It's whatever. Oh, I just realized we could post the QQQs. That counts as one. Oh my god, this is insane. What in the world is happening here? This is really done? There's no way I did all this. I did do all this. What in the world? What is wrong with me? So again, we have all the buying... Oh my god. We have all the buying points on QQQ till you hit 1060. Which is going to last probably for the next 4 or 5 years. Because think about it. It took you 25 years for you to even go up to this price right now. Another 25 years is going to take for you to go up here, which is to 1,000. So this is going to start lagging behind SPY massively soon. Remember, QQQ used to be more expensive than SPY at one point, and now SPY is way more expensive than it. If this keeps going at this rate, we're going to be able to actually trade QQQ options a very similar way that we traded the SPYs when the market was slow. So this is going to be interesting. Now, if you've been growing your account that much, that's awesome. To start with that low of an amount. Okay, everybody. The QQQ chart, it looks so nice, I'm not going to lie. It's nice because I haven't had time to mess with it yet again. That's the reason why. 100%. If we go to the short term now, of course, I think you would recognize that, yes, I do have to do some work here. Actually, no, not really, actually. Wow, apparently I already did it. Apparently it's already done, the old boxes. So yeah, that's perfect. So now we just need to mess with new boxes until the new boxes show us that you want to crash out the sky. I don't even remember doing these boxes either. Let's just delete all this here. What in the world did we do here? What is going on here? Apparently we didn't do it on that time frame, so let me go to the 15-minute. I probably did it on the 15-minute. Logically speaking. Yeah, I did do it here. Okay, perfect. We do have to move it over a little bit. Excellent. And then we're going to copy the green one again. Put it down here. Which is so funny that you hit that. The same time SPY hit 519, this literally hit the buying point again. No wonder. They both hit the buying point at the same time. In their own respected ways, right? Alright, why is that box... Oh yeah, I just realized these boxes are not even. Wait, let me see something. I think I gotta fix this. Yeah, I gotta actually make these a little smaller. So I gotta fix this up here. Unfortunately. That's what happens when you don't make it perfect the first time. So this is nice, but it's not done. Not done at all. I think you all know that I'm going to take the lazy approach because we're doing so many companies. I can't just sit around fixing all these companies one by one, honestly. So I'm just going to take the lazy approach. We're not going to be perfect with it. But I know how to fix these charts generally in a certain way where we could just kind of run through it. And the way you do that, you get as close to the line as possible. That's pretty much it. That's the special move right there. So as you can see, this one down here, we're going to put it to there. First, we got to fix the bigger ones, which is this one to there. And then we got to get this one. Nope, not this one. That one. Put that to there. Which means now we could fix this one. Just like that. We can make this one a little smaller as well. Just like that. And then bring down the top. Just like that. Bring this one up. Excellent. Now that's all perfect. Let me fix this again. I can make this a little bit smaller as well. Perfect. Go, 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 go. Gotta do it as fast as possible here. I just recognize we're gonna have to do the whole entire box again. It's okay. Just do it as fast as possible. Perfect. Wait. Perfect. This makes me very frustrated to tell you. You want me to be honest with you guys? Doing this makes me very frustrated. I don't know if you could tell. I had to be honest. But you just gotta do it sometimes, you know? Unfortunately. Just gotta do it. Okay, so now since I fixed this box, I don't know what I just said right there. But now since this is done, we're gonna fix this. And then we're gonna fix this down here. We're gonna delete both of them. In all honesty, I'm about to just delete everything, because I know this one's at least perfect. So we're just gonna recolor everything. Go here. Put it to the top. Perfect. Now we're gonna select all of this. Just copy and paste it to the bottom. Alrighty. Now we could delete all this. Alright, we're spending way too much time on this. Let's put it right there. Alright, we're done. Now the next thing we have to do here is put the price labels. Remember, this is for your weekly. This is the same exact trend that we're using for SPY right now. The last couple days. We're basically playing for the same thing on QQQ. When you're trying to run up into a brand new high, that is, right? Where should we put this? Let's put this right here. And let's put these pieces right there. Actually, we're gonna have to switch this up because the 1/4 points are to the left. So let's just have this there like that. Excellent. And then we're just gonna do it like this. Excellent. All points are now. Wait, never mind. We got one more set of points we gotta fix. It's these points right here. This is gonna be your 1/8 points. So that means these are 1/16. This is 132. That's crazy. I broke down the QQQ as much as I just broke down the SPY. So I did QQQ first, actually. And then you skip every 2. Of course. Excellent. And these right here, we're just going to change the prices of these as well. So that you could tell there's 4 different layers of fractions. We can make those purple. Alright, excellent. And of course, I might as well make the boxes behind that color the same color, so it's actually visually appealing, I guess. Whatever you want to call it. Okay, so boom, that's purple. This is obviously all orange. We could make it green and orange though. It's not bad. And then you got the blue. Or the green. Alright, that's easy to understand, everybody. That's perfect. Alright, why is this here though like this? I don't like that. Let's make this a little bit brighter. There you go. I'm highlighting all my points that I'm looking at for more downside. Okay, so this is all done. I don't feel like writing any more for QQQ. We're just going to leave it like this. And then what we're going to have to do is bring these points. No, we could just go like this. I guess that just makes it easier. I guess we could just do it like this. Just keep on going. All right, everybody, this is gonna be fun. We might even start playing some QQQ here. Let's be honest, this is perfect. This is good enough for us to trade with. All we gotta do now is add some wedges at the bottom, just like this. See where it's gonna break out. Excellent. And we even have a little green line for the future for you to run up into the new high. Actually, you know what I could do? I'll do this. We'll do one more set. These are the 1/16 points, which is going to be very important, I guess. So yeah, we kind of had to push this to the right. The smaller points, we don't really have to push them. We'll just match them up whenever we have like a slow day, you could say. Also, I'm going to space these out. They don't look good when they're together like this. That looks a lot better. What in the world? No wonder these are all kind of like all spreaded to the right. This one you could go back. And all these price labels need to be fixed. There we go, there we go. That looks good, that looks good. Put this one there. Put this one there. That one there. Put that one there. That one there. Most of these charts are going to work for a couple years, so yeah, you're set pretty much. Let's fix these price labels as well. I know they're probably off. And they are in fact off a little bit. Actually, we got to move these to the right. Just like that. Excellent, excellent. All these are perfect. Let's fix these. Perfect. 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 There, look at how good that looks now. See, the right side looks really good. Left side looks all crazy. It's probably because of these boxes right here. But I gotta remember what this is. So I'm gonna probably just lower the opacity so it doesn't stand out as much. That looks way better now. Also, this blue box, we can move you to the side. I just want to take a picture just like this. Actually, I want to lower the size on this and turn this to a white line. QQQs are now done. We have a bigger picture, which is obviously the other one. I do have QQQs done on another chart, so that's what we're going to look at right now. Wait, this is the wrong account. It's this account. There you go. Alrighty, so we made this one a couple months ago, last summer to be specific. That's your weekly targets. Let me copy this actually, just so people could use the same formula. It's like we used it right there in the middle. So you would put this right there, and then you would put this at the top, right? Or am I tripping? Oh yeah, you would put it right here at the top. Just like that. And then you want to play puts right back down to the top of here. Wow, that's really actually a good idea. What in the world? 596. All because I was using those midpoints. Now I see. Wow. Yeah, these are all perfect. The only thing I want to do here is pretty much add price labels to this. These points right here. Yeah, this is excellent. I like it. So then this one down here would be like this. That's how I would do it. And then I would do the last one like that. Okay, so we finished something that we started before that we did not finish. And it looks like we're already done with this. Bigger buying points is all we care about on this screen. And we got the ones in between. And we have even smaller ones. I could put, I guess, buying points along the whole entire other point here. But I don't really feel like doing that right now, so we'll do it later. Since we have the smaller chart anyways. These charts already look nice. Okay, so let's take 2 pictures for this one. Let's go ahead and go to the 15-minute. Can't see nothing here. How about 30-minute? Can't see nothing here. How about 1 hour? Still can't see nothing. 2 hour, nothing. 4 hour. You can kind of see something now. So this is where I think the cues are going to fall. It's nice how you followed our uptrend, so that's pretty cool. From like when you fell down to all the way down here in March, April. So I think it's going to fall straight down to here. And potentially you're going to see this run up, if not fall right back down to here. So that's going to be fun. I kind of want to make the match up now. There you go. Looks pretty good. That looks really nice. Change the colors to red. Alright, what else can we do here, everybody? We did QQQ, we did Palantir. I think there's another QQQ chart that I didn't... Let me see. I think it's somewhere around here. I just remembered it. Where are you? What in the world is going on here? Oh yeah, so this is last year when we worked out the future buying points, because I was trying to show people that we know how to time the market ahead of time. So right now you're hitting the red area, red zones. So you could still run up to 550, 590 apparently, because of last year. Since you're touching the green consistently, you might just run right back up to the top here, 590. So that's actually a really good idea. We could just draw this for now. If I remember to look back at this chart, we'll see if this trend happens here. If not, what you're going to get is something like this. Right? And then you get the collapse out the sky from somewhere up there. Or you're just going to fall now, and the whole entire market's going to crash in September, which is what I'm thinking right now. Alright, so we're done with the Qs. We have a bunch of pictures there for that. That one right there. Palantir. We got QQQ. I think Tesla's done as well. I forgot to update Tesla by posting this, so we're gonna have to update Tesla again. Actually, wait, I should take another small screenshot. Ah, shit, there's no price labels. Alright, let's quickly put some price labels on. So again, these are all the levels that we care about for Tesla. 360. Actually, we don't care about 180s. We kind of do, actually. Wait a second. I might have to put that back. Yeah, I'm just going to have to fill up the whole entire space. All these levels are very important. We don't really need these down here, but we'll just have them. Wait, actually, you know what I want to do? Before I do that, I want to draw a new downtrend. If Tesla could fall down here, it'll make me one happy individual. Why? Because we're going to buy a crazy amount of shares the second you hit anywhere near $200. That's what we're thinking. Okay, there. Whoa, what's happening? Oh my god, wait a second. I gotta take a new one for the daily. I messed it up. Those price labels look absolutely insane. It's whatever. We'll keep it for now. Wait. There you go. I don't like how this extends right. So we're just going to extend it right ourselves. There we go. That looks much better now. I'm a little happier with that. Okay, so let's delete the other Tesla stuff. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 different names. 80. How much do we have to do now? 87? 87 more names to go, everybody. We could do NVIDIA because NVIDIA is updated here. Yeah, why not? I think I had to do on like the 45-minute or the 1 hour. Actually, let me close this so it makes it a little bit less stuff on the screen. This looks good. That looks good. Let's go ahead and go like this. Boom. I am not going to take a picture of the big term on NVIDIA. Actually, why not? Let's just do it. Might as well do it. It's because you're not going to be able to see a single thing. But these are all the most important levels on NVIDIA. 100% for the next 40 years. Alright, this NVIDIA. We're going to look for more NVIDIA charts here. See if I have something else that I could do. Oh, nope, it's not going to be on this account. It's going to be on this account. There we go. Now let's look at NVIDIA on this account. We don't really have it done here. How about Tesla? Do I have anything done for Tesla? This is actually way easier to read than my other Tesla chart. Wait a second. I might have to update Tesla again. Let me see. Yeah, this is way easier to read. Alright, let's just put this here. Let me just put in video. Oh my god. Let's do Tesla again. Copy image. Wait, should I do this on the 15-minute as well? Nah, that's good enough. That's good enough. We already did it on that chart. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy image, paste, copy image, paste. Alright. Let's see if we find any more mysterious hidden stuff here. Okay, so we have NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA's done. I could update NVIDIA with more charts, honestly. So let's just see if we want to do that before we call it a day for NVIDIA. I guess we should actually post this picture here. Yeah, it's very important. Excellent charts. I'm very happy with these. This right here is obviously the 1/8 points, so let's go ahead and put that real quick. Let's put in the sensor. Oh, that means I have to copy all of them. Watch this. I'm not copying all of them. I don't know if I taught you guys how to do this yet, but if I just save it as a template and then I just click just like that, you go here to the template, click the one I just made, which is T. As you can see, everything is saved now. So this is normally what I would do when I'm creating like my fast YouTube videos, like how to create my trading styles in 5 minutes. I usually do something like that, where I try to copy and paste it real quickly. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy this, undo this, double click here, go here, go here, go here, turn that off, turn off the background, go to text, put 1/2, put it in the center, inside. I did it the opposite way around. You're supposed to turn this off and go like this. There you go. Excellent. That's the 1/2 point. Let's make it yellow so it stands out. So 1/2 point, 1/4 points, 1/8 points. Everything is listed, dotted and plotted. Obviously, you could just do the math for these points. I don't want to have too much price labels on my screen here. We're gonna move these back to the right. Perfect. And then that's it. Let's take a screenshot of this. Okay, let's delete the old NVIDIA. So again, we have a bunch of pictures for QQQ, Tesla, NVIDIA. I think we're done with NVIDIA now. I really don't want to do nothing else for this. For right now, at least. Oh, you don't have to donate no money for YouTube. You already know we do this for free. That's all good, buddy. And I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. That was really, really nice of you. You said you're new to this this channel, and the spy plate today was spot on. Come on now. It's gonna be like that every day. Get used to it, but don't get used to it, because then it's gonna become a little bit boring, I guess. But honestly, it doesn't really become boring, especially when you have a whole group that you're trading with. Yeah, it honestly doesn't get boring now that I think about it. It's just different, different levels to it. But like I said, I really, really appreciate you doing that. You do not need to do that. Nobody needs to donate nothing, honestly. Okay, so we're done with NVIDIA. I forgot how many charts we're doing right now, but it doesn't matter no more. We're just gonna keep going. We're done with QQQ. Let's check NVIDIA on this chart as well, just to make sure. I think I took a picture of this already, did I not? Let me see. Oh, no, we didn't finish this. We had to update it. But then again, we took a picture on the other chart with it updated. So we're good with that. And then we have the new chart there. Microsoft. Yeah, we never fixed this. We had to fix this. We can't post this picture. Same thing with Meta. Google should all be perfect, honestly. Should we post Google? I don't really like trading Google. But the charts are done, honestly. This is how you would play it. This actually looks really nice. Let me take a picture of this. I actually like the way this looks. These charts we completed in January. So I'm telling you, we already did so many charts. They're already all done for like the next 40 years. So it's really crazy, honestly. Really, really crazy. So we have Google here. I don't think I have anything short term for Google, so we're just going to keep it at that. Actually, I do have something short term. Let me post that now before I decide to fix it later. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. Wait, do I? I don't think I do. I don't think I've ever made a short-term one. That's perfect. That's fine. That's all right. The next thing I want to do here... Wait a second. Yeah, never mind. So we're done with Google. Just one picture for Google. What else can we post? Netflix. Nah, not yet. I want to fix that one. Unity, we posted that. AMD, no. Baba, no. Roblox, this is a simple chart. I guess we could post this, but nobody's going to understand how to trade with this, honestly. Unless I fix this box. If I fix it like this, this should be actually better. Yeah, this is better. This is way better. These boxes are not even correct. Yeah. Good thing I fixed that. Let's delete all this stuff here. Oh, I was doing the new boxes, was I? Nah, but then who cares about that? These are smaller. Smaller ranges right there. We don't really care about those. We just care about the bigger ranges. Like that. That's a very important range right there. We're definitely going to fall down on top of 100. But yeah, we predicted the last play when we called it out from down here. As you all could tell. It's pretty nice. I guess since it's the only thing we'll have right now for Roblox, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this as white and then put this to the top. There's too much orange stuff. So that's going to be the next mid. That no wonder you're holding here. That's the 1/4 point of the last trend. So yeah, now this makes so much more sense. So yeah, I'm just going to take a picture like this so that I have to improve it next week. I don't think we really are going to trade Roblox right now. Actually, you're at the peak. We could get a put at King's Point. Wait a second. We could play for this thing to drop right back down to like $82. Alright, let me just take a picture for now before I actually do work on it. I'll probably do it later today after I post all these stocks. Roblox. Alright. I only have one chart on Roblox, by the way, which is this chart right here. That's pretty much it. We have C, which is another company. You're literally perfectly at the midpoint. What in the world? This is a perfect put area tomorrow. This is perfect. How much this cost? Oh, this is kind of expensive. So Palantir, we're thinking about puts tomorrow. Puts 10 days out and puts 3 days out potentially. And then what else are we looking at? The other stocks that we're looking at was... What else did I say has a good potential point to be bought here? I'll probably have to look through all the charts again. But SE, let's look at puts. Let's say 3 days out. What is a little drop right back down here? 150. I only want a little drop. 180. Costs $42. 3 days out. Maybe it might take a little bit longer. Let me see. 24 days out. How much open interest? There's nothing here. Nothing here. 31 days out. There's no open interest. 38 days out. There's no open interest. This is literally the perfect midpoint. I don't know if they're getting far out. Yes, they are getting far out. I found the open interest. 130. 52 days out. Found you guys. Now let's see which ones we're gonna buy. 130 days out is way too far. I'm just letting y'all know. These things are $1,000. Yeah, no. Hell no. We'll get for 24 days out. Well, that costs 380, so nah. How about 17 days out? Nope. 10 days out? Maybe. Maybe. We might have some potential here. Let me go to the short term, which is the 15-minute. And let's look at the current uptrend from the bottom. If this was because of earnings, I'm just letting y'all know we're definitely going to play the halfway point. I just had to find it out after. We'll do some homework later. Halfway point is 167. That's what we want to play puts to, probably like 171. So yeah, we can go 10 days out for 172. They cost $43. Take a picture of that. Let me check 17 days out for the same ones. Not bad. Only $90. Still kind of expensive though, right? Yeah, everybody, send me all the companies you want me to look at. I have so many companies that I've done already. So if you could just send me new ones, it feels like I'm adding more to like a Pokédex, like you know, Pokemon. I don't know if y'all played that. I'm pretty sure y'all have. Come on now. It feels like I'm just collecting everything. So again, everybody, I'm going to be charting for like the next 10 hours. And I'm not joking around, by the way. We're going to be charting for the next 10 hours. So I will finish every single one of these companies by the time we're finished. I might have to redo a couple, but I just want to get a couple of the pictures out the way so I don't have to look for stuff. And then, like, this is going to be crazy right here. We don't even really need to make a chart on this. Well, we might as well, I guess. Might as well, right? Cause like that's super close, you know? We're basically playing for the 1/4 point if you really think about it. The way I have everybody playing this, in terms of a put, we should just play the 1/4 point, honestly. So 10 days out, 179. We can get a 175, but then again, that's cutting it close. We got to get something before, which is like 182. I'm telling you, this is the halfway point. This is your all-time halfway point. You can go above it. That's why we want to buy as close to this line as possible. You might be able to go up here and do something like that. If not, you might just go up here to the next 1/4 point, which should, of course, be right here at 213. So the second we get above 190, I would still be looking for puts to 202, and then the second you get above 202, instantly you could play calls to up here. The same thing with the downside. We could buy calls at 167 or down here. You can even buy calls right here. The 1/2 point at the bottom, right? So again, this is how you're going to be playing calls and puts. This is like the simplest way that I could do it real quick. So yeah, this is a lot of price action, I'll be honest with y'all. Just on the 15-minute. We might even have to cut this up a little bit more. Just so we can get even smaller points, you know? Let's just say from like this point to the tippity top. That would be your 1/8. In fact, let me do this real quick. I want to separate this. Just like that. And then we're going to move this over to the side. Just like that. Move this a little bit over as well. I said I wasn't gonna do this a couple seconds ago, but here you are. I did it anyways. Just so I don't have to do it later. We might as well put the price labels as well, right? Excellent. Okay, so now we have all the prices on the screen that you would need. This is like honestly good enough, especially because we're just going to be weekly trading from this. Alright, we're done with this company. We're just gonna fix up these boxes, take some pictures, and we should be straight after that. I'm gonna make the outer thing of this price label green, and then we're gonna make the interior blue. I think that might look nice. There we go. And then we'll make this one this color right there. Oh, not that. That's gonna mess it up. There you go. Boom. And we'll make that white. Actually, I kind of want that to be darker. Wait, not that dark. There you go. That looks perfect. And then these right here specifically need to be to the left. They all need to be yellow because they need to stand out. Yeah, this has to be like max settings. We got to make these price labels as big as possible right there. Those are the most important ones. Alright, everybody. So I think you understand how we're going to go about playing this. It's very simple. Actually, wait. You know the drill. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's move this to the side. Make it as easy to understand as possible. Then we go to the Discord. Alright, so we're pretty much good with this. Let's go here. Let's go to here. Let's go into 1 hour. Let's just go into 4 hour, might as well. Nope. 6 hour. Nope. 8. Nope. 1 day. 8 hours is good enough, actually. When people see it like this, they're gonna be like, oh my god. Imagine you fall straight right back down to the bottom again. That would be mind-boggling. That'd be crazy if you did that. Imagine. That'd be terrible. Alright, let me grab all this stuff here. Let me put this into its own group. There you go, everybody. Look how clean the chart looks now. Look at all this. Perfect groups. One's the bigger one. One's the smaller one. So then I could go like that. And then we can go here. Make that magnet to the top still. so I don't have to measure it. It's an easier way to be a little bit more lazy, right? It's a more respectable form of laziness, I would say. I think I locked this. I think I should leave it like this. Nah, because it's the blue lines. Yeah. I gotta keep it like that because of the blue line. But then again, we'll just leave it like this for now. And then we go here. 1-4. Copy this below. All we need is probably one more box here. That's what it looks like. I was trying to look at the clipboard, see if I copied anything, so I didn't have to type it. Excellent. Actually, we probably need to chop this up one more time, but unfortunately, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move this to the right. We're going to leave it like that. We're going to take the bigger box, move it over, and then so in theory, it's going to be around 217, and then down here is going to be 166. Yeah, so you could fall as low as 166. That's not that bad. I'm worried about them just sending it over the midpoint and then making you crash from like up here somewhere. It could definitely do that. And then we could just average down up here. So maybe we just buy it now and then we average down up here. But let's just make sure that... Let's see. Yeah, we'll make sure that we just get to play this enough time. So how much time is this one? August 26th. That's 10 days out. Let me see something. If we get something for 17 days out, we could purchase a 166 option for 17 days out. That's not a bad idea. Because just to here, I think that's the go-to play, everybody. 17 days out. There's just no open interest here. You got one. Maybe that's a bad idea. Let's see, 24 days out. 24 days out, there's a lot more open interest and volume. 167. How much were these a couple days ago? $400. That's not bad. We could do what we're doing for Mumu. We could just get a... Maybe we get a cheap play. I think that's what we should do. I think we should get a cheap play. The NVIDIA chart looks so crispy, I'm not gonna lie to you. Look at this. I just looked at it again. Oh my goodness. This thing looks beautiful. We never need to fix this one ever, pretty much. We just keep copying and pasting it. This is like the one that we're playing with for the short-term trades. Whenever we try to trade it, but we're not really going to try to do that right now. Let me see. I guess I'm done with this now. I just realized we were here to do this. So let's go ahead and put these big-ass price labels down first. Let's put the smaller ones now. But of course, let's fix this. Might as well do it now so I don't have to do it later. Excellent. And then we copy these again for the 116 points. So 192, then you have 166. Obviously, I need to fix these, but trying to go fast now. All right, we got roadblocks. So look, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 companies done. $84 more to go, everybody. I know I don't have this chart done on any other charts. I think this is the only time I've ever done this chart. Autodesk. Wait a second, ladies and gentlemen. Looks like we have a finished chart here already. And looks like you're already respecting our idea. So we could continue to play the downside here. Just join in for the downside fun, right? Looks like you're respecting the wedge here. So yeah, we can see this definitely fall down to here. The only thing is if you break this thing, you're falling straight down to here most likely. That's King's Point after all. That's kind of funny. The midpoint is perfectly at King's Point, just due to the recent price action before you ran up above it. So these are definitely some entry points here. This is about to be the only time we can get into a put before it's too late. And then we're going to have to play calls right there. Yeah, we're most likely going to have to play calls right there when you first hit it. So this is what we'll do. We'll go here. Make this super small. Turn this pink. And then now we don't even have to do the smaller chart. Because now we can see it with the bigger chart. It's good enough. Okay. So that's going to be another entry that we can get into right there. Let's delete that. We don't need that. Now let me just make sure everything is perfectly straight here. Excellent. Go here, here, and here. So Autodesk is now down. Now done. Not down. Boom, boom. Excellent. So the next time, of course, we could play puts on Autodesk is definitely going to be up here. I would probably wait for it to go to a newer high. Anywhere, it's just too much of a risk to play calls up here. So I'll just wait. I'll just be waiting patiently. I'll buy a put right here. Even if it gets above the line, I'll probably buy it. Even if it does get above the line and then just average down right here. The only problem is that's $20 of a difference. So you got to get a super close strike price. If not, just literally wait for this to run all the way up to the top. And then obviously we have all these buying points down here. The one thing I don't like though is that these charts are overlapping. That looks way better now. Look at that. Okay, so now let's go here. 1-4. Italicize it. Turn it white. Make it bigger. We could leave it at the midpoint. 1-4. Make it white. Make it bigger. So you have the 1/4, 1/2. You're clearly stuck inside the 1/8 right now, right, everybody? Yeah, why didn't you snap it on top? There you go. Like this thing doesn't want to snap. So yeah, you're stuck right here. That is also kind of funny. You could run up to here and touch 303. So yeah, these puts are not the best idea, but they're not a terrible idea, in all honesty. Okay, so I was about to say, what is this company again? I keep forgetting. Okay, so I think we're perfect here. That's pretty much all we really need. Actually, I'm not even gonna lie. I think we kind of need the 116 points as well. I'm not even gonna lie. I think we do. I think we do, ladies and gentlemen. It probably would explain what you're doing right now. And yes, it does. Alright, that's perfect, just like that. Alright, perfect. It's not perfect, but it's around the ballpark range of being perfect, yes. So you're right near the 116th point after you fell from the 1/8 point. If you hold here, you're gonna run right back up to 302. Which might happen here, yeah. You might do this short term. I could see that, and then you start falling. So we would probably need to wait for something like that to get into a trade instead of just getting a trade at the bottom at the highest price, you know what I mean? So you said my fault, I just realized what you just said in the YouTube chat. We're gonna look at those names in a second here. Okay. So this explains everything else that we need to pretty much explain short term. I don't think I kind of want to do make a box actually. We'll just use the previous box because it's still bigger than the current range. Take out the opacity of this box just so it's like that. Make it stand out differently. Make the lines yellow maybe. There you go. That definitely stands out like that now. So if we get below this point, which is 280, no wonder it's stopping here, right? It's the halfway point. So you could definitely hold here and bounce up to the 1/8 point again. 1/4 point. And then bounce right back down here. That'd be a nice little drop actually. That'd be a quick one. Okay, so let me go to the short term real quick. Oh my goodness. Maybe not the 15-minute. Oh, this is perfect. The 1 hour is perfect right here. Yeah, now you can see what I'm saying. I kind of want to get the puts up here. I think this can actually run up to here. And then if anything, we can get the calls above. But for now, if we look at this nice little wedge. Yeah, you feel me? See what I'm saying? This might just run up to the wedge again. Get above it, then crash. It could just crash right now, so we could get a... But then again, this is not good enough to get a put like that. I would want it to be at a perfect point. You guys know how I am. That makes no sense to get it right there. So we're not going to buy this right now. We could get a call, actually. We could get a call. That might not be a bad idea. So again, that's the 1/2 point. I'm probably going to make it smaller like that. That way I could fit more boxes right next to it, you know? Actually, watch this. Copy this. Undo. Bring it to the halfway point and outside. So you hit this point, and then you fell right back down to the bottom. And then you ran and hit this point, fell right... You might do an equal reaction, yeah. You could get shut down here. So if you get below this line, we would be expecting it to do something like this, everybody. And then potentially something like that. Just copying the upside, really. Same exact trend as up here. And then this is the more extreme trend down there. So that's the next 1/4 point. Actually, I should just keep these yellow, just so you can understand they're part of the same group. Yep. And then we could do it one more time. Let's just add the 1/8 points, honestly. Might as well do it right now. We'll just do it quickly. 1-8. Alrighty. So in terms of a short-term chart, the only thing we could do is something... Ooh, this looks way better. There we go. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Alright, we could be like, boom, right here. Really short-term calls. But then longer-term puts, and then bigger calls down here. I think everybody will get the magic. This looks way too close to that one, so we're gonna have to change this to orange. There you go. And now we're done, ladies and gentlemen. My head is spinning, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so how much names is this? Let's stop counting. Let's just do a few more. United Healthcare should be done. Thank goodness. We don't have to do much for this. Let's take the bigger picture first. Oh, I like how I did... Okay, so I did the smaller term trend and I did the bigger term trend. Excellent. I just didn't write nothing over here. Which is all good, I suppose. This one needs to go back here. There we go. What's going on there, huh? 1/4 point, 1/4 point. There we go. Now it looks like we got something going on here. I suppose I should add these. What I just did was just copy it from the template. So it's easier for me. I have an idea for this. Make it light blue. There you go. And then these right here. Watch this, watch this. Put this to the right. Save as a template. Save as. We'll just say D. There you go. And we click this one, and this one. Template. Huh? Why only one of them did it? What's wrong with ya? There we go. Okay, so that's perfect now. That's the bigger blue points, right? That's the 1/8 points as they are over here. They're both the same thing. It's just you got those right there for the bigger ones. Alright, so that's pretty much perfect for United Healthcare. You got the midpoint. We want to see if you could run to at least 475. You only fell down to 245, so you could run up to basically 360. Yeah, we could run up to 380 here. So yeah, 380. And I love how I have a selling point right there. I also have a thing here showing you that. So yeah, you're going to run up to 380 most likely if you get above this midpoint, which is 316. Alright, excellent. we're not gonna get a trade into United anytime soon. But just for like a rough reference, we know what to do now, right? And then we have these charts, which are your smaller charts. These are nicely done, as you can all see. And yeah, as long as you can get above that dotted line, we could play call straight up to 439 or 390. This is excellent. What's UNH? United Health. Yeah, these charts look really good. Let me tell you, I'm happy I spent some time on these a couple weeks ago. I have no idea when I created this, but that's all good. Usually we would write it at the top left. Let me see, did I write it here? No, that means I was probably really lazy that day. At least we got it done though. Okay, so after United's done, we did Unity. We're skipping AMD, at least on these charts. Actually, let's go look at AMD on the others account. Might as well. I don't think I have it saved on the side, but I know I have it done here. Yep. So, what points are these? That's the 1/4. That's the 1/2. 1/4. That's like one. It's like in between 1/4. 1/4 would be like right here. Right? Yeah, 1/4 would be like right here. That's 1/4. That's 1/4. That's 1/2. But then again, that to that is like 1/4. That to that is like 1/4. That to that is like the bottom or the other half. Yeah. So that means this one to right here. Or would it be both groups? No, it would be this one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So 1/4. And this will be 1/8. So that's still 1/4. That's the thing, is you could still fall down from here on AMD straight down to 146. It's probably gonna take a couple weeks to get here, but you could definitely play the puts right back down there. I have no idea what all this is. Oh, these are my entries of how I'm gonna play it. Let's actually move these to the right. Okay, I could delete this one. We can actually move over this one. So yeah, just like we said, look at this. I just realized the little text as we cleared up the chart. We said we are 100% hitting this range of the chart because this is King's Point. And then we said anywhere below here, puts straight down to down here, or you could put play puts even lower. And then I said we're gonna buy a 350-day call soon, but we never bought it. We put all of our capital into other plays. That's crazy how this is perfect. Yeah, this was. Yeah, we're gonna use this. I'm happy I actually paid attention to this right now. We're just gonna take a picture of exactly how this looks right here. The only thing that I'm gonna add here is I'm gonna add the actual 1/4 points, but I'm gonna do it a little differently. I'm doing it through the text because there's no nice place that I can actually type it in. So this right here is 1/4. This right here is 1/4. Let's make the text brighter. Which means these two down here are 1/4. Which means this one is 1/2. Which means This one is 1/8. Oh. And so is the bottom one. So you ran it to 1/4. You're gonna hit the 1/4 again. You might even go as low as the 1/2. I could definitely see you falling as low as down here. So you know what I'm gonna do now? I'm even gonna type today's date. August, I think 2026. I don't even know what today's date is. I think it's the 26th. August 26th. We're also going to make the arrow red. We'll update this more in a couple days here. Actually, what are these blue arrows here? Let's move these closer. Looks like they're important for some reason. Actually, you know what? I don't even want to do that. I want to fix these colors here. I don't like how they're so orange. I think we're straight here. Let me see. Maybe it's another color. Oh shit. Nah, I like the orange better. It stands out more. The only problem is, did we just go lighter? Nah. I kind of like it like this. Are we just gonna let this rock? Turn off the side. Take a picture of this. That's the only AMD chart that I really like, honestly. I'll check one more chart to see how it looks here. But I don't know if I like it here. Let me see. AMD. Yeah, nah. Isn't that how my first chart looks? Why does my first chart look like that for AMD if that one looks like that? I guess this is more organized. This is not that bad, honestly. It doesn't look terrible. It's just the lines are a little too big. Also, this line looks like it's broken. Well, there you go. We just fixed it. That's all we had to really do here, honestly. Because then we could just copy this and put this at the bottom. That's what we're going to buy. Copy this, put this one at the top. That's what we're going to buy some puts. That's all she wrote. We don't have to do too much because we already did all this on the other charts. Unless we're trying to do this right here, but, you know, boom. Now we're done with that. In terms of, like, really small midpoints. I mean, we could do another one here, I guess. Like these. That way we have a bigger term chart and then a smaller term chart. So we might as well do it. Why not, right? I'm not going to color it, though. We're just going to leave it like this. Actually, I'll color this one. And I'll make it bigger. And I'll edit the border. Okay, everybody, so that's pretty much it for AMD. Remember, we're going to hit $1 million soon, so if that's the case, you know what that means? That means we have a lot of names we need to look at. A lot of them. So anything else we could do here? We did AMD, we did Unity. We're not doing Netflix. We're skipping that. Meta, skipping it for now. Microsoft. I gotta fix up a lot of stuff here. I gotta fix up pretty much all this stuff here with different prices and. So yeah, no. Tesla is done. Apple. We could literally just upload Apple real quick. I don't know if I updated it on my other chart. Nah, this should be the most updated one. So we could just use this. Look at how those puts work right there. Target is 236 to get into a put. 16-day calls above that level. 60-day puts. How much do you fall? $10. Not that much. Still a pretty good drop though. Pretty much followed our arrow perfectly. So on the way back up, I'm sure you're going to follow it exactly the way we have it drawn. You might even start gapping up towards the King's Point area, which is the purple circles, as you can see. New set of King's Point. The blue ones, the small ones, are the old set. I think this chart was made on the 4-hour. The 1-hour, actually. That's perfect. Wait a second. Yeah, look at this. I kind of want to have it at least on the 2-hour though now, so I can see all of it. Yeah, this looks beautiful. Like I said, I'm happy we spent a lot of time on these. I spent at least an hour each on all these screens here. Wait till you see Apple here. I'm also gonna have to send this as well. This is Apple for the next 40 years. We did all the charts. Looks really nice, actually. Really nice. Really crispy. You can't see none of the price action, but that's because, ladies and gentlemen, that is the 1-hour. I put it all into a group. All that work that I just showed you, just hidden just like that. And then now you can take another screenshot with the bigger picture. And then now what you do is you combine them. So you go back to here. You turn it back on. This is my old stuff. So let's turn that off. Let's go back to the 1 hour, the 2-hour. And as you can see, it barely affects it. This is one of my favorite charts I made, because the background, like, you could still see the bigger levels, but it's like when you're trying to look at the smaller ones, it feels perfect. Excellent. Okay, so what other charts do we have to do on Apple? Nah, I showed you both charts. That's it. Actually, wait a second. I think I have one more chart. Let me think. I remember. Where is it? Chart number 3. This one here. And then go to Apple. Don't ask how I remember. I have no clue. Yeah, you're still listening to this. All my diagonal lines. It's crazy. These go back as far as 2020. So that's the whole entire COVID run up. And you're still following the same levels as COVID. The same trajectory, the same speed you were running up and falling down and hitting these random levels. You're still hitting those levels right now, which is crazy. I can't really put price labels on this, so we're just gonna have to let it rock like that. Alright, that comment was a little weird. Alright. Let's see here. This is all made. This is all done. We're done with Apple. Took the picture. Got it sent to the chat. AAPL. Let's see. I bet. So we're done with this. Let's go back over here. Let's go to... Do I have the bigger one here too? Nah. That's all good. We don't really need it. Oh yeah, I forgot. This was the chart that I had all messy and stuff. Let me see. Yeah, this was the one. It was actually a unique idea I was trying to make with this. We'll just leave it in the back burner for now. What else can we do here? Amazon. I know Amazon is done really nicely. Probably the nicest one I have. The most ridiculous one I had to say. If you go into 6 hours. Bright ass lion. Hey, look at that. Oh my goodness, look at this. Absolutely impeccable. This is ridiculous. I don't think I'll ever have to fix that chart ever. So this is Amazon. And then of course we're going to go on the 1 hour. And the first thing you're going to notice is that when I go on the 1 hour, when I go on the smaller time frames, this is all pretty much done. The only thing we could do to improve this is probably add this here maybe. So crazy how it literally matches up perfectly with the older and bigger DARP. It makes no sense almost, but it just does. Alright, bet. So we're good here. Let's copy it here because we got to follow the pattern. Excellent. Let's put this a little bit down. Perfect. Let's put this one up. Perfect. $65. So I think that's all you need. Let's be real here. It's the closest trend. Again, everybody, we just finished with about 20 different companies here. Let's go add them up now. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 actually. So we have 79 more companies to go. We're about to be live for 12 hours. Oh my god. And then we woke up like 2-3 hours before we went live. So we basically been doing this for around 15 hours so far today, which is wild. Again, everybody, we've been doing this for 15 hours today so far. No, yeah, culinary. I think this is what people are gonna notice in terms of the success going into the future here. That we made sure we aggressively wanted this. I want nothing but to be the best, honestly. The best teacher in the world, so that I could create the best students that could one day surpass me. Come on now. It sounds like an awesome story right there. It sounds like the real Wolf of Wall Street, if I had to say so for myself. Not just us. Because remember, Wolf of Wall Street is a whole group. It's not just one person. It's a whole building. It was crazy because I think if we actually make a movie like that, I think it would be awesome, honestly. If I'm being real here. I think it would be pretty funny. Would it be as good? I don't know. Might be even better. Who knows? Alright, everybody. So, Perfect, John. I just joined up on your Discord as well. Yeah, I gotta finish everybody else's Discord here. I was upgrading Hoover's Discord last. Okay, so again, we've been doing this for a little while here. We might take a little tiny break just to go walk around for a second, get my blood pumping. Let me see, what else, what other stocks can I do here? I could do a couple more right now before I leave. I'll probably take like an hour break. What time is it? It's already 8 o'clock. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Maybe we're only going to take like a 30-minute break before we start getting tired here. Let's see. Let's go into the Leap section. So we did Amazon, Apple. That's 3 of the Mag 7 stocks. We did Google. That's... Wait, no, what? That's 1, 2. Google is 3. Nvidia's 4. Tesla's 5. Did I add Amazon? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So which one am I missing? Oh, Meta and Microsoft. So we gotta do Meta and Microsoft, Meta and Microsoft still. So I'm just gonna have this written here. Actually, Meta's already done. What am I saying? Didn't we do it yesterday? I swear we did it somewhere. I have no idea where we did it. Let me see. Maybe this chart? Microsoft is going to be mad work, so we're going to do that later. Oh yeah, we did Meta platforms. These are all your other levels in between, from 290 all the way to 1100. The only thing I don't have is the all-time range, which I should have. So, oh, I see what I did. I copied that from here straight to the high. All right, so this is what we're going to do. Because this is the only chart of the Mag 7 that I don't have done to the fullest extent. Let me actually finish at least something right now. We don't have to do all of it. But let me at least just have the midpoint, you know? Might as well. So if Meta crashes out the sky, you're definitely going to fall straight down to 407. That's your all-time midpoint. Yeah, let's keep it like that. And then, of course, you would obviously understand that the quarter point's probably somewhere around 620. So, yeah, we're probably going to fall down to 620 when the SPY crashes here. So, let's go ahead and put this area. Now we know where Meta's going to fall now. Just because of those extra boxes. And you'll probably bounce up something like that. And if it's really going to crash, you'll definitely end up falling somewhere down. Wait, what is this? 2025? Yeah, you'll break that trend. You might stop around the halfway point and then bounce up massively. After that, we could see ourselves crashing out the sky. Do I see this happening? Not sure. But that's how it would happen. Something like that. In terms of more upside, once we get above 790, straight to 877, down to 530, 900 and something, 800 and something, and so on and so forth. Do I sound tired? I think my voice sounds tired. I don't know. I think I've been talking too much. Yes, sir. 545 calls. That was awesome today. I'm going to have to write a whole essay about that. Oh, my God. I just remembered that. We still got to finish that. I got to explain the spy calls that we got into today. Honestly, I kind of want to hide all these levels here. I kind of want to make them... I got you right now. Watch this. I'm going to do it all by hand. I got an idea. Watch this. We're going to make it lighter. Boom. Just like that. Make it lighter. Boom. Just like that. And then do the same thing with these. Just like that. Boom. Do the next one. Excellent. Because I want to show you this kind of like a hidden character, you know what I mean? It's just darkened out. So the next thing I'm going to do, because of course we did the halfway point, honestly. The one thing I didn't tell you was we're going to have to do the 1/4 point. 1-4. Not like that. 1-4. We're going to make the text smaller. 20. Actually, nah. 22. Put it in the center. Copy it down to the floor. Alrighty. Now we have some ideas of what's going on here. We could cut it up again. But honestly, we're going to skip that for now. We'll do it another time. I want to take this this break now. There's no point to even take a picture like this. This does not look good. You know what we should do? Let's put all this stuff into his own group. Watch this. We'll fix it up right now. There we go. Now we could take a picture. That's more suitable. And in fact, we might as well now add the 1/8 points. I think that might be a good idea. Let's actually push this back here. Grab these two. Swing it over to the left. Now watch what I do here. I copy this, bring it over to the right, bring it to the midpoint, bring this over like this, make sure it's smaller, separate it the same distance, change this to 1/8, copy this right back down below, copy both of them now. Alright, see how easy that was, everybody? Took a quick little second here. So 701 is a very important point that meta's going to want to fall down to. We might as well just take a picture now. It's one less stock we have to do later. Okay, we could put the price labels on it, at least, I guess. We could do that. Sure. No problem. We'll leave this at 22. Put this down to here. Put this to here. Change this to gold. Put that to 28 as well. Copy these two. Put it to here. Select one of it. Change it to 18. Change it to blue. Same thing down here. 18. Blue. Copy these to the other points. And then we'll put this to the reset point at the top, which is 797. And then, what else can we do here? I think that's it. You can obviously tell that it's at the 116th point. So that's good enough, everybody. Of course, what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to put this on. I'm going to go to the 15-minute. I obviously know that this needs to have a lot of work done to it, but we pretty much have all the short-term price action. This is since the April... Actually, this looks ridiculous. I'm not going to take a picture of this. This looks disgusting. Alright, we're going to have to fix this when I come back. Again, we're going to take like a 30-minute break. I'm going to grab something to eat real quick. I have not ate a single thing all day. So I'm going to go grab something real quick. And then we'll continue. For some reason, eating makes me operate better. So that's why I do it. Alright, don't eat it. Alright, don't eat. Whatever. I'm losing it. I'll be back. I'm going to end the live when I come back. So I'm going to let it running for now. I'm going to let it go running for now. I'll let you guys stare at Forex or something for now. And then when I come back, I'm going to end it so we can start the next one. Just in case you guys want to talk to each other. Yeah, we're about to get into another Forex trade as well. Alright, this looks terrible. Sorry, I gotta change this. There we go.